Okay, good morning. Good morning. Let's see, are we live? What's up, everybody? Welcome. Good morning. Nothing started yet. Something told me to start at 9 yesterday. So I think starting, because today's Friday, starting Monday, we'll start at 9 a.m., even though the judge said 8. Doesn't seem like they really start till like 9 a.m. He said 8:30. Oh, sorry. She said 8:30. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? What's up? All aboard. There was a video I thought we could watch about related to this and the whole thing where the attorney Shannon, was getting emotional yesterday. But maybe we'll do it at lunchtime. We'll do it at lunchtime. Damn, 5:50 in the morning. Where you in Cali? Oh man, I went for a little jog this morning. I didn't have much time. The time really flies by.
I understand the court's ruling and that they're included.
Yeah, that was a year and a half ago, right?
Yep, yeah. But since that time, I have received further documents that show information that is critical to the defense from the psychiatrist who evaluated the shooter, and it appears that we have an issue that the shooter will not waive privilege.
Okay, let me ask you something. When we left yesterday, I asked whether there was any issues. I really do not like to use the jurors' time talking about these things. I'm aware of this issue. I'm frankly irritated because I feel like the court has been very timely in responding to the attorneys, and I don't. The scheduling order had a motion cutoff day in December, and I don't appreciate the during the trial homework assignments for the court. That being said, I'm aware of this issue, but that's why I asked about it last night. I do plan to make a ruling on that. We've done some of our own research. I've gotten motions from those two psychologists, but I'm not going back a year and a half and changing my ruling that could have been appealed at that time. Well, I know that things have happened since then, but those things were subject to appeal. The motion to quash the denial was appealed. All kinds of things were appealed. This case went to the Supreme Court for a year. I'm pretty sure it was coming back, which it did. And I know that I was stayed, so you couldn't file anything then, but these rulings were made a year and a half ago, and there's reliance on those, and no, the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court have not told me that that was error, that I shouldn't do that, or anything like that. And I think there was opportunity to appeal.
Your Honor, there was opportunity. Mm-hmm. We did appeal. We appealed to the Michigan Supreme Court. The court is absolutely right. Mm-hmm. The problem is, even after the motion cutoff, my office received records from jail psychiatrists that I need, that has important information.
Okay, let me tell you this. We're not arguing that motion right now.
I understand. So I'm just placing my objection on the record because part of what I've asked for is that the evidence I am not going to be able to contradict that's going to come in through this witness is leaving me absolutely hamstrung. If the court rules that these psychiatrists cannot testify and the shooter is not going to testify, I'm left with this evidence coming in when I now know things I didn't know at the time. And I just learned these things, and we just got the objections to these people testifying, and from Sato this week about Ethan testifying.
That is not true. That is not true. The shooter's attorney, Ms. Lopton, asserted that privilege at the time that I provided the records. The records were provided under a protective order. The records are subject to an absolute privilege that we have been researching for the past week. There is an absolute privilege, as far as I can tell. If you you can find me a case that says there isn't one, I would be happy to read that. We have spent a lot of time on the homework assignment we were given while the trial is in full swing. I have found nothing that says those records aren't privileged. The privilege was asserted by Ms. Lofton at the time that you requested the records. I know it was asserted again by Sato, their new attorney, but it was asserted back in November. I could give you that date if you want. At the time that I provided those records under protective order because they could the prosecution had the records, and because they could potentially lead to exculpatory evidence on behalf of your client. I didn't plan on ruling about this today, but I guess I would direct you to the Stanaway case that talks about review of records, but that's of a victim witness's records. And in that instance, there was an in-camera review, but there has to be a threshold showing that there would be relevance. I don't have that either. So I'm working as hard as you guys are right now. So at the moment, I'm not going to go back and change my ruling from a year and a half ago. I think everybody has had ample time. When something is filed, I respond to it in a very timely way, despite the fact that I have one or two other cases. And I'm not changing my ruling from a year and a half ago. You could have appealed it to the Court of Appeals, the Michigan Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, whoever. So,
Your Honor, I'm not asking the court to change its ruling from a year and a half ago. I'm asking the court to make a new ruling based on new information that I literally got this week. I literally got this week that Ethan Crumbly will not testify pleading the fifth, and that...
I'm sorry, I have to interject. We brought this to the court's attention November of 2022. We've discussed this.
Let's go,
are you
baby.
talking about the 803 statements?
All of it.
Okay.
All of it. And I don't mean to interrupt the court, but just to supplement what the court indicated, counsel for the shooter filed an objection in November of 22 and then filed another objection regarding privilege in October of 23. And at one of the very first hearings in this case, we talked about how it would be near impossible for this attorney to call somebody with a Fifth Amendment privilege. We have Fifth Amendment privilege. We have the privilege in the Mental Health Code. And there's also the issues of hearsay, Judge, and there's nothing inconsistent in any of this. And counsel's had all this information.
Well, and Your Honor, I subpoenaed those three doctors. Those three doctors coordinated with my office to find time to come in and testify.
How can they testify?
And then they had attorneys file motions this week while we've been in trial, and I filed a motion while we were in trial asking for alternative relief. I'm not asking the court to change its prior ruling. Okay, I'm asking the court.
I have found no legal basis for your alternative relief, and I have tried mightily.
Well, the alternative relief,
I
agree with you. I'm not talking about the privilege, but I'm saying when the privilege is absolute, if the privilege holder will not waive it, the court rule says, and it doesn't have to be a complainant, it doesn't have to be a victim, it says if the privilege holder will not waive it, their testimony cannot come in. And what this court is going to allow to come in through
the privilege holder is not testifying.
I understand that, but the problem is the evidence coming in are statements this privilege holder made, and I have no way to cross-examine to show the inconsistencies and the important information.
I've received no offer of proof about that. I don't know if there's inconsistencies or information.
There's not. This argument isn't based on a false premise. And this is something we've been saying for months.
I don't know that. There's been
so we got to find out.
Supplemental filing saying that there should be an in-camera review for some reason. This person is not testifying. The shooter is not testifying.
Right.
So how is he someone who's providing testimony? He's not. Those are statements that were provided under 803. I was not prepared to have this discussion today because this morning, that's why I said last night, anything. The jury is waiting. I would say that I also asked that in the Zoom we had last week. I think it's disingenuous for the defense to say that they're surprised that the shooter would be taking the fifth. You are a very smart, very experienced attorney. Yeah. And all this stuff is sitting on my desk. There's a case, Giacalone, right? You can't put someone on the stand knowing that they're going to take the fifth. And aside from shooter, what's your favorite color? What question could you ask him that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights.
Okay, I'm sorry. This has to be a clear record.
Judge is pissed.
Well, it's not going to be a clear record now because the jury is sitting there.
I asked to have the shooter brought
the jury's
in
watching this?
after the issue of privilege was brought up by the shooter's attorneys and by the attorneys for the doctors. I was not planning to call the shooter until this privilege issue came up this week.
No, the privilege issue came up in November.
On the actual record,
yes,
not on the testimony. The testimony is all impeachment.
What testimony?
The testimony that I anticipate. I asked to have the shooter brought in after the issue of privilege was brought up by the shooter's attorneys and by the attorneys for the doctors. I was not planning to call the shooter until this privilege issue came up this week.
No, the privilege issue came up in November.
On the actual record,
yes,
not on the testimony. The testimony is all impeachment.
What testimony?
The testimony that I anticipate these doctors will give is straight impeachment of things the shooter said.
I need to correct the record. It is not. Dr. Anaker informed me that she had a conversation with defense counsel last week when counsel tried to subpoena her, and Dr. Anaker explained that to counsel that it is not inconsistent. She actually said that.
True.
I don't know.
That's
I don't know if it's inconsistent or not.
I kind of like seeing the front of her though, but I like the better video.
I have not read these records, but the privilege was asserted at a minimum last November by the shooter's lawyer, and try as I might, I cannot find an exception to that privilege. That privilege is absolute except in limited purposes. The privilege belongs to the shooter, and it's been asserted several times. I have personally, and my staff attorney, been looking for something that would support your position. The closest I've gotten is Stanaway, and that is a victim witness, and there was a threshold offer of proof by the defense regarding what should be searched for in an in-camera review. I am obviously not in a position to do an in-camera review of those records right now, nor have I been provided with some glaring thing that the shooter said. I lied when I wrote X in my journal, whatever it is. So,
Your Honor, I am going to put together an offer of proof of exactly what these doctors would testify to. I understand the court has not ruled yet about these doctors, aside from the fact that the privilege is absolute. I understand that. I cannot file that because of the protective order.
Yeah, I want the other video. Which way you guys want? I'll put on a vote.
I'm going to get it to everyone, and obviously we'll go from there. But I also want to state,
I could put this one smaller, the sharper one smaller.
We all know the Fifth Amendment.
I kind of want to see the front of them. What do you guys want to see?
He's been sentenced. It's our position that at this point, he does not have the same Fifth Amendment rights as, for example, James Crumbly.
It's just not the law.
Trial is not.
Okay, support it.
Oh, it'd be better?
Every lawyer in this room knows that sentence is going to
all right, so I'll minimize this.
Well after I retire.
Well, and the other thing is the evidence I intend to put in front of this jury, quite frankly, is evidence that the entire world knows about because it came out at the Miller hearing.
That's not the test for the law.
You're telling me why it's relevant and why it would be fair to you to admit it. I understand why you want it. Understand why you want it. I haven't seen it. Timing. I understand why you want it, but I have to follow the rules. Believe me, I have been researching this issue.
Well, and I'm sorry, that's why I'm pointing to the rule about when the privilege holder won't waive it and when the privilege holder won't testify and can't testify. I'm going to the third option, which is that evidence just can't be used. If I have no way.
This is non-testimonial evidence that's being admitted today, not testimony. Non-testimonial evidence. I'm not finished. Not testimonial evidence, and that's the basis of this court's ruling. There's no Crawford issue. There's no confrontation issue. It's non-testimonial. If it were, we'd have an issue. We don't.
And I believe the Crawford issue is preserved, and this is testimonial because this is information that is tantamount to testimony in this case.
The rules of evidence, 803.3 specifically, 803.1, talk about present sense impression. I did a thorough evaluation of some of those statements at that time, which was about a year and a half ago. What month was it? Maybe I'm blocking it out. I evaluated all of those statements, and I made a ruling based on a hearsay exception, or the declarant whether the declarant is available or not is immaterial. So whether he testifies or not is immaterial, which says to me it's separate. Those statements are separate from any testimony. The person who made those present sense impression statements, whether they testify or not. That's what 803 says. The theory behind it is that it's done in a contemporaneous way. So I made those rulings a year and a half ago, and I invited anyone to appeal anything that you wanted to appeal. There was a motion to quash. There was a lot of things appealed, and that could have been appealed as well. So it's not that that either side hasn't had the opportunity. So I will read any case you provide. I have been researching whether or not those records could be admitted, and I have found nothing that would direct me to allow doctors to testify about privileged records that have not been waived by the person who holds the privilege, and that person is the shooter. And that privilege has been asserted repeatedly by Ms. Lofton and by Sato. I will read any case you give me, and I've been frankly trying to help you. I can't find a case that allows for that. So,
Your Honor, the only cases I can find, and I think it's because this is a unique issue, and there has probably never been a case like this, with parents who are also charged with murder type crimes, and the shooter is charged with a murder crime that he pled to. So this is a very unique situation. Unfortunately, it's a case of first impression. I know the court knows this. And so when I look at the cases, I agree with the court that most of the cases deal with a complaining witness or an alleged victim and their rights. But the court rule says privilege holder. It does not limit it to complainant. And I agree with this court. There's not case law. And that's why I'm asking this court to make a decision to not allow these statements pursuant to the court rule, because I have no way to defend them. But if the court's ruled, the court's ruled.
Okay, well, I didn't plan on ruling
Lord
on
Almighty.
that this morning. I mean,
I will still
if
file
you-
an offer of proof, and I will still file a list of what the evidence would have shown. And I understand the court will make a decision about the doctors testifying. That's the best I can do.
okay, well, I'm doing the best I can do. So.
I know you are. And
Anything else? Anything else?
Just really quickly, what the court rule says is that if the privilege is absolute and the privilege holder refuses to waive the privilege to permit disclosure, the trial court shall suppress or strike the privilege holder's testimony. I'm not done.
Oh!
Testimony, this is non-testimonial evidence, what we just said. There's nothing more. This isn't a case of first impression. This is the law. It's been the law for a very long time.
well, the problem is,
okay,
I want the testimony, and I'm being told I can't get the testimony.
That is directed at a person who puts, like someone who is in a car accident.
I could tell she's
and
crazy,
they're
man. I could
suing an
sense it in her.
insurance
She's my
company,
type.
And they're putting at issue, they say that I've been
she'd drive me
depressed,
crazy.
I can't leave my house since this accident, whatever it is. If they testify to that and then they object to having their mental health records admitted, it's problematic because that person, the witness, put their mental health issue in that case at issue.
No,
they put their mental health at issue. And so you can't use your shield as a sword. That's what that is
Come
about.
on.
So if you are a witness who's alleging damage to your mental health, yet you will not waive the privilege with regard to your psychological records from mental health treaters, then that testimony is stricken. There's a reason for that. You can't use your shield as a sword. That is the reason for that. That is wholly separate from this issue. With regard to asking the shooter to testify, it's not that I'm saying you can't call him as a witness, but two of his attorneys have said in no uncertain terms that he's taking the fifth. Both sides, not just the prosecutor. Again, I think that's Giacalone. I don't know. All of this stuff is sitting on my desk. You are not allowed to put someone on the stand knowing that they're going to take the fifth. And I cannot think of a single question beyond what is your name that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. So, I don't know what you could even ask him that he would answer or that his lawyers would let him answer. So it's not, I am going to prohibit you from putting any witness on the stand who takes the fifth in front of the jury. That is strictly prohibited.
Well, I didn't know they couldn't do that.
Are there other questions that you could ask him? I can't even imagine. That would not impede.
I think she just wants to bring him up and have him plead the fifth and everything.
I understand your problem.
In front of the.
I understand the difficulties.
Jury.
I do. And if you knew how much time I have spent and my staff attorney have spent on this, it's mind-boggling. But at the moment, I have nothing that lets me say I have to rule in a way that is the most fair for the defendant, but goes against the law as I know it. I don't have something that lets me do that. If someone has something that lets me do that, I would be happy to hear about it. Okay, I'm bringing the jury in. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey, what a mess. What a mess this morning. Interesting. Hot fire. So Ethan's not going to, and that's what we were kind of reading yesterday, something about he didn't want to testify. Let me tell you, Ethan, because he's appealing the life sentence, he's trying to slither his way out of the situation too. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's looking out for themselves, of course. You know, the mother, Jennifer, right now, she's looking out for herself. That's why they're throwing the father under the bus, the son's under the bus somewhat, and the son, Ethan. I don't know, maybe somebody talks sense into his crazy ass. He maybe he wants another chance at life or some type of way to maybe in the future. I don't know how. Maybe they put him in a facility, a low security facility or something. But they're trying to appeal his life sentence. Personally, I'd like them.
Who's the next witness?
We're tracking. Bring this knobby ass into court.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony
like
about to give is a true self?
agent, I guess.
Right. Could you take your seat there at the door where you have a seat? And then could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Edward Wagrowski, EDWARD, last name WAGROWSKI.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am employed with the U.S. Secret Service.
How long have you been at the Secret Service?
Just a couple weeks.
Now, prior to this current job, where did you work?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the Sheriff's Office?
28 years.
Okay, in those 28 years, where did you work?
I started out in dispatch and went to corrections after that, the road patrol, and then eventually did computer crimes.
Okay. And tell me, when you say computer crimes, what does that mean?
Do anything that has to do with a computer, cell phones, forensic examinations of computers, DVR equipment, call detail records.
And how long were you in computer crimes?
10 years.
In your time in computer crimes, did you receive specialized training with forensic analysis of electronic devices?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is Exhibit 422. Sir, just confirm for us that that's your CV.
Smith, do you object to its admission?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No objection to his admission, and also no
CV.
objection to his qualifications.
CV. So you would stipulate to his qualifications. You would stipulate that he's an expert in forensic examination of computers.
Yes, yes, sir.
Forensic.
Cellular cell phone forensics, historical cell site analysis.
Yes, the defense stipulates to both of those, the CV and that he's qualified as an expert.
Historic, say it again, please.
Cell site analysis and cell phone forensics.
Historic cell site and cell phone. Okay. You may consider him as an expert in the area of historic cell site analysis and cell phone analysis. So, yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Well, sir, now we don't have to go through the entire CV, but let's just talk a little bit about your training as it pertains to cell phone downloads and forensic analysis.
Okay.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this field is evolving?
Always.
So you said you spent 10 years there?
Yes, sir.
What sort of things did you do in computer crimes 10 years ago?
Things were a lot different. It was actually a lot easier to do forensics back then because with updates of how the phones operate, how Apple or whoever Android operating system, they just make it more difficult. And now we have to figure that out.
What do you mean more difficult?
With encryption, file-based encryption on a hard drive, so data that you hold personal can't just be taken off the phone and given out to whoever.
So talk to me about what a detective in computer crimes, or first of all, what your current role at the Secret Service, what exactly do you do there?
I'm a network intrusion forensic analyst.
Okay. So would that be the same sort of duties you had in computer crimes?
Yeah, the same thing that I did, cell phone analysis, computers, just with more network intrusion, like someone hacks into a bank or something like that.
Okay. So walk me through, what is a typical day for a expert in the area of cell phone forensics?
Typical day is you come into work, you just see what work needs to be done. Really, the case, depending on the case, how important it might be to get that, to either examine those phones or contact the detective that brought that stuff in to see exactly what they're looking for on those devices.
So you'd be somebody to receive the cell phone, seize an investigation, and then conduct an investigation into that device?
Correct.
Okay, so what does that entail?
That entails, depending on the device, we have tools that are able to obtain the data from the phones, and then we then take that data, because it could be voluminous, thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of pages, and then put it into an easy readable format called Celebrate is the company, and they make a forensic analyzer reader, which makes it easy to look at.
So that reader, that's one of the tools, forensic tools you mentioned?
That's not the tool that we use. That's what we give out to investigators. The tool that we use is a little bit more than that reader tool, with the functionality that it gives us. But the reader tool makes it easier for the average investigator to look at.
Okay, so help me understand this. So a phone is taken as part of evidence, a search warrant is obtained for that phone, and then you're given the phone itself. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so tell the jury, please, what do you do with the phone? Walk us through that step by step.
Depending on the phone, again, if it's passcode protected, or if it's not passcode protected, there's different steps that we have to do. We hook it up to the tool. In this case, it would have been Celebrate, again, as a company, and the tool is their Celebrate Premium platform, and that's able to obtain what's called a full file system, which is everything on the phone, everything you can get off of it, as long as there's not encryption on it.
What's encryption?
Encryption is, how do I describe it? I don't make it easy, it just jumbles up the information. It makes the word "the" look like absolutely nothing that you can understand.
Okay. So as an investigator in the area of digital information, you don't confine yourself just to a cell phone. Would that be right?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. So what other sources of information would you draw upon as an investigator?
Someone's social media accounts, Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, all that stuff, anything you would download to your phone. And obviously the phones are cell phones, so you'd want to get the cell phone records from the carrier.
Okay. Now, talk to us about how you obtain that information from other sources other than just the device itself.
Via search warrant.
Okay. Before a search warrant is sent, do you send something else?
Yeah, there's something called a preservation letter. What that does is in order for us to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause and reason a judge to believe that the information you're looking for is going to be there. So while we're trying to gather that probable cause, we tell AT&T, don't destroy these records under any circumstances for 90 days until you hear back from us.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, why is it important to not confine yourself to just the device itself? When I say device, I'm talking about a cell phone. So why would you not confine yourself just to that cell phone?
Because sometimes the stuff isn't always stored on the phone. It could be stored on a server, and the computer system, like, again, Facebook, for example, or Instagram, that information isn't always stored directly on your device. It's stored on a server that your phone just accesses.
Okay. So is it your goal then as an investigator in computer forensics to gather as much information as possible?
Always.
And then when you gather the information, what do you do with it?
Start talking to the OIC, as it's called, the officer in charge of the case. What are you guys looking for? What do you need? How can we help you, basically?
Okay. Now, is every cell phone the same in how they store and transmit data?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me the differences.
The difference is, to put it plainly, the more advanced the phone, Apple, for example, or a higher-end Android device like a Samsung, could have file-based encryption, where a lower-end phone doesn't necessarily have that file-based encryption.
Do you know why that is?
It's just whatever the manufacturer wants to put on the phone to keep the cost down, to not have as many developers and all that stuff. You just keep the cost down by not having that as part of your platform.
So if the user of a phone is spending more money for the device from a certain manufacturer, they can expect to have a higher level of encryption. Would that be right?
Yeah, and features, yes.
And features, okay.
Yes.
So then, is it possible to recover deleted content from a phone?
Potentially.
And why is it potential?
Potentially because, again, you go back to that file-based encryption that I've said over and over. If it's Once you delete something on your phone, it's not necessarily always deleted on the phone, it's just encrypted. You telling it to delete it just erases the path to get you that encrypted data. And so we can't find it.
So it has nothing to do with the forensic tools at your disposal. It's regarding the manufacturer of the device itself.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about how some information can be stored on a server as opposed to a device. If something is deleted from a phone by the user, are you still able to recover it from the server?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And tell me in what circumstances.
For this situation in particular, I did some research. Facebook Messenger, for example, two people are having a conversation. I delete it on my phone. All I do is I tell my phone I don't want to see it anymore. Where Facebook, as the other person wants to see that conversation, won't delete it so that person can still read the conversation on their end of the phone.
Okay, so let's say you and I have a Facebook Messenger chat with each other, and I delete that from my phone. If the investigator wanted to recover that information, it wouldn't be on my phone. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes. Correct.
Okay, but then you could send a search warrant to Facebook, to the server, and obtain that information.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what if you and I both deleted it from our phones? What would happen then?
According to what I looked up and looked at Facebook's website, that it won't be available.
Okay, so then it's deleted completely if both users of the chat delete it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what about deleted text messages on the device itself? Tell me how that works.
Yeah, it just comes back to possibly being able to delete or retrieve deleted text messages on how they're stored in the phone, if the database is still available, or if the app's totally deleted from the phone, and all that data is stored in the phone, and I tell it to delete that app, then it could possibly be totally gone.
So if you were to review, let's say, screenshots from one person's phone and then a forensic analysis of somebody else's phone, if the screenshots didn't match up with the forensic analysis, what would that tell you?
That was possibly deleted.
Okay. Now, during the course of this investigation, People versus Jennifer Crumbly, did you uncover evidence of deleted content from Jennifer Crumbly's phone?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and we're going to get into that later. But before we do, could you tell us just in general terms, what does a cell phone do that maybe a layperson wouldn't know?
It's continually working in the background, talking to a cell tower. One, so your carrier knows where you're at, so it can give you the phone call that someone's trying to get a hold of you, or a text message, or it is updating your email account without you telling it to do it, because the application is just constantly looking for a signal, so you open it and there's most updated information.
And that's when the phone's powered on, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when the phone's powered on, it's constantly doing things. Would that be right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about when the phone's powered off?
It's doing nothing. It's just off.
Okay, so it can't update?
Correct.
Okay, so when a phone's powered on, is it possible to obtain the location of that device?
Yes.
How so?
Because there's a feature, whether you have an Apple product or an Android product, each one of them has what they call location services, and it's actually to benefit the user of the phone. So because that information is sold to McDonald's or whatever, next, you're near McDonald's and your device says, hey, I'm near McDonald's. Oh, cool, I'll send you an ad for McDonald's or a coupon for McDonald's. So that's...
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have, as an investigator, a fair amount of reliability in that because of the capability for somebody's phone to sell the device basically to an advertiser.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And are you able to obtain someone's location from their phone based upon other data as well?
That's correct, yes.
And how so?
Through the carrier themselves, AT&T or T-Mobile, whatever you may have. Again, your cell phone's constantly talking to a cell tower, and they try to triangulate your position on where you are based on the signal back and forth from each tower.
Now, on an Android phone, for example, it automatically comes with a Gmail account. Is that right?
No, you have to make a Gmail account.
Okay, you make a Gmail account.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone were to have a Gmail account, would that also help an investigator determine the location of that device?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Because again, that information, that location services, is stored within that particular Gmail account that someone might have. So if we would search warrant Google for your particular email, the Gmail, they would have, if that's turned on, the location services would be given to us.
Okay. So I want to talk about the evidence in this particular case. There were a total of 7 phones recovered, and I'll go step by step with you. So I'm going to review with you, I'll show you a slide here, of some of the sources of available information. So you see that as a school shooter, his initials.
Yes, sir.
Now, is it true that you reviewed a T-Mobile phone last 4 digits, the phone number 1551.
That's
A
right.
Facebook account.
Correct.
And an Instagram account.
Correct.
And you were able to determine, and we heard testimony yesterday, that both James and Jennifer Crumbly followed that particular account.
That's correct, they did.
Okay. So you were able to review not only the shooter's phone, but also social media, Facebook and Instagram for that individual.
Correct.
Okay. Now regarding Jennifer Crumbly's electronic information, you reviewed information from 3 phones.
Correct.
Okay, so we have one listed as an original phone. Are you aware that her original phone was seized on November the 30th in the evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you're aware that she purchased what we refer to as a burner phone or a track phone that night?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's the number, the 947 phone number?
Correct, that's right.
Okay. And you're also aware that subsequent to turning over her original phone and prior to arrest, she obtained another phone?
Correct.
And that was with her same original phone number?
Correct.
Okay, so you reviewed that device as well?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Okay. So just so we're clear, when I say you review the device, we're talking about forensically analyzing the data on that cell phone?
Correct, yeah, exactly.
Okay. You were also able to obtain information from Facebook, from 2 different Facebook accounts?
Correct.
Okay. And information from a search warrant served on Google regarding her Gmail account?
Correct.
Okay. And that Gmail account and that Yahoo account, does that include location data?
The Gmail account, yes, yes, it does.
Gmail account did?
Yes.
Okay. Now regarding James Crumbly, again, 3 cell phones. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. His Instagram account?
Correct.
His Yahoo account?
Correct.
His Gmail account?
Correct.
An email through Charter Communications?
Correct, yes.
And then a search warrant was served on DoorDash to obtain his DoorDash driving location history.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your goal with obtaining all of this information as an investigator into digital evidence is to obtain the who, the what, the where, the why, and turn that information over to the officer in charge and ultimately the prosecutors in the court. Is that correct?
Correct. Everything we can get.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 76. I don't believe we have an objection to any of the evidence coming in through Officer or Investigator Bogorowski, do we?
No, we have several objections. And I believe many of them have been placed on the record already, but let me open up 76.
Okay, this is 76. Okay.
We have no objection to 76.
Okay, 76.
And I'm sorry, with this witness, we're going to have to go exhibit by exhibit.
That's all right. 76 is admitted.
Okay. So what are we looking at?
That is what it would look at, a printout from the Celebrate Reader or Celebrate Physical Analyzer program of someone's information that's obtained through their phone. And it's Jennifer Crumbly's followed her son's Instagram account.
Okay, so just to give us an idea of what we're looking at here, this is a snippet from a PDF export from that forensic tool they use.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so tell me how that digital information comes to you and how it ends up looking like this.
The reports, the information that we have, you can put it in any number of formats. You can put it in a PDF like this is, in a Word document or Excel spreadsheet. And you just tell the software what you want it to show you and export the software, and this is what it produces.
Okay. So moving on to Exhibit 77. This is a portion of James and Jennifer's Facebook messages. And Judge, I did want to place on the record that we do have an additional exhibit 423 that'll be introduced to this officer too. That's the entire Facebook message thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly.
My bad. Thought I was
Counsel
talking.
placed an objection on the record yesterday regarding that, so we're introducing the entire 2,000-page thread.
And
Yeah,
Your Honor,
2000?
I until I look at that 2,000-page thread, I object to it. My objection.
Yeah, but looked at
I
it,
need
girl.
to look through it. I might not object to it.
You know what you're
My
doing?
objection yesterday was about the exhibits the prosecution was showing, those individual exhibits. They deleted parts of those.
Hold on. Nobody deleted anything. This
Okay.
is
Well, they put
demonstrative. The exhibits are the same, and
Okay,
we're giving the whole thing.
okay.
Okay, and
You can, they're admitting an exhibit and showing the jury portions of it. They're permitted to do that, right?
right. So, But I'm just saying, my question yesterday about the parts missing did not mean I'm asking for all thousands and thousands of texts to be introduced.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a look at them and see if we do have an objection, and we may not.
Okay.
The other,
You've had them for a while.
what's that?
You've had them for a while.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have.
but
January of 22.
I guess the difficulty is that
22 since 22.
the prosecution does not want the jury to get the impression that they're in some way hiding something or not presenting something to them. So they're presenting the portions of that exhibit that they think are relevant for purposes of this witness's testimony. In the event that you want the entire exhibit in, the prosecution is saying we don't object to that.
Right.
So it's up to you. You can let us know.
Right, and I believe the only problem is this court's made other rulings where things are discussed in those texts that are not a part of this.
Okay.
So when I reviewed their exhibits, as a whole. They're allowed to show different pieces of the exhibits, but that didn't mean I was suggesting we just admit the whole thing, because you've made other rulings about.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
They don't want the jury to think that they're not willing to provide the boxes and boxes of evidence. I'm sure that there are in both of these cases, but I'll leave it to you. They want to ask this witness questions about specific portions of those 2,000 pages. They don't want to show the jury 2,000 pages and then ask questions about it. So.
I completely understand that. I get that. The other thing I would ask the court is, until the exhibit is admitted, I would ask that the exhibits are not being published to the jury.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
correct.
fine. Yeah,
correct.
that's fine.
Okay. Well,
Correct. Agreed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. We're on exhibit 78.
This is 78.
Okay. And
Okay.
let me just find my list really quick.
Okay. So 70
Lord
times
almighty.
submitted.
In 78, we have no objection to.
Okay. Yeah. Tell us what the exhibit is.
76 was admitted as well.
Yeah, just try to put tell us what the exhibit is prior to, so that she knows which one.
I have that 76 was admitted, 78 was admitted. The prosecution indicated they are skipping what was
77.
proposed exhibit.
This trial
77.
clearly is about this attorney.
Okay, so
Although
It's not
we have
about
no
the
objection to
defendant or the
77.
victim.
okay, so you don't object.
It's all about this
76 or
attorney.
78, so they're admitted. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Do you remember my question?
No, sir, I don't.
I don't either.
Okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 78. It's been admitted. This is from the James and Jennifer Facebook message thread. Okay. So before we get into the content, you talked for a little bit before about deleted content, specifically a Facebook Messenger thread between two people.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation, you came to learn that Jennifer Crumbly had a Facebook account.
That's correct.
And that James Crumbly also had one.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you uncover this particular chat thread on Jennifer Crumbly's phone?
No,
Okay. How did you obtain it?
through a search warrant to James Crumbly's account.
Okay. So if there is an actual chat history, in this case, a 2,000-page chat history between two people, but it's not found on a device, but it's found on the server, what does that indicate to you?
That one person deleted it.
Okay. And in fact, Jennifer Crumbly had the Facebook Messenger app on her phone.
That's correct, she did.
Just this was deleted.
The chat thread, correct.
All right. Now 78 is a few slides, so we'll go through it together. Okay, we have the date and time up there. We're going to start with March the 9th of 2021. We're going to backtrack a day to give it context, and then we're going to go through late winter, early spring of 2021. Okay, so before we get into this, is it fair to say that as an investigator who analyzes all this electronic and digital information, you're able to provide a digital footprint for the individuals you're investigating?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the goal of your investigation, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr.
Blue
Mama,
is
thank
who?
you.
That is Jennifer.
I'll
That's
read
Jennifer,
the
okay.
message in a second.
So
Thank
she
you for
wrote,
the
leaving
cash
at
app.
4 today, what time you done? And that was March 9th at 2:55 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, now it says UTC -5. What does that mean?
The UTC is, that people might know as GMT, it's where all time starts in Greenwich, and then it goes plus or minus depending on which way you go from that line. At that time of the year in March, we were -5 hours from the start of time. So if you add 5 hours, it would give you what the UTC actual time is on the year.
So when we see UTC minus a number, that indicates to us that that's real time.
That's correct. It's already been factored in. The software did that.
Perfect. Okay. So March the
Green
9th,
text
you able to get an
bubble,
idea what
right?
James and Jennifer were
Rocking
doing and
Android.
talking about in this
Lot of
conversation?
money.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she wrote leaving at 4 today. What time you done? James wrote 5. He's in green.
Correct.
And we know that because that's his Facebook ID as well as his name that came with the Cellbrite reader.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she wrote, okay, see you at
Oh,
5:30.
Facebook messages.
Correct.
Maybe they highlighted green. I don't know.
Sir, in all the information that you recovered, is it fair to say that James and Jennifer Crumbly communicated quite a bit through Facebook Messenger?
Yes, sir. They did.
And so the Facebook Messenger thread is substantially more so in volume and data than any text message thread you found between the two of them.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. 3:46, March 9th, Jennifer wrote, bring me socks and a drink, LOL. What did James write?
A drink? Nah.
Okay. Jennifer, got myself a drink.
Yeah, I don't need you.
At 4:31 p.m.
Got myself
And
a
James's
drink.
response?
Okay, you grab smokes too? Almost out, I think.
Okay. And she writes, yes. Did you check the front porch? And what did James write?
Nothing on the porch. What were you expecting?
And she wrote their new blankets. Now, are you able to determine where they go later that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so need hoodie, NOL socks. I believe that was supposed to be wool. He wrote hoodie check, what are no socks on my way. Okay, now this is exhibit 79. Actually, I'm going to approach. Unless there's an objection to the photograph found on her phone.
I have no objection, but again, I would ask.
That's fine. That's fine.
Before they,
Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank
I
you.
agree- I agree with you. Okay.
but no objection to 79. Thank you.
Okay, 79 is admitted.
There are two exhibits on one side, so
Okay.
this is 79, and underneath it is 80. Have you seen those items before?
Yes, sir.
And how have you seen them?
There were pictures on Jennifer's phone.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 79, I believe stipulation, as well as 80.
I'm sorry, can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
Oh.
I have no objection to 79 or 80.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
79 is admitted and 80 is admitted.
Now, as an investigator, are you able to tell when you look at a photograph that's saved on a phone where the photograph was taken and when it was taken?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially. Okay, in what circumstances?
If the camera is set to record, that you wanted to tell you the date and time that it was taken and the GPS location of where you're at on the earth.
Okay. So 79 and 80 on the screen. 79 is the picture itself, and then in the text box on the right, that's the metadata.
Correct.
What's metadata?
Metadata is, we call it, it's the data within the data. The main data here is a picture of the horse. The metadata inside that data is all the stuff, the camera make, the camera model that's captured that you just don't usually ever know what happens.
Mr. Mama, thank you for the cash out to 50. Appreciate that. She said for
You know, I
car
think
chase
before we get
karma.
into
I got the
your
laptop.
investigation into the
I'm setting up right now. Just as happy
I
Friday.
want us
Thank you.
to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement, how you got involved in this case. So November 30th, 2021, you were a detective in computer crimes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember that day? Okay. Were you working?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at 12:51 p.m. on November 30th?
At 12:51 p.m., I was sitting in my office, I believe, at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you learn of the school shooting in Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how you learned that and what you did next.
Our captain came in, and well, prior to that, our sergeant, who was off that day, had said that there was a shooter at the high school, and we thought in the office like there was just somebody near the area that fired a long gun or something like that, from a house, and the police are gonna show up and do their job. And then probably a few minutes after that, our captain came in and said that there was a shooting at Oxford High School, and the phrase used was all hands on deck.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Being what is referred to in the business as a computer nerd. You just grab your stuff, your computer, your laptop, what you think you might need, what we had no idea what we were getting into. And I knew Oxford was a long ways away from the Pontiac area. I figured by the time I got there, it was going to be long over, and me and my partners are just going to do what we do.
Okay, so did you get a squad car? Did you get an unmarked car?
I have an unmarked, at the time I had an unmarked white minivan with emergency lights and siren in it.
So did you start heading north then?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me about that.
Well, at first it didn't seem real. I remember pulling out of the parking lot, and I looked to my left, and there was some patrol cars coming around the corner. There's the medical examiner's office down there. And I'm like, then it like really came real. Like, holy crap! Like they know about it. It was the state police. I'm like, they know about it. Like this is serious. It's bigger than I could ever have imagined. So I flipped my lights on at that point and just drove north.
Okay. How fast were you going?
As fast as the van will let me.
How long did it take you to get there?
I have no idea. It seemed like eternity, I can tell you that much.
So Oxford High School, it's a large school. It's one level. It's one story, rather.
Yes, sir.
As far as area, it's got a pretty big footprint. Okay, so where did you go when you pulled up?
When I was driving there, there's a lot of radio traffic, a lot. I remember I was actually at 24 and Lapeer Road, M24 Lapeer Road and Updike, and they called that S1 was in custody. And I was still, I know, a ways off from there. But that, we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if there was a second shooter, third shooter, a bomb landed somewhere. So, we just didn't stop. And I drove north on 24. Again, it seemed like eternity. And with every half mile I drove, it seemed like there was another emergency vehicle falling in behind me.
Yesterday was described as a caravan. Would that be accurate?
Oh, it was definitely a caravan. There was one time I remember approaching a light, we were getting closer, and there was, the light had just turned red. So cross traffic was going to start, which obviously a dangerous situation, being in a car. Actually, the white minivan that no one believes is a police car. And so as I approached, I got up into the intersection. I inched my way in there to stop traffic and hold the intersection. And I counted every vehicle that went past me. There were 18, or SWAT trucks, ambulance, patrol cars from agencies that were nowhere even near our area.
So tell me what you see when you pull up on the scene.
Like I said, there's a lot of chatter on the radio. I wasn't familiar. I'm not familiar with the area of Oxford at the time. I had no idea where the school was. All I could hear was the staging area and Ray Road. And so I'm just thinking, I'm just going to drive north. I'm going to follow this caravan. We're going to go up there. And as soon as I see the Meyer, I'm going to stop there because I have no idea where the heck I'm going. I didn't bother putting in my GPS, of course. And I turn onto Ray Road, and all I see is I see kids that look like my kids.
Oh,
There were girls wearing real, small clothing, and one kid, I didn't have a shoe on. They were coming down the road, coming towards the Meyer, and just like walking across the snow. And I remember it was cold that day. I had 2 coats on, and I was shaking when I got out of my car. And there was kids just walking past me, dressed like anybody in this courtroom is right now, they're not ready for the weather.
So you said you went to the Meyer on Ray Road?
Yes.
Did you learn that was the reunification point for parents and children?
At the time, I didn't know that was a reunification point. I just saw that there were a ton of kids going there. When I got out of my car, walked down there. They were sending everybody down to the garden area to try to get, names of people that had gotten to that point. And once I got, that would be at the south end of the Myers. Once I got to the garden area, there were kids just everywhere, just standing in the cold or making their way into I'm sorry.
oh,
Okay.
man.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived? Where did you go?
Like I said, I went to the garden area. I picked up on what they were trying to do.
She got emotional. You saw that? Were they crying too?
Just to write down everybody's names and phone number, all the students that were coming in. So I first started just collecting that. And then they started telling everybody, you know, we got to go outside and get all the kids inside because again, it was freezing out there. And so I go back outside and I start like trying to direct people like to go inside. And I know the trauma they just experienced, so I'm not gonna force them in the building. I'm not gonna grab them and drag them in there. And I remember putting my arm on a couple of the kids' shoulders and like they didn't move, they didn't nudge, they didn't do anything. There were parents there, just standing there. There were some parents that had made it reunified with their kids. I remember seeing school buses pull up.
School buses with who?
Students on it for that had made it out of the school.
Did you go to the school?
Yes, I was probably at the Meyer for like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maybe. And then Detective Jeff Enger had called me and said that he was attempting to obtain the security footage for the school.
Where does Jeff Enger work?
He's also a detective at Peter Benjamin and works with me.
So you were asked to go to the school?
Yes, sir.
Why were you asked to go there?
At that time, I was a little more versed in DVR systems. Jeff had told me, Detective Enger had told me that he was looking to trying to get that off of there, and he just didn't, he wanted to get it right, of course. And so he asked me to come there and help him.
Okay. So you drove to the high school from Meyer, or did you walk?
I drove.
Okay. And where did you go when you got there?
I drove to what would have been the north entrance of the school.
The main entrance?
Yes, main entrance.
And tell me what you saw when you walked in.
When I first walked in, well, there's vehicles people walking in and coming in and out, crazy chaos. And I walk in and Sergeant Sean Wilson was standing at the door, keeping security, so to speak, at the time, making sure people aren't coming in, they shouldn't be there.
Okay. And where did you go?
I asked where the security office was because that's where Detective Enger told me he was, and people pointed me. Eventually, it was back behind the main office.
Okay. So tell me what you did when you arrived and who was there.
Jim Rourke was there, who was a school security at the time. He was trying to get the video footage. Detective Jeff Enger was in the room. Lieutenant Marsban was in the room. Deputy Lewert, who was a school resource officer, was in the room, and ATF agent was also in the room.
That was Mr. Brandon?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Special agent, not Mr., I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you know him at the time?
I had no idea who he was.
Okay. And you said you had a familiarity with DVR systems, that's why you were called.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so what was your specific role at this part of the investigation?
I'll be honest, I wasn't given a direct mission or anything at that time because they were looking for a second bad guy or third bad guy. And so I knew that people would want to know, the bosses would want to know what happened, like where did it start? Who was it if they didn't know that, or were there more people or whatever? So we just started to look for the shooter in the hallway that it started.
Was the school made safe at that point? They were still clearing the school?
No, it was not.
Okay. So the officers were still conducting their searches, because like you said, they weren't sure if it was one shooter, two shooter, one shooters?
It might have been, I'm sorry. It might have been 1:30, 1:45 at this time, maybe a little bit later than that.
Okay. That's the time you arrived at the school?
And got to the office, correct?
Got to the office. Okay. Thank you. Did you learn how many surveillance cameras were active in Oxford High School on November the 30th of 21?
Yes, there's well over 90 of them.
Over 90, okay. And so it was your job at that point, or your role as you saw, to identify who the shooter was?
Correct.
Okay, so how did you go about doing that?
We started in the hallway, the 200 hallway where it all started, in the bathroom that the shooter came out. And we attempted to backtrack him going in there. I remember it took us like 15 minutes to try to figure out because he had actually changed his clothes. We didn't know who the shooter was. We didn't know his name in the office at that time. He was in custody at the time. We didn't know. And I remember someone in the office, someone saying, eventually giving us his name and then saying that he was in the school counselor's office earlier that day. So we went back to that time of day when he was going in and out of the school counseling office to find out what he was actually wearing at that time. And we were able to follow him to the bathroom then.
How long did that process take you?
Well, because we didn't know what he was wearing, it took us 20 minutes to try to figure that out.
Now, are you the person? So you backtrack to the point where the shooter walked into the bathroom that he emerged from to begin the shooting. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you the person, the investigator, who actually put together the footage of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the path the shooter took in the school?
Very much so, yes.
I'm going to ask you to walk us through that. So he said, you told us that he went into a bathroom. That's the bathroom adjacent to room 258?
Correct, yes.
Okay, tell us what happens next.
He he comes out of the bathroom. What I envision is he comes out of the bathroom with a proud chest, with his almost like his shoulders are back, like he looked excited. He comes out of the bathroom, and immediately to his left is a victim, and he shoots her in her neck, and then her boyfriend was there and shot him in his. He put his hand up and shot him in his mouth.
Okay. And that's right outside 258?
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
He then quickly turned his gun to a group of 4 girls that were just standing there. He shot Hannah St. Julian, and she immediately fell to the ground. And then he continued shooting in the area that those girls were, and they sort of just like fell on top of each other, because they were hit as well.
Yeah, first one.
Sure.
This is a map. It's already been admitted. You can use it to describe.
What exhibit number?
That's 5, Judge. Thank you.
Judge 5. Okay. Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5.
At this point, it's under a minute that all that shooting happened. And then, so at that point, obviously, it must have really, again, kicked in, for lack of a better phrase, to the victims in the hallway, and they started running. Then the shooter, with just a one-arm grab, just started firing rounds down the hallway, with no regard for obviously anything, and bullets are flying, and there was one girl who was, you see at the end of the hallway. She just, as the shooting starts, she drops down into the fetal position, in an attempt to protect herself. And the shooter runs up to her and just puts the gun right to her head.
Wow.
And
damn, this guy was savage.
Madison. And you see her fall over. He then goes around the hallway, and there's, at this time, all the kids have gotten out of the area. Most of the kids. You see 2 girls. One stops at a classroom that obviously the victims inside have already locked the door, so you can't pull it open. You see her trying to tug on that door. And there's another girl with dark hair that comes running up behind her and like grabs her while the shooter is just shooting down the hallway. And then they just take off running further down the hallway. Then now he's rounded the corner from where it all started. Continues going down the hallway. I think at that point he might have reloaded his gun and continued down the hallway. I'm sorry. And then he stops as he gets to, like, there's a courtyard, what they call the cubby. Jim worked on what they call this area the cubby, where the cameras are. And you see Tate Neer, he comes in the door, and then just takes a left. He must not have known what was going on. And that's when the shooter leveled the gun, like if you were at a gun range and practicing. Leveled the gun, appeared to look down the sights of the gun, and fired around. Tate just fell instantly. He continues on down the hallway, walks past Tate, doesn't care to acknowledge the fact that even happened. I'm sorry. prior to walking down the hallway, that's right, he, while Tate's body was laying there, you see the shooter with the gun still level fires another round, and it causes Tate's body to jerk. I don't know if it hit him in the hip or the backside or whatever. Tate's body jerks, and then the shooter walks past him. You see his feet at the top of the camera frame. There's not a camera that picks him up because they don't. If there's not enough movement, they don't start recording. But you see his feet stop in what I later found out to be a teacher's classroom, and he turns and then he fires into that classroom. He continues on down the hallway, looking into classrooms and stuff like that. There was one, as he gets so far down the hallway, he had fired a couple rounds down the hallway. Once he gets to a certain point, all the children are gone at this point. The teachers had gotten him out of there. They had ran, out of the building and out through the door, wherever the heck they could get out of there. As he's coming back, you see him stop because the way that classroom was, if you're walking away from it, it's on your right-hand side, you don't see the classroom because it's actually behind you at this point. But as he's coming back, he must have seen people hiding in a corner because he can now see through the window. And he fires off a few rounds through that window. He keeps coming down. He's coming back down the hallway now at this point. And then the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, I didn't know her at the time. He walks right past her, and sort of, I don't know what she said to him, but if she said anything. But you see like the shooter as he's walking by, and the gun's in his hand, and he sort of just turns his head and just, I don't know why, but he turns his head and looks away from her, doesn't even look at her, doesn't acknowledge her as he's walking past. And then he continues on down the hallway and stops at the bathroom where Justin was killed. And just like an abrupt stop, like, okay, well, and he just turned right and went to the bathroom.
Yeah, it looks like Jennifer's car, I guess.
I didn't tell you to ask you that. You obviously have this committed to memory.
Oh, yes.
How many times have you seen this footage?
Like I said before, I don't know, it's burned in my brain.
And it was your responsibility to obtain that footage, to get the information to officials at the sheriff's office and federal law enforcement as well?
Yes, sir.
So you were the person that had to watch, rewind over and over again?
Countless times, yes.
Judge, this might be a good time for a short break.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client could use a second if we could, please. She's like, I'm trying to like.
It's almost kind of crazy how much they're trying to make this about Jen and her emotional whatever. For the people that, in case you haven't watched this yesterday, actually, it's a perfect time to watch the video I wanted to share with you guys.
Sergeant.
About that specific
I'm in
thing.
the habit of demoting and promoting people while they're on the stand. You're sergeant?
No, ma'am, I'm an analyst now.
You're analyst.
Civilian
Oh,
employee,
you're a
sorry.
civilian. Okay.
Sorry.
You dismissed her. Okay.
Bro, check this shit out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the other camera.
So you can't discuss your testimony with
What is this?
during the break. Okay?
So she's breaking down in court. What do you guys think about that?
All rise for the jury.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe she feels guilty. What do you guys think? You think she's guilty? Feeling guilty and stuff? Breaking down in the courtroom. So, in case those people are, for anybody wondering about why we're not using the other camera, I mean, we can switch. The problem is with the better camera, it's not switching around as often. But when it does switch around, it has like a back view of people. We can't see the front, like the one with the worst quality. The one with the worst quality, I think, is the, I don't know which feed that is. Maybe that's the Zoom thing or whatever. This camera here that looks better has like a back view. So normally we can't see like I like to see like the facial reaction sometimes with the attorneys and stuff. So that's the only problem is like this back view type of thing. So that's why we have the little bit of the worst quality one full screen, but every now and then when there's something pertinent, I'll turn this screen on so we can see together what's going on if there's something to see. the audio, there's different syncs between the two streams, so I can't. That's why it doesn't make to have the witness showing twice, at the same time, because it's going to confuse people. They're stepping out, but I feel like this attorney, she's making sure to be like, yeah, show for the jury, Kathy. I feel like, excuse me, they were already taking a break, and the judge, she's really kind of trying to stick to the time. She's really not really for too much of the break. She's like, if we really have to, she's like, okay. She really just wants to keep this trial paced at whatever pace they're trying to go to. But yeah, this attorney, what's her name? Shannon Smith or Shannon something? She had to make sure, even though they're already taking break, to be like, oh, wait, yeah, my client needs a break too. It's just too much for her. It's like, oh, God, bro. All right, so let's take a few minutes to, let me just thank the people real quick too. I wanted to share, and it's this whole topic of like the emotional stuff going on in the courtroom as far as like Jen and the attorney. Elizabeth, thank you for the PayPal for the 5 says love your coverage of the Crumbly trial. Thank you for your hard work. Betty, thank you, Betty. Oh, sorry, Betty. Betty, thank you so much. And let me check the chat real quick. Thank you for the memberships, Highness, Goldie Socks, Kimberly K. Thank you for that. I see you looking, Andrews. Thank you for the 27 months, man. I really, really appreciate the long-term people, especially that have been stuck with me. Good morning, Mel. Getting hot in the courtroom today. Yeah. Let me see. Hopefully I sent this video to myself. Last night. If not, I'll just go look it up again. Damn, apparently not. Let me look it up. I thought it was just perfect to go over today. Is it this one?
You get in the
Here it is.
convicted. And welcome back to Law and Crime. Michael Bryant here, following a very important case. This is the first going on in Michigan. The mother of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbly, Jennifer Crumbly, charged with involuntary manslaughter for her alleged role in her son's November 2021 school shooting. They claim 4 lives, injured a number of others. Defense looking at up to 15 years ago. Surveillance video. Smith, a jury, and let's take a look at what the judge had to say following that incident. It allegedly got pretty emotional. The judge took note of it to dismiss the jury, and let's take a look at what the judge had to say following that incident.
You are on the record. And
Your Honor, this court, upon the defense's request, instructed the prosecutors not to show emotion. You instructed the prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion, and you instructed us to let our victims know.
I don't think that's actually what I said.
understand the ruling, Your Honor. I
So she did rule some type of thing. Let's see, for
instructed upon the defense's request, instructed the prosecutors not to show emotion. You instructed.
So it was the defense's request. So that's another thing. Part of it. She's saying the prosecution that the defense made this request. You said not to carry on and do all this stuff in the courtroom, and yet you're the same people carrying on and doing the shit in the courtroom that you requested people not to do.
The prosecutors to tell our witnesses not to show emotion.
To the witnesses.
And you instructed us to let our victims know.
I don't think that's
Even the victims.
actually what I said.
understand the ruling, Your Honor. I do.
Yeah.
You're concerned about influence of the jury. I take no issue with it, but it was a difficult thing. It's difficult, and we're doing it. And then to have not just the defendant, her lawyer sit there sobbing.
Right.
I did not sob.
I just want to finish, Your Honor. I just want to finish. I think if that is the instruction, we are trying really hard to respect the court's instruction because I understand the reason for it.
Okay, I didn't tell people not to show emotion. Some of that is involuntary, but there have been times in this courtroom during trials when people will show facial expressions, or things like that, or make comments. I understand this is a very emotional situation for everyone here, right? If someone was audibly sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they would exit. And as you said, the reason for it. I didn't tell anybody not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary. So I guess I'm asking what you're asking of me.
I think it should apply to both sides.
Your Honor, first of all, I was not sobbing, and this is horrific.
I've never seen this before.
It's horrific. That's why we asked the court not to play it. This is horrific. I don't know how the prosecutor. She's watched it 100 times with these witnesses. It's horrific.
You've had this video for over 2 years.
I don't know. I don't have this video. I have to go to their office to watch it.
You've seen it.
No, I haven't, because it's not necessary. It's not relevant to my claim.
And that's kind of crazy too. That I don't know. She's saying she hasn't seen this. This is part of, like, you would think. I don't know. She'd look over it for your defendant. I don't know.
It's case. We've already litigated this, but we're doing our best. We were not sobbing or making a scene in any way. All my eye makeup's still on. I checked my camera.
I'm not having.
I need to run to the bathroom. I need a break.
Okay.
I could tell, man. This woman here, I don't know. I feel like at some point she's already had points, right? But I feel like something's gonna happen. She's gonna melt down or something throughout this trial.
Break. That's what we're doing, and you got to keep your voices down because
I'm sorry.
A little unstable or something.
The walls are carved.
And I agree. I can't imagine what they're seeing, what they're having to see visually. I mean, I don't know how nobody's gonna be able to have no emotion and stuff like that, but. An outburst of emotion in court would probably be much, and like the judge said, maybe you should step out or something.
Board in here, so
I'm sorry.
Okay, everyone here is human, right? Everyone here is human. I understand that. I'm striving really hard to give both sides a fair trial, and if people don't at least try to check themselves, to exit if it's that excruciating, which I know it is. I'm not a robot. I'm trying to keep myself from sobbing. I'll do it at 6:00 tonight, okay?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Your Honor, we don't have the option to leave the courtroom. We're trying our best. I promise you we are trying our best.
All right.
Thank you.
Everybody needs to take a deep breath.
So that happened. That's I've not seen that before. Here we have the defense attorney openly crying during the playing of the video of the shooting.
And I don't know if she was crying or not. That's what the prosecution said. We didn't have the angle of that, so I did see her wiping her face, but I don't know if it was what we did yesterday. So the thing is, yesterday we literally heard the sobbing, but we just didn't know who it was because the camera wasn't looking, whatever. It was just looking at the witness. So we could hear it. The
defendant's kid carried out at school. So we don't see that as well. They did not broadcast that because it is graphic and obviously very emotional. Boy, Brian Buckmeyer's here, Ron Zambrano. Ron, have you seen anything like this before? Did the judge handle it properly?
I've never seen anything like that before. And I think the judge is doing a great role in being the calmest person there, talking very calmly. What surprised me the most listening to that is that the defense attorney hasn't seen the video. At least once. I know it's something everyone would want to avoid, but she knew this was coming, and she maybe she could have used something in it. I don't know, but I think the judge did an incredible job. She's being calm and not reacting to anyone. People are, the defense attorney yelling at her, basically.
Yeah, this discussion took place outside the presence of the jury. So the jury sees the defense attorney melting down. They see the video. All of that's now in them. They're gone. They don't hear this discussion. So Brian, or should I say Brian, do you have a response to that? It seems that being a robot is more appropriate.
I joined Ron in this one. I was saying, what? You didn't see the evidence because you already figured it wasn't relevant to your case? No, I think we looked up her background. She's been doing this for over a decade. I was the homicide public defender for 9 years in Brooklyn, New York. You think I didn't want to see dead bodies when I was trying to argue that my client is not the person who killed them, that it was someone else in a surveillance video? Yeah, I didn't want to look at those dead bodies, but I had to. I had to look at this case because what if there is an issue that I can defend my client with? A doctor doesn't get to say, oh, I don't want to see this bloody mess. I'm trained to help this person, but it's so sad. No, if you choose this profession, you get in the trenches, you see the stuff that other people won't want to look at because it's our duty. We took an oath to protect the Constitution and defend people. And that sometimes means looking at horrible things. So yeah, I don't really care about crying in the court. My issue is that you intentionally went in with blinders in this case because you ordained that this was not relevant to your case. That is infuriating to me.
And I'm sure the argument was made, but once it was overruled, then she should have taken a look at it. So Ron, what do you do if you can't really ask for any sort of curative instruction because then you're just highlighting the issue, but you ain't unringing this weepy bell.
They're starting to come back into the courtroom. I can see I have the other feed here. They're starting to settle back in the courtroom.
I think the judge and the tones that she spoke to the attorneys tells the jury, listen, people are going to react to these things. You can't, what was a certain emotion is involuntary, and, don't let it influence the weights that you give to the facts that you're looking at. I think that's the best she can do because you could get a new jury. This is going to come again. People are going to cry. Just thinking about it, one gets emotional. Imagine being in the room with people that were there or watching the video. It's going to happen. So I think but the same tone, she's got to tell the jury the same thing.
Yeah, it makes my point from earlier. This is a very emotional story. And the more this jury is exposed to what happened, Brian, at the scene of those crimes, which have been admitted to, penalty meted out to Ethan Crumbly. He's never going to get out of prison. But this may be an extreme version of what I anticipated this jury is going to have to deal with.
Maybe, and yes and no, because when I look back is what is the prosecution's goal here? And I actually printed out the state of Michigan's Court of Appeals document of how they said, no, enough evidence was purported to move forward in this case. And what do they got to prove? They got to prove that the shooter presented a danger to the community. This is what they're doing. How else do you show that he was a danger to the community but for showing
Why can't
the
you
danger?
just say 4 people are dead and 6 people are injured as a result of what this guy did will stipulate to the things he did?
But they're going to stipulate to it?
No, they're not. But I'm just saying that's a way to do it.
Yeah. So then the defense should have brought it up and said, we're going to stipulate to that. But unless I hear otherwise that they didn't, then the prosecution has the right to prove their case. Also, there are varying degrees of danger. There are varying degrees of murder. And to show how dirty and how messy and how horrific this is, you've got to give the prosecution, as much as I hate when they make this argument in my cases, the leeway to do that. They've also got to show that this danger was apparent to the ordinary mind, as well as that Jennifer Crumbly neglected to address or divert this danger, and the dangers resulted in death. And so a lot of this case is the horrificness of these murders. So again, I go back to, you didn't watch the video?
But Ron, you're still going to, in my mind, cut it off at the point that this parent does or doesn't do what they're supposed to do. Once that first shot is fired, the parent's out of it. Everything the parent did, right or wrong, happened before any shot was fired. So I think dwelling on the aftermath of those decisions is a problem maybe for appeal.
It might be, but it's also like, what exactly happened? I haven't seen the video, obviously, but one of the things you have, did he have a moment to stop? Was there a moment that he stopped, or you got to see what he?
When this witness was talking about that, Ethan Crumbly, I think he had shot somebody or they had dropped down, but he literally walked up to this person and put the gun to the head. I was like, wow, man, this guy. Cold-blooded, no whatever. But then it was weird yesterday because remember yesterday, I think there was a principal that testified and she said they literally looked each other in the eye. I don't even know if they had a conversation, but he didn't shoot her or do anything to her. I wonder why that was. Was it just specifically students or I don't know. I also don't know if those students, did he target them for a reason or were they completely random? The ones that he killed. There was something else. I forgot what I was going to say. So you guys okay with the way we're doing the video right now? I mean, I could do a poll, but like I said, this one here, it's the back of their heads, so it kind of, even though this full screen is not the best quality. We can see the front of their faces and reactions, and then I'll just put this on and off the screen when it's appropriate, I guess. I know it's not the best deal. I could look for some other feeds, but that might be the only camera feeds. There's like pros and cons to all the different feeds, it seems like. Let me see, they got this one here. This one's the same one, back of the heads, back of the heads, back of the heads. I think they're sharing news feeds. There's just pretty much, I think, 2 different angles. And also the one on the right shows like the evidence and stuff like that. So when they show evidence like on the screen, I'll pop it up on the screen because the full screen doesn't show for some reason the on-screen displays. So we'll just maneuver it. You know, every trial has its different little, you know, things that we got to work out. Just figure it out day by day. Oh, and what I was going to say, I remember now. Somebody in the chat did say, if you guys remember that 6-year-old that shot a school teacher, I covered it on the channel too. They charged the parent, and I think that was fully appropriate. That they had multiple warnings, but I think these schools need to start being held accountable too. When there's like obvious negligence, like obvious whatever. I don't know. I almost think it's beyond lawsuits too. I think they need to start charging some of these people. Well, let's charge everybody. Well, let's bring all the parents in, these crazy wild kids. Start bringing their ass into court. Let's start bringing some of these schools in too. Some of these whatever that like blatantly, where it's like blatant, no, you know, no questions about it, no reason but doubt, blatant negligence. Pull their ass in too. So that 6-year-old mama was charged. I can't. You can't even almost even conceive that a 6-year-old bringing a gun to school. Like, what time are we in our lives? 6 years old. That means now you could be walking the street and you see a little child on the street, and they can pop your ass. They can shoot you. 6 years old. Evolve Lady says it takes a village. I've always had different feelings about it takes a village. But I do see what people mean by that, but I also think you got to be really careful because I think the village is corrupt. There's a lot of sick people within the village you got to watch out for. But I feel like I know what that means. Like, you know, kind of sometimes looking out for somebody or somebody's kid when their parents is not there for whatever reason. I feel like I've had situations like that, you know, like it takes a village type of thing. I remember one time I went to Maddie's, when she was in daycare, they had like a father thing. I forgot what they call it. You know how they have the mothers thing? The mothers come in to get the kid. They had one for the fathers. And I went there and there was this kid there that was by himself. You know, I guess his parents didn't come. And so I hung out with him and Maddie together just to kind of, so in that sense, I could see like maybe, you know, it takes a village, but I'd be really, really careful, man. Some of these people are sick. Your own family, your own friends, you know, whatever. The school, all these people, the schools, the sick people in the school. You know how many of these teachers are seducing kids and stuff? How many, like every day you're hearing these teachers doing some weird shit. I'm very, very cautious about the take village thing. Can't trust the church. Can't trust the teachers. You can't trust nobody, man. Yeah, right, Harry? I just saw something yesterday. Huge increase in women teachers, too. Oh, yeah, thank you, Flossie. Yeah, donuts for dads. Yeah. Sometimes it's little things, you know. I understand. I think I understand that concept, but you just got to be really careful with that concept, too, you know. Sometimes it's something as simple as I remember there was a parent that was really nice to me at Maddie's school. Sometimes it's something like a little reminder or whatever, you know, I don't know. Things like that help out.
Here's the witness. You can retake the stand if you'd like.
Audio's, just give me a second. I'm waiting for the video feed to come back. Yeah, this pop-up be something else. Import it. I don't want the import.
All right for the jury.
All aboard. Damn, Jen says, my kid was bullied a lot. I threatened the school and parents via the school. If they didn't get it under control, I'd be suing everyone. And all on TV, my son is on the spectrum. Hey, that's the thing, too. I feel like bullying's worse now these days.
You are still new. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
May I proceed, Jeff?
Sure.
Well, especially with social media now, it's just even worse, I think.
Just one more question about November the 30th. When you arrived at the Meyer on Ray Road, were there just a few parents there or a lot of parents there?
There were dozens of parents just standing there just waiting.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to the late winter of 2021 and the early spring of 2021, specifically how you came to know about information regarding that time period in your review of the defendant's device. So I had already introduced this exhibit. 79 is the photograph, 80 is the metadata. Okay, and if you could tell us, did you recover evidence around this time frame that was of note to you of an investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So like I said, we're going to start with March the 9th and move backwards from there. May I first witness?
Sure.
This is people proposed 81. Sir, I've just handed you a map. We were talking about metadata and how it can occasionally give an investigator an idea of where and when a photograph was taken. Okay, and if we look at the screen here on Exhibit 80, we had coordinates at the bottom of that metadata. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so 81 I've just handed you. That's the coordinates plugged into a map?
Yeah, in the Google, yes, correct.
People move to omit 81?
No objection.
81's
I'm
admitted.
sorry, 80.
It's a Google map of metadata.
Yep, no objection.
81's admitted.
Okay. So this is 81 on the screen here. And that tells you, in addition to the metadata, where that picture was taken, where that device was when the picture was taken.
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is March 9th of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask you about what Jennifer's son was texting Jennifer about on March 9, 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 82. Sir, those are text messages exported from Jennifer Crumbly's phone. Have you seen that in the past?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and how did you come to see that?
From a phone extraction.
Okay, and you extracted the information, you reviewed those messages?
Correct, yes.
People move to omit 82.
Any objection to 82?
I'm sorry.
82 is a text message between shooter and Jennifer, pages 105 to 106, dated March 9th, 2021.
Yeah, I believe that the court, I've
Previously lodged an
Thank you.
objection that I ruled on. Correct, it's preserved. 82 is admitted.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to publish that to the jury. It's multiple slides, and then you can look at the screen. So this information is from Jennifer's original phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so People's 82, we have multiple slides here. The blue is the defendant's son. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is he writing on March 9, 2021 at 7:50 in the evening?
He's asking if Jennifer could come home. There's someone in the house, I think.
Okay. And what's the next text he writes?
It's the third one says someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on.
Okay, that's March 9th, 2021 at 7:50.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and then March 9th, 7:50 and 52 seconds. What does he write?
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, no one was home.
And then he writes, there's no one in the house though.
Correct.
Dude, my door just slammed. That's at 8 p.m.
Yes.
Maybe it's just my paranoia. That's at 8:01 p.m. March the 9th.
Yes.
Okay. And then this is 8:01 p.m. text to his mother, the defendant, but when are you going to get home? And when was the next text response in the phone download that you recovered?
The next response was the following day on March 10th, where she said, "Where's your dad?" at 10 a.m., 10:21 a.m.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 83. Sir, take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what I just handed you.
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's an extraction report in a PDF format of a call log from a cell phone.
Okay, and that call log specifically was recovered on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Okay, this is from March of 9th, 2021 to March the 20th, 2021.
That's on the last page. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. People move to admit 83.
And I have no objection to that.
83 is admitted.
So the slide I'm going to show you, it's a snippet of that. We're going to go back to Exhibit 83 throughout your testimony.
Okay.
Specifically, because we're talking about March the 9th right now. March the 9th, 2021, the phone call to either his mom or dad to his father, James Crumbly. It was a missed call at 7:31 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And his mom called him at 8:38 p.m. March the 9th. I'm sorry, March the 10th.
Correct, on the 10th.
Okay, so the time those text messages were being sent to his mother, there were no phone calls or texts back in that relevant time period.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to back up a day to March the 8th. To give this context, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 84. Sir, 84 is the portion of the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly, pages 386 to 388, from March the 8th of 21. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
Okay. So I'll direct your attention to the screen. This is blue again is Jennifer, green is James. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because this chat specifically was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
That's correct, it was.
Okay. So Jennifer's words, Ethan going to bowling. What does James write?
IDK, I don't know.
Okay. And she writes, what do you mean IDK? His response,
I don't know exactly what I said. We'll know after he gets home.
okay. And Jennifer wrote, does he have his phone? Why isn't he home yet? He should be home by now. That's March 8th, 21 at 3:12 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Then she writes, freaking out. And James's response,
He does not get home until 3:16.
okay. And then Jennifer wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th, 21, 3:13 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And James writes, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work.
That's correct, he did.
Okay. So for context, this is the day before those text messages were sent by the defendant's son to the defendant.
Correct.
I want to move on to March the 17th of 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed 85.
Yeah, so she's like arguing with the father.
Sir, 85 is the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly, pages 432 to 435 from March 17th. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, it's a printout of a Facebook chat.
Okay. And you've, of course, seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Because you were the one that pulled the information?
Correct, yes, sir.
What number is
85.
that? 85.
People moved to admit 85.
Your Honor, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, sure.
I feel like this. That'd be better. Kind of dark too. Let's see if I
It's
can
hard for me to determine from this list
Your Honor, I
which
believe.
exhibits have been subject to previous rulings, just so you know.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I do object to 84 because there's portions of it that don't need, are not admissible, in my opinion.
84 is already.
I'm sorry, 85. I'm sorry, 85. There are portions of 85 that the defense objects to, and they have not been previously ruled upon by the court. May we approach?
Yes. Do you want to go in the hallway? I don't know.
Oh shoot, that's too bright. Sorry.
I think we first need to find what the actual objection is.
The
Because we
objection,
have a foundation to chain, we have a foundation to found, I'm sorry, we have a stipulation to chain in the foundation. He's already testified to a number of portions of this very same Facebook
Yeah,
thread.
it looks better dark, actually.
It's hard for me to know if I've seen this one before or if I know what it is.
this has not been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I object to portions of page 432. It does discuss a topic that has been ruled to be inadmissible. So I'm asking that those portions of 85 be struck. They're irrelevant.
Okay, can I see it?
May I approach?
Yeah, that might help.
May I approach?
That may or may not help.
Do you want to?
Private. Oh no.
That has been ruled to be inadmissible. So I am asking that those portions of 85 be struck. They're irrelevant.
Okay, can I see it?
May I approach?
Yeah, that might help.
For the
May I
private.
approach?
That may or may not help.
Okay, so they just mute it on the other feed. Okay. Well, there's Mama. Mama back in court. What do y'all think, man? You think they're gonna find her guilty? Are we in a new day and age? We'll start hauling in some of these parents. The bossy lady. Let me see. So far, it's pretty somewhat interesting. I mean, normally we go through the cop portion or the FBI portion, it's not bad. It's not. I wouldn't say it's dragging. Court sometimes can be mundane and drags, but this is like the necessary process. Sometimes when the cops come and stuff like that, it can kind of drag, but it's actually still interesting. Somewhat interesting. Once they get past the cops, usually it's really, really even more. Well, it usually picks up more, but I don't know. We'll see. And then I wonder when the defense takes a stand, how that's gonna go. And Jennifer's taking a stand. Ethan doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. I really wanted to see that, but with this guy appealing his life sentence and also not being advised, hey, you shouldn't talk during the trial, don't testify. Lawyers, Ethan Crumbly will appeal, advised not to testify. So it makes sense. I was even thinking that because of the appeal, he is not going to testify because maybe they could use it against him. Ethan Crumbly is planning to appeal, and his new lawyers said they will advise him to remain silent if he's called to testify at either his mother's or father's trial for involuntary manslaughter. Wow. Crumbly pleaded guilty in 2022 to all 24 crimes he was charged with for the Oxford shooting, including 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's serving life in prison without the possibility of parole.
I'm going to give you another break, okay?
Take another break?
For 5 or 10 minutes. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
I guess we're trying to figure it out. All aboard. I guess they're trying to figure it out. They're having issues. They're taking another break. And I think lunch is at 12. When they come back, I'm gonna go.
All right,
make
you
my
can step down if you want
breakfast.
to. It's up to you.
Is it okay if I can?
Yeah, you can step. Okay.
Are they gonna argue?
Most people don't want to stay seated there, so.
Oh,
Why they just let the jury go?
All right. So an issue came up. I'm hoping that we're not going to have to exclude the jury with every exhibit. So some of this I'm relying on memory. So a year and a half ago, some evidentiary rulings were made. This might be an overgeneralization, indicating that the fact that there was alcohol in the home in and of itself was not relevant, right? And then there was a ruling about, I don't think I have the prosecutor's attention.
I'm listening, Judge.
What's your,
Sorry.
okay, what,
Sorry.
yeah, what's, okay,
He's just bringing me up to speed. There wasn't room for me to interrupt.
okay, all right, so, there was a ruling about,
Council moved to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and this court made a record that was June the 27th of 22.
Okay,
And in that record, actually it was page 40 of the transcript, the court specifically said, the court indicated that it was based upon a preliminary examination transcript. As the court recalls, neither party stipulated the exam transcript for the factual basis, and the court indicated that more evidence is being found even as we speak. I don't want to paraphrase because that's not a verbatim quote.
okay,
And in defense counsel's opening, so to bring the court up to speed on the record, counsel asked to approach and objected to any reference of alcohol. There's one text in this text message thread or Facebook thread between James and Jennifer. Jennifer on March 17th says, "Gonna get drunk and ride my horse." James responds, "Well, don't get drunk." They have a couple of more text messages in the midst of a conversation that is pertinent to our proofs. And that's because the next exhibit will be text messages from the school shooter to Jennifer Crumbly about seeing demons. And then there'll be evidence of a lack of phone calls,
okay,
lack of text messages back. And to get back to the court's ruling, the court said no evidence of alcohol or substance use unless it does show some type of parental neglect.
okay,
So these particular messages are the same time, the same date where the defendant's son is experiencing or stating that he's experiencing hallucinating. So this is all relevant.
And Your Honor, my point is on Exhibit 85, there are texts that do not need to be included to make the point that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were at the barn and not with their son. We're objecting to the texts that include buying beer, being drunk on a horse. They are irrelevant. They are also irrelevant to someone being a hypervigilant parent. I would consider myself a hypervigilant parent, and I have some cocktails once in a while. That issue is not relevant. The alcohol is not relevant. It's just an unnecessary part of this text to make them look like they're out drinking, when the whole point is that they're out with their horses and not with their son.
Judge, it's not counsel's idea of what the point is.
No, it's not just that they're out with their horses and not with their son, and
That they're ignoring him.
No crime.
Right?
There's obviously no crime committed by people with children having cocktails, and half this room would probably be in jail. But
Yeah. Oh shit.
that being said, the
Somebody
issue
having
is
cocktails
whether
right
or
now.
not, the shooter's texts are being ignored. That's the
Ignored.
point of it.
Right,
Yes.
Judge. And there is, as an offer proof, there's substantial evidence that has been excluded that shows the substance use of James and Jennifer Crumbly. Substantial. We're not introducing any of that because of the court's ruling. But directly on point to
Who's
this, in
drinking
the
right
midst
now?
of a conversation, it is relevant. It's material, it's probative, it's under 401 if people be known.
Okay, well, am I able to see a specific picture of, because some of it might be, some of it might not be. So I don't want to do this while the jury is waiting. Is there more things like this that it's if the shooter is having some trauma, feeling some trauma, and reaching out to his parents and they're ignoring him, that evidence to me is obviously relevant.
Correct, Judge.
So if
I'm not objecting to all of 85. I'm objecting to the portions about alcohol.
okay,
Judge, the door has been open. Counsel specifically said, I think more than once, that her client is a hyper-vigilant mother. Nobody says anything about having a cocktail, but when there's evidence to show that they are drinking when the son is texting things to the mother, no call back, That's important, and it's important to show the jury what they actually did and spent their time on.
Okay, can I see the text thread again? And is that the only one, because the jury's.
He knows he has to be firm, so he literally went like
is
this.
Is there any more like this?
Like,
There are
hold
more
on.
like this.
Okay, well, maybe we need to do this at 6 o'clock tonight. Or should have.
6 o'clock. They going to 6 tonight?
Okay.
Oh no!
So these exhibits were turned over a long time ago.
I know.
No. I got all these text messages a long time ago.
Okay.
I found out what they were planning to use from the boxes and boxes of information. I found that out
Ridiculous.
on,
Okay, you've had this
excuse me, on
discovery.
Tuesday night. Yeah, I've had this discovery, but I can't file a motion to exclude every single line of these things. I filed many motions.
Okay.
I filed a motion about the alcohol. This part of the text that they told me 2 days ago they're going to use includes alcohol. I'm just asking that the alcohol portion be struck.
Okay.
Wow.
I understand that, but I know that there's a lot of exhibits. And I know there's a lot of documents, but we could have had a massive motion in limine fest a while ago, right? So I am loath to make the jury sit there while we're going line by line through evidence. That's very problematic to me.
I didn't intend for this issue to take a long time. I thought this would be a simple objection to just take out the text about drinking, and that's it.
Okay, so she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Okay, so that might not be specifically relevant, but at what time is he?
When she's on her horse, that's when he's texting her.
Okay.
And just because she's on her horse and he's texting her doesn't mean she's looking at the text and ignoring him and saying, I'm going to have a drink instead of
Okay, my understanding was there was a large period of time where he was texting her and she was with her horse. And then maybe sent a picture of the horse. I don't know.
Correct.
Tell me.
Right,
Yes,
she's
that's
out. You're going to hear testimony from other witnesses that the cell phone signal doesn't work out where the horse place is.
Well, then that's argument for counsel to make.
It is.
Right, but the fact that they're having beers out there with the horses is not relevant to the point the prosecution's even trying to make about the fact that they're unavailable and not responding to their son.
Okay, there's a text from James Crumbly. This is not when I like to do this. Okay, she says, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. When do you say he's trying to contact her?
That was a day during the week when she was at work. After work, she went to the barn, the text being around 5:50 p.m. when she's at the barn. We know that from pictures and metadata.
Okay, then cans.
Was the horse drinking too? At one point to the prosecutor, he said...
so the court is aware there are no other... We took all other reference out prior to trial of alcohol use in accordance with this court's order.
He said this.
Of course, that's subject to the door being open.
The door is not open by me saying that.
That's right. Don't open
she's
that
a
door.
vigilant mother.
Okay, so they go to the barn after work. Is that correct? Do we know what time approximately they go to the barn? Because this text is at 1:30, right?
Those texts are from during the day when they're making plans to go to the barn after work.
Right.
And then
Wait, that's not what I asked. What?
I believe the text says something about leaving now at.
Okay, so when are they at the barn in relation to his texts about demons?
At the same time.
Okay, but is that at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
The first text, the house is on at 6:03 p.m.
Okay.
There's a picture of James on a horse taken by Jennifer. There's a picture of Jennifer on a horse
No
at the same
objection to
time.
that.
Okay, all right. So she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. That she's expressing her intention for that evening.
Correct.
I'm going to allow that text, but not the next one about, well, don't get drunk. We are definitely going to have some drinks. I need to stop and get me a 12-pack of Budweiser bottles, please. I'm going to keep that out. All right. And all right, I'm going to keep that out. She is indicating her intention to go later and ride her horse and get drunk. And when she's riding her horse, when she's at the barn later, is when he is texting and getting no response. So I think that could be relevant to her ignoring her son. All right?
Yeah, problem.
Sure. But this text from James Crumbly, I'm going to exclude. Is there anything else in there that needs to be excluded?
Just for the record, page 432.
Yeah.
The second text.
Yeah, the one from James Crumbly. Is there anything else in there?
I'm looking now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to.
No.
We were making good headway yesterday, but now we're moving at a snail's pace. So.
Well, Your Honor, there's also a text responding to the one about buying beers. Jennifer just says, okay, but glass is not a good idea. I mean.
Yeah, you can strike that too, because it's referring to the text above. It's not relevant.
So it would just be those two portions.
Okay. Yeah.
She's working for her client. She's working for Jen.
Easy it is to do it up here, right?
It'll just take a minute.
Okay. All right. Are there any other issues such as this?
I'm looking right now, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we shouldn't be looking right now.
Your Honor, I mean, the next exhibit has been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I'm
good. That's a good way to do it.
Okay. Exhibit 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92.
We're trying on the fly to edit an exhibit.
Okay, go ahead.
Or an objection we just got, and now there's the.
Okay, I want to find out if there's any looming issues, because
we do too.
They're going to get their 10,000 steps here.
We
do too.
Your Honor, I did not think this objection would be such a process. I simply was asking for like one little part of this to be struck, and objections during trial are common. This is just a very simple.
All right, but is there anything else coming up that would require the jury to step out? There's photos.
Well,
I don't know what objections to such photos.
I have objections to many photos that are going to be brought in through a different witness, but what are they planning to use? Because I have 450 right now. If I know what's coming, I can tell the court.
Okay, well, there's a list of exhibits, and there's coming after that, after the text messages, are pictures. It looks like there's pictures of James and Jennifer.
And we have no objection to those.
Okay, I just want to know if,
Your Honor, if I could just say, there's a lot of inquiry as to exactly who we're calling next, which exhibit we're, and this isn't a math formula. We really are changing this organically because we're working.
I get it.
So we're trying to be cooperative, but things do change.
I know, and you're
a
not
little fire
required
too, a little
to
bit.
divulge your trial
She's gonna counteract
strategy and your order and all that. I just am
Shannon Smith.
I'm moving a lot of people around, and I just want to know if there's anything else that needs to be handled right now on the record.
The only other objections, I believe, with respect to this witness, at least for the next very long time, are objections the court's already ruled on. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, so at least we can get through, this whole page of exhibits with no problem.
All right.
Okay, perhaps counsel can meet with us after court today to go over the next proposed exhibits, and then we can see what objections.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's just because I don't want to take jury time.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
So 85 is modified, and we're.
Oh, almighty. All right, let me
Yeah.
throw something.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it up.
With all, when you say all of those,
We're at 85 right now.
yeah, no, okay. These ones, just tell me how far you want to go, because I do agree with all those. Up through 100. Right, which is already preserved, and that'll be preserved.
That's fine.
And then I don't have any objections. I mean, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
I didn't expect it. Yeah,
Maybe seated. I apologize, there's a large volume of information, and we want to streamline it for you as much as possible, all right? You're still on go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we're on Exhibit 84, I think. All right. This is between James and Jennifer Crumbly. Again, Jennifer is in blue, James is in green. We'll start at the top because I don't recall where we left off. Does he have his phone from Jennifer, March the 8th?
I'm sorry, you said you're on Exhibit 84, but I believe it's 85.
84 was admitted.
84 was admitted. Yes, because 85 is March 17th.
The 84 was on March 8th.
Okay, so you're on 80, I'm on 84. Okay, but mine
84
just
is on March 8th, and this one is on March.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is 84 on the screen.
That's 84, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. There,
He went back.
it scrolled down, so I.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
James responds with, yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. Jennifer's response, I'm serious freaking out. Is he home yet? And then, okay, now we're moving on to 85. So James and Jennifer Facebook messages. This is from March 17th of 2021. And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
And this is admitted pursuant the order that we just had on the record, correct, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, March 17, 2021, 1:23 p.m. Jennifer writes, cool, leaving at 4 today. Fuck this place. James's response is what?
LOL, you have your stuff for the barn?
Okay. And then Jennifer's response, yes, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's March 17, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
There's a response back. And then what does James say?
James says, okay, then cans, you have the debit card.
And Jennifer's response, I know, hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? He says yes. Correct?
Right, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now, on that same day, did you find any text messages from Jennifer's son to her of a concerning nature? This is March 17, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is People's Proposed 86. I don't believe we have an objection to this.
No objection, thank you.
Is this 86?
86.
86 admitted.
Okay. All right.
GG. Thanks for the 5.
What does Jennifer's son write to her on March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.?
He says, okay, the house is now haunted.
And then what?
Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Then it follows with, I got some videos.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize. This was previously the subject of a motion. I do object, however, the court has already ruled it's admissible. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, I
Okay.
have already ruled on this, so you're happy.
Okay,
Yes.
House is
sorry about
haunted.
that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, please.
Some
At
weird
the
shit
top.
was happening.
Then he even
upstairs.
says,
I got some.
continues with, and a picture of the demon. It's throwing bowls. The word bowls is in all caps. He then says, I am not joking. It fucked up the kitchen.
And the next message after that?
He says, I'm just going to be outsider for a while. Can you at least text back?
Okay, so that's from 6:03 to 6:29. The last text, he at least text back was 6:29 p.m.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the next response from the defendant to her son is when?
2 days later, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. Where's your dad?
Now, this is People's 87 and 88. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these two exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, 87 is the picture. 88 is the metadata with the picture. So, could you please tell us when and where this picture was taken?
It was taken, the GPS similar to the previous ones at a horse barn. He's on a horse. It was taken on March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay, 6:03. That's the same time that the text messages regarding the house being haunted and saw a demon.
Correct.
Okay. And this is actually found on Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
That's correct. It was.
And who's that a picture of?
That's James Crumbly.
And that's St. Patrick's Day, correct?
Correct.
This is exhibit 89 and 90. 89 is the photograph, 90 is the metadata.
And we have no objection to 88, 89, or 90.
And this is also St. Patrick's.
Can you move for the admission before you put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is also St. Patrick's Day 2021. Is that correct?
Correct, same day.
And this is an image also on Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
Correct.
Okay. And when was this taken?
On March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay. Same location?
It appears so, yes.
I'm going to move you on to exhibit 91 and exhibit 92. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these pieces of evidence.
There's no objection.
91 and 92 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Again, we're still talking about St. Patrick's Day 2021. What time was this picture taken?
This was taken at 6:28 in the evening.
Okay. And again, is that time and date significant to you as an investigator in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
It was a time when Ethan was sending, the shooter was sending the text messages.
Okay. And this is also on Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
Correct.
91 and 92. '93 and 94.
We have no objection to 93 and 94.
93 and 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Exhibit 93, also a picture captured on Jennifer Crumbly's phone. This is also St. Patrick's Day, 2021. And this is at 6:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Same location as the other photographs we just went through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to exhibit 83. This has already been admitted. This is the phone log found on the shooter's phone. So the time we're speaking of, those text messages where he sent his mother indication that he was seeing bowls fly off the shelf from the demon, that was between 6:03 p.m. and 6:29 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we already saw that there was not a text back from Jennifer Crumbly, but tell us about the phone logs. What do these show?
It shows a phone call from Jennifer Crumbly at 7:24 p.m.
Okay. So that's about an hour and a half after he texted about the house being haunted.
That's correct.
And that was a 19-second call?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to move on to March the 19th, 2021. This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer regarding their son that day. This is People's 95. I don't believe I have an objection to this.
No, there is no objection.
95 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. Again, Jennifer in blue, James in green.
Correct.
Okay. She said, "Is he awake?" And what did James respond?
James responds with, yeah.
Jennifer wrote, "How is he?"
James then responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, W-A-Y, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. And then her response as well, "He was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why." That's March 19th, 21 at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
About 48 seconds later, she wrote, "All I know is he needs to eat, go to work, and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back."
Correct.
And then March 19th later on, you responded, "I didn't get it." That's Jennifer Crumbly's words?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Because you did have Mark 95 down for admission, correct?
Yes, that's
Thank you. Okay. Now, the next day, March the 20th, did you find text messages from the school shooter to his mother, the defendant, of a concerning nature from that day?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 96. I believe this was subject to a previous ruling.
No objection, aside from what was already noted.
No.
96 is admitted.
Thank you. But we're still on, I'm sorry, we're still on 95 on the slide. James wrote, Jesus, yes, he said, referring to their son, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guys' room? LOL. And Jennifer's response is what?
OMG. Oh my God.
Did I miss the demons part yet?
Yeah.
Which exhibit is this?
I have to back up just a little bit, Josh. Sorry, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, this is Exhibit 95. This is from March 19th, 2021. We've already gone through these. At 9:41 a.m. when Jennifer wrote he was really worked up and out of control. In the same text message conversation, there's no breaks in this exhibit.
His prescription?
In the conversation continued, James wrote what?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night. ...
And Jennifer's response was,
does he seem better?
And then?
No melatonin.
And James wrote what?
I know.
And Jennifer wrote,
but he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half.
And then James' response is, he's doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer's response was, is he okay to work? That's at March 19th at 11 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response
was, yeah.
And that's also, it's 11:13 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer wrote 11:38 a.m. on March 19th. Does he remember what he did?
Correct.
Okay. And what was James's response?
James responds with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
And then her response is?
Okay then, geesh.
Okay, thank you. And this is 96 that we just admitted. This is from March the 20th of 2021. And again, did you find text messages from the school shooter to the defendant of a concerning nature?
Correct.
Okay. In the blue, that's all the school shooter's words?
Correct.
Okay. What did he write to her?
He starts with, I finished picking up the room. That was at 2:38 on the 20th.
2:33?
2:33, I'm sorry, okay. Yes. He then says, I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
And then what?
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
Okay, that's March 20th, 2021 at 2:34 p.m.?
Correct.
This is the same date and time?
Yes, it is.
And what did he write?
I picked the clothes back up, though.
Okay, that's March 20th at 2:34?
Correct.
And when was the next response to that?
By Jennifer was on the 22nd of March at 8:17 p.m.
Okay. So I'm going back to Exhibit 83, which is the phone log found, recovered off the school shooter's phone, specific to these days. Okay. So we just went through March the 20th, and those messages were sent about 2:30 in the afternoon, if you recall. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there any phone calls in that time period?
No, there was not.
Okay. In fact, the next call was 6:37 p.m. on March the 20th.
Correct.
No objection. Oh, I'm sorry, you can say the numbers and that's no objection.
97 and 98, Judge, I believe will be admitted.
We have no objection.
97 and 98 are admitted.
Folks.
Thank you. So, sir, were you able to tell where James and Jennifer Crumbly were yet again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 97 and 98. 97 is the photograph, 98 the metadata. This is March 20th, 2021 at 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and if you recall, the text messages from the school shooter were sent to his mother about 2:30 in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us where Jennifer and James Crumbly were at this date and time.
They're riding the horses again.
$99 and $100.
No objection.
Yeah. Is it 99?
And $100.
No objection to either one?
No objection to either one.
99 and 100 are admitted.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, now this was taken off of the last picture. Was taken off of James Crumbly's phone, 97, 98.
That's correct.
99 and 100 were taken off of Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
Correct.
Okay, so the capture time here, March 20th, 2021, 11:58 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that would indicate to you that they were at the barn at least from that period of time until at least 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that the school shooter had only one friend?
Yes.
And did you also learn that that individual was abruptly taken from the state of Michigan about a month before the shooting occurred?
Yes, he was.
And did you review the text message thread between the school shooter and that other individual?
Yes.
Okay. You've looked at the entirety of the phone of the school shooter as well as James and Jennifer Crumbly's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
If you could give us an idea, the volume of the data found in the text message thread between the school shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages just between the two people. I've done exams on phones where the combined number of text messages isn't that much.
So what's the relative size and data between that particular text message thread and any other thread between the school shooter and anybody else?
I think the most text between any other person might have been near 500, just an individual person.
I'm going to show you a portion that's been previously admitted by this court of that text message thread from April the 4th of 2021, April the 5th of 2021. That's Exhibit 101.
And the court's previously ruled on this.
All right. 101's admitted?
Thank you, Judge. So we have names redacted. 101 was found on the shooter's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this instance then, the green would be his words, the shooter's words.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us what he wrote to his friend on April the 4th of 21.
The shooter wrote, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. And I corrected the spelling of the word distance.
It's April 4th at 11:56 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
Wow.
The shooter said, I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
Wow.
And then what?
He then says, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
So that's April 4th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. His words, my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
That's damning. That is damning.
Yeah. Okay. Now, April the 5th at 12:06 a.m. So we were looking at a conversation right up until midnight, April the 4th, and now we're in the early morning hours of April the 5th. What did the shooter write?
Shooter wrote, but I'm having bad insomnia RN for right now and paranoia.
And then what?
He then says, I need help.
Okay. And the next slide, or the next text?
I was thinking I calling 911 so I could go to the hospital.
And then there's a response from his friend on April the 5th.
Correct.
At 12:12 a.m. And then what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Now, April the 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m. What did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
Right. Next text.
He then says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
Okay. Before we get to Exhibit 102, in the course of your forensic examination of James's phone, Jennifer's phone, and the school shooter's phone, you're able to look at certain apps that are installed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discover if an app called Life 360 was installed on Jennifer Crumbly's phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what is Life 360?
Life 360, it's a tracking app that friends and family can install on their phone so they can know where they're at. I have it on my phone, and there's a family group, and my kids are on it, and I'm on it, my wife.
Did you find that app on James Crumbly's phone?
Yes, it was.
And through that app, you can see where someone's at and where they've been. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you look through the school shooter's phone as well, the defendant's son.
Correct.
Was that app installed on his phone?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just installed on James's phone and Jennifer's phone.
Correct, it was.
And that was on April the 5th of 2021.
I believe that's when it was installed, yes.
Okay. That's the same day as these text messages, like I am mentally and physically dying and asking to go to the doctor.
Correct.
Exhibits 102 and 103.
I'm sorry, are these, this is 102 and 103? We have no objection, sorry.
102 and 103 are admitted. I'm sorry, did you say that the date of the installation was April 5th? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
On the screen here, we can see the timestamp purchase date, April 5th, 2021. That's on Jennifer Crumbly's phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And exhibit 103 on James Crumbly's phone, we have April the 5th, 2021 as well.
Correct.
Bro, the negligence is so egregious. So egregious. They should be charged.
During the course of your evaluation of all the electronic information, digital evidence available to you, did you uncover evidence in the spring of 21 of Jennifer Crumbly talking to a friend about what she saw as depression in her son?
Yes.
And were you able to review a Facebook conversation between Jennifer Crumbly and actually the school shooter's only friend's mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with you. In April of 2021, which is the same month of these text messages, Jennifer Crumbly texted her son's only friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that conversation is when you uncovered concerning text messages as an investigator to this case.
Correct.
This is 104.
Thank you, and
This is so bad for them. I don't know how you're going to defend this.
Yeah, I have no objection to this, thank you.
104 is admitted? That's just 104, right?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, this is April 29, 2021. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbly's search warrant return, correct?
That's correct.
So she's agreeing in these.
Correct.
All right. So what did she write?
She starts with, Ethan isn't bowling tonight. Just want to let you know. Not sure if they need a partner or not.
Okay, and then her son's friend's mother, also named Jennifer, writes, is he feeling okay?
Correct.
And the defendant's response?
She responds back with, yesterday he wasn't, and he's been acting kind of depressed, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, this conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering at school. He really doesn't feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
Okay. And the person she's communicating with writes her son's name too. He stayed home from school today. The only time he's happy is when he's with the school shooter.
Correct.
And then her son has 2 E's and 2 D's. I'm wondering if he's worried about that. That's the other individual worried about her own son?
Correct.
Okay. That's 5:24 p.m. on April the 29th?
That's correct.
The conversation continues. What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, yeah, this is all new to me. I'm not used to Ethan being moody. He's usually pretty happy, and we'll talk about anything. I do know Ethan's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in. Social, do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. He just got to a point where he got so far behind when we were out of town. He's having difficult time making it up.
And then the other individual writes, I'm sorry, her son's struggling too. To be honest, I'm sick of fighting with him about it. Stupid online school really messed him up. I'm thankful her son has the shooter as a friend. They laugh and have a great time together. That's April 29th at 5:31 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what does Jennifer respond?
Jennifer responds with, yeah, me too. I'm just glad they're still getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I just told him to do the best. Don't worry about it. Next year is a new year.
Okay, and then what's the next text?
She says, maybe if, referring to the shooter's friend, feeling better, if he wants to come over after work on Saturday, he can take him up to go bowling and make up their scores. he's more than welcome to stay the night and go to work in the morning. We set up a little shooting range in the backyard for Ethan's BB gun. They could do that.
Okay. Okay, and the response was her son's been excited to shoot.
Correct.
Okay, and that was April 29, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, around this time frame in the text message conversation and the videos on the school shooter's phone, did you discover extremely disturbing information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to go into detail, but as an investigator, it was important to you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in fact, it was in the days after these messages were sent?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the school shooter shared that with his friend, his only friend he had.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that his only friend was taken out of the state?
Correct.
And it seemed to be without notice to the school shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Did you uncover evidence that either James or Jennifer Crumbly commented on the fact that his only friend was taken out of the state?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 105.
Yes, I have no objection to 105. Thank you.
105 is admitted?
And you said that was around about a month before the shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, this is from Jennifer Crumbly's Facebook, again, to the mother of her son's only friend.
Correct.
Okay, and this is October 31st, 2021, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she write?
Jennifer writes, James filled me in on Ethan's friends last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay, and then November the 3rd, she wrote what?
She says, how are you guys all doing? Been thinking of all of you a lot.
Okay. And you know from your investigation, this is the time frame when the shooter's friend was taken out of the state?
That is correct.
Okay. In this conversation, November the 4th, that other individual writes what to Jennifer Crumbly?
She writes, hi, Jen. We're doing okay. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I worry about him constantly and miss him terribly. I know that he's where he needs to be to get better, though. Thanks so much for checking on us. I appreciate you and your family. She's referring to her son, the shooter's friend, was only happy and relaxed with you guys.
And in response?
Jennifer responds with, please keep us updated. I know Ethan misses him. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
And that was, again, in November of 2021 before the shooting.
Correct, on the 4th, yes.
Okay.
No, yeah,
now
Ethan
I'm
has
going
a-
to
I don't know if
direct
it's
your attention
biological older
to
brother or stepbrother. He has
the
a
days
older
around the
sibling.
shooting and what you were able to obtain as far as a digital footprint of the Crumbly family.
Okay.
Starting November 26, 2021, is that date significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
That was the day the gun was purchased.
And we heard yesterday that the gun is in the murder weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was a 9mm Sig Sauer handgun?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That's been admitted in evidence, and we heard it was bought from a firearm store in Oxford.
That's correct.
Okay. This is 106?
I have no objection to this one.
Okay, 106 is admitted?
Okay. This is just as an example, what information you can obtain from a search warrant on a Gmail account.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this is from James Crumbly's Gmail account, November 26, 2021, confirming that he was in fact at that firearm store at 12:08 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we talked about obtaining locations from somebody. This is 107.
We have no objection.
107 is admitted?
But before we get into 107, Exhibit 417, it's a video. Sir, in your analysis of the shooter's phone and Jennifer Crumbly's phone, social media accounts, you were able to obtain videos taken by the school shooter with that handgun, the murder weapon?
That's correct.
Okay. So 417, people moved to admit and publish to the jury. It's a video taken from November 26, 2021.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have to just take a look really quick, because we just jumped ahead like a couple.
Yeah, it's 417.
Yeah, let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, there's a lot of.
And actually, I don't have 417 in the exhibits that I was given. Can I see? It wasn't on my hard drive that I was given. Okay, Your Honor, I have no way to play this, and I don't have this.
All these
Can
are
I just have?
I don't know.
It's a very short video.
It's not on our. I just need to see what the video is. Can we just unplug the computer and can you just show it to me really quick?
Is there audio?
No.
Was it provided to the defense?
Yes.
It's
shown in the preliminary examination as well.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's not on the exhibits they gave me on the disc.
crazy,
So
man.
there's a million videos in this case, and I have no idea which video it is.
Okay.
I probably have no objection. Can I just see what video it is?
Sure. Well, I guess I thought for a moment when he said it was played at the preliminary examination, it might refresh your recollection about what it was. But if you can take a quick look, that'd be great.
I don't have a flash drive player on here, so can we just turn the screen off for 1 second and just take a quick look?
Yeah.
And I apologize. I
No, it's okay. There's a lot of stuff. I don't want to release the jury because their lunch is not made.
It's coming
I haven't
up.
made your lunch.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
I think they got 40 minutes still till lunchtime.
I'm having lobster today.
They having lobster? What?
Okay, and so this is 417.
Lobster?
417.
Okay.
Yeah, lobster. You want lobster, baby? Who got lobster? I mean, at least she's really checking for her client, but you would have thought she would have looked at some of this stuff beforehand, I guess. You know, I don't know.
Okay, we have no objection to this one, and I apologize.
No, it's all
I
right.
just
It's all
didn't
right.
have it.
No,
Thank you.
I get it. It's a lot of stuff. Okay, so 417 is admitted.
All right. Let's check it out.
Okay. May I, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, this is what you obtained from the shooter's phone, and it was captured 6:39 p.m. on November the 26th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. So that video was taken the evening the firearm was purchased?
Correct.
And that is in fact the murder weapon, the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes, sir.
There's no audio, but.
So that video was taken the evening the firearm was purchased?
Correct.
And that is in fact the murder weapon, the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes, sir.
That was the evening?
I have no objection to those.
What number is it?
107 and 108, Judge?
107 was previously admitted, 108 is admitted.
Okay, now, Agent Brandon testified yesterday to much about the evidence regarding the firearm, so I'm going to move you ahead to November 27th, which is the next day, the day after the 6-hour was purchased.
Okay.
All right. So,
What was
all right, 107. This is evidence obtained from James Crumbly's Gmail account, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were able to tell what James Crumbly was doing from 8 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. on November 27th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and tell us what was he doing?
He was delivering DoorDash.
So these dots, these data points, are what? What are they signifying?
Those are the GPS locations that were provided when the location services was turned on from Google.
So we know he was out of the house basically the whole day.
Correct.
Okay. Now, 108, we have Jennifer Crumbly's Gmail data points, and from what time period?
That's from 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m.
Okay, and this is Exhibit 108. It shows she's out of the house from about 2:30 to 3:30. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next day is Sunday, November the 28th, 2021.
I like lobster. Y'all don't like lobster? You gotta watch out. They got a
Did
poop
you get
shoot,
a
right?
feel for what
A lot of them got poop shoots. You don't want to eat the poop.
Jennifer Crumbly was discussing based upon her Facebook messages, what her plan was doing on November the 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you recovered chat history with an individual named Kira Pennick?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the course of this investigation, did you come to learn who that person was?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
She was the owner of the horse farm.
Okay. That's the horse farm where Jennifer and James Crumbly would board their horses?
Correct.
Okay. So she's going to testify later on in this trial, but you reviewed their Facebook chat history?
Correct.
Okay. So that's 109. People who commit 109.
Your Honor, can I just have one moment? This is a...
It says it's a thread between your client and Kira Pennick on November 28th. That's what it purports to be.
Okay, and the exhibit that I received from the prosecution is 967 pages long. So I'm thinking that what I got is not...
It's pages 930 to 933. We're not going to go through 1,000 pages.
Well, no, I'm just...
do it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what pages are they admitting as
930 to 933.
Okay, 930 to... Okay, give me just a moment. I'm sorry. I got the whole file, like...
It's on the exhibit list.
Yeah, but the exhibit list indicates this exhibit list is what I got on Tuesday.
Should I get any of this stuff beforehand?
Shared with the defense.
I want you guys to be able to see her face.
It says pages 930 to 933 are the only ones they're seeking to highlight.
I know, I'm just scrolling. Okay, it's just taking me a little bit.
All right, so she's looking.
Okay, so it's pages 901 to
930 to 933.
Sorry.
She needs some help. Look, she's by herself, right?
And I'm trying to get to the pages. The file they gave me is much larger than 3 pages.
Okay.
On every other exhibit, they have narrowed it down, and this one is much bigger. I just need a moment.
I can feel it. I feel like this woman's gonna have a meltdown at some point during this
I know,
trial.
but I can't pull it up fast enough because my computer's. I'm trying to go as fast as I
I
can.
could feel like the crazy tension, right? Anxiety, like a nervous, frantic,
Okay, I have no
chaotic
objection to this.
energy, like just frail, just unstable, like ready to snap at any moment. Just you know what I'm saying?
A portion of exhibit 1. Okay, so green is who?
It's Jennifer.
Okay, and what's she ready?
Was his front swollen again?
Okay, and then the response?
That is from Kira Pennick. Right, I'm the same. I'm not sure. I'm not doing chores, but I'll ask my dad when I see him.
Okay, so did you come to learn when Jennifer writes, was his foot swollen again? She's referring to one of her horses.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Kira's response?
If Billy keeps stocking up, I think you should have the vet out for him. Just want to make sure it isn't anything serious.
And Billy's who?
The horse.
And Jennifer's response?
He's got mid-fever. James is coming out in the morning to put some stuff on him and calling vet for antibiotics. And then she corrects with mud.
Okay. Billy's one horse and they have 2 horses at this point, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she needs help, man.
And then what does Kira say?
She's just doing it all by herself.
Kira, then that's crazy. Never seen it react like that. Want me to just put stuff on it daily? I can. I didn't do chores this weekend, so don't know if it got done.
So the last message in this exhibit from Jennifer Crumbly to the individual who boards those 2 horses is November 28th, 2021. That's Sunday, 8:18 p.m., Sunday night.
Correct.
And she writes, yes, let's do Tuesday. I'll have James leave the mixture out there. I don't think he's sore from the ground. He's just fine lunging. Just need to keep moisture off his scratches and get him on antibiotics. Should be clear in a week.
That's correct.
And that's, again, in reference to one of our horses.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did Jennifer go to the barn that day?
Yes.
When you say that day, you mean the 28th?
Yes, thank you, Judge. This is 110, 111.
No objection to those.
110 and 111 are admitted.
Thank you. 1:10, this is from her Gmail search warrant return. We can tell that she's at the barn at noon on November 28th.
That's correct.
Okay, and she's back at home. This is exhibit 111 at about 2 o'clock.
Correct.
All right. Now moving on to Monday, November the 29th. That's the day before the shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that you see of importance to you as a forensic investigator from the day before the shooting that occurred on one of her devices?
It was a web history search or a web search.
Okay. This is exhibit 113.
We have no objection. I just want to make sure, I'm sorry, 112 was admitted.
No, 112 was not omitted. That's
Yeah, 112 was not admitted, yes.
Okay, okay, so 113, we have no objection. Thank you.
113 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, 113. This is a snippet from a Cellbrite extraction report of Jennifer Crumbly's web history.
That's correct.
Okay. So tell us, please, what was she researching November 29, 2021 at 3:05 in the morning?
In the second column, you can see where it says research clinical depression treatment options. There's Yahoo search that was used.
Oh.
And in the third column, you can see exactly that's what was in the URL bar, the web address bar.
So she did a search?
And that's the day before the shooting in the early morning
the day
hours?
before the shooting.
At 3:05 a.m.
All right, now let's talk about the Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer from later that day, Monday the 29th. This is 114.
I'm sorry. I have no objection.
114 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. November the 29th, 2021, 8 a.m. Jennifer writes to James, "Are you at the barn?" And then about 40 minutes later, she sends a question mark. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then James responds to what?
He responds with, starting with a question mark, working on Billy.
Okay. So it appears, at least from this message thread, that he's at the barn with their horse, Billy.
That's correct.
And then he sent a picture.
That's correct.
Can you tell what that's of?
It's horse's legs, it appears.
Okay. And what does Jennifer respond to that picture?
Do the fronts too.
Okay, this is 9:21 a.m. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer asks, "Did you call the vet?"
And then what?
"Make sure you get back in between his heel bulbs."
Okay, and James's response to that?
He responds with, "I did," and then fronts too.
And that's at 9:34 a.m. on November the 29th.
That's correct.
At 9:35, what does James say?
He texts, "What exactly should I tell vet? Type out for me, leaving barn now."
Okay. And then Jennifer responds, "Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desintin and antibacterial on his legs today." That's November 29th, 9:41 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then she sends a message to him.
Correct.
And what does she say?
She says, "Was he stocked up this morning?"
And then James's response?
James responds with, "He was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before I put the stuff on it. And it took the swelling down a little bit, but I got the cream all over, in between his heel bulbs and stuff like that. I'll call the vet here in a minute."
Okay. Now, sir, it's been a little tedious going through all of the messages regarding the horses. Give us an idea, because you're the one who actually extracted that information from Facebook. You reviewed it. How often will they show concern over their horses?
Quite often.
Okay. Okay, and Jennifer's response, this is the same conversation, November 29th at 9:58 a.m.
She responds with, "It made sense, LOL."
Okay, and then James responds more about the horse, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer responds to that message?
Yes, she did.
And that's at 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this same day, same time period, did you uncover evidence that someone from Oxford High School left a message for Jennifer Crumbly?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in fact, that was at
Thank you. Yeah, just wait.
9:41 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so that was in the midst of the Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer about their horse.
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to obtain that voicemail from Jennifer Crumbly's phone records?
Yes.
Okay. People move to admit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
115 is admitted.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Crumbly. My name is Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Kathy, who's the counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office that she was concerned. Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted to have a conversation. We did. We said he assessed the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep. Guns are a hobby for a lot of people, and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home, like, you know, can give a good example of like if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but you know, using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation. He was great. He was like, "Yep, I get it." So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and about 5 minutes, and he was like, "Crap. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye."
Okay, that was the day before the shooting at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbly access that voicemail?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, this is exhibit 116.
We have no objection.
116 is admitted.
Thank you, Joe. And according to your analysis, she accessed the voicemail at 11:49 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's still in the midst of the conversation she was having with James about their horse.
Correct.
Did you uncover evidence that Jennifer Crumbly texted her son about that voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 117.
I have no objection.
117 is admitted.
Okay. Now, owner, Green, this is Jennifer because it's from her phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, you were able to take the whole text message conversation that existed between between Jennifer Crumbly and her son. Is that right? And if it were to be printed out, it'd be over 200 pages. So is that right?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you portions from November 29th, and we'll refer back to this. So November 29th at 11:53 a.m., this is a few minutes after she listened to the voicemail. What did she write to her son?
She says, seriously, 2 question marks, looking at bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And he writes back, what? And then, oh yeah?
Correct.
And then he wrote what?
I already went to the office for that. It was in first hour. All I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious. It was on my phone.
Okay, that's 11:53 a.m., November 29th?
11:54.
11:54, thank you. And then what did he write?
Completely harmless. Teachers just have no privacy. They said I'm all good.
Okay. And then the next message?
The shooter continues, I understood why. They talked to me and they said, I'm good.
Okay, then he wrote, this is nothing I should get in trouble. This is nothing I should get in trouble about. He wrote that to the defendant at 11:55 a.m.
That's correct.
And what was her response to that?
You're not. They left me a voicemail with the hand over face emoji twice.
Okay. And then what did she say?
She then says, did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
So she wrote at 12:14 p.m., did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
Correct.
And his response?
No, I didn't show them the pic. My God.
And then what?
I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Okay. It was, I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he say?
It was a harmless act.
Go ahead.
I had this bullet cartridge in my room that I didn't, what kind of bullet it was, and it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
She responds with, LOL, I'm period, not mad. You're not, you have to learn, not period, to period, get caught, period.
Not get caught. Oh.
And his response to that?
IK, or I know, LOL.
And then?
2 laughing emojis. And then he responds with, I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
Okay, and then what do you write?
The shooter says, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home, though. Also, I never tried to hide me looking up the bullet. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
And then what did she say, the defendant?
She says, okay, I saved it.
Sir, did you find evidence that Jennifer discussed this incident with her husband, James, that day?
Yes.
This is 118.
Thank you. No objection to 118.
118 is admitted.
This is a Facebook message between James and Jennifer Crumbly?
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer's now in blue?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what did she write?
She writes, Ethan, tell you what happened today.
And his response?
James' response was, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no further discussion between the two of them on Facebook Messenger?
No, there is not.
Now, sir, I want to take you back to the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. And what we'll do is go step by step with what you were able to discern from your available sources of information. Okay? All right. Exhibit 119. Well, first of all, we already talked about how you were the individual who went through all the surveillance video. Correct. And it was your responsibility to put together that timeline.
Correct.
And did you also put together the timeline when the school shooter was dropped off at school?
Yes.
Okay. And he was dropped off at 7:46 a.m. on November the 30th?
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to this?
No objection.
119 is added.
I think my allergies are kicking in. Oh, surveillance video.
Do you see him being dropped off?
Yes. It's him with the gray hoodie and had a black t-shirt on.
Right there?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, in looking at the time, this might be a good time to break for lunch, given the fact that we're starting to go through the evidence from the day of the shooting.
If your lunch is ready.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Just because this is now.
The lobster ready.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, these jurors are getting good food, man.
Your lunch is here, so.
Ride the jersey. They just set this outside.
Because you're on the stand right now.
Had to get some hot dogs, or sandwiches, or something, whatever we can. You know.
Finish testifying, okay?
Fire festival type of shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I apologize.
I
Yes,
didn't mean to wake you
ma'am.
up.
No, I'm awake, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right.
I was thinking.
We're in the middle. Don't do that. We're in the middle of your testimony, so you can't discuss your testimony.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You can't
discuss
eat
that.
lunch.
You can eat lunch. You can eat lunch.
Oh, yeah, lobster and shit. She might have been
So you can step
joking.
down.
They are getting treated
All
for
right,
lunch.
So, if we come back to quarter to one, that's enough time, right? So your lunch is ready and you're ready. Okay?
I think they go find the best tissues that there are on this world. The best tissues. They actually it's because they fix blow your nose.
I thought you were dismissed them first, but I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Take a close up of the
I'd
attorney.
like to
She always got like a
hear
frown on her face.
Yes. Understand that.
She's always pouting and stuff.
Okay, we can take her down. They're there, right? Yeah. Okay, she can go down. So 40 to 1, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Recording stopped.
Judge. Yes, yes. If you go back there right now.
I'm going to show you the Fire Festival food, man. That's what we got. Florida. I got no lobster tail, bread. What call that other thing? Cabbage. Fire Festival lunch, bro. Yeah, I see some people eating pretty good in jail. I saw this guy with some video on it was like a shorts video. He was showing his meal for the day, which actually looked pretty good. And then he had like 24 eggs in his cell. Like I don't know if he bought it or he got a commissary. He had eggs in there. All right, I put the board down. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose, and we'll figure out lunch. What we're gonna do for lunch. Sorry. My own body was attacking me. All right. So, whose baby is it? I got Alzheimer's. All right. I don't know what Ethan's motive is. They think they're going to appeal this life sentence. Use Nation. That's all we got. Kansas City Chiefs. How did the 3 fans die? Let's talk about it.
Since 3 men were found dead outside of a Kansas City home, and their cause of death still remains a mystery this morning. Police say Ricky Johnson, David Harrington, and Clayton McGeeney were found dead on January 9th. But we're still awaiting the autopsy and toxicology reports that are expected to reveal how those men died. Joining me now is Dr. Priya Banerjee, board-certified forensic pathologist. Doctor, thanks for being with us. You know, we've talked to friends, we've talked to family members of these 3 men, but we have yet to speak to a doctor. So I'm curious, for starters, if this case came across your desk, I mean, what clues would you look for first to determine what happened to these men? What have been your biggest questions?
Yeah, my condolences to the families first. It's a tragic way to lose your loved ones. They were enjoying themselves like most of us during football season. So I think it's perplexing when there's 3 adult men that all die in one instance, if you will. And I think, anytime you approach a case where 3, healthy, otherwise functional people suddenly pass, you have to first of all rule out foul play. As far as I'm aware, the information that was released does say that there's no suspicion of foul play. Yep. Which I think, from a medical perspective, it means that the autopsy didn't find any big injuries that caused their death. We always
so you think they already have autopsy results? The public just hasn't been made aware of it?
So I think there are partial autopsy results that are, or prelim, I should say, that are available. So the no foul play really says that no significant injuries caused their death. That you can tell at autopsy right away, the day of autopsy. We check their head, neck, their entire body to make sure no one did anything to them. Then it becomes a question of things we can't see directly, and we need to wait for the other testing, such as toxicology. That's much more difficult in a autopsy setting than when we're alive. And so that's why it takes time. With the football game going on, was there any drinking, which is a normal social activity, but did it cause or contribute to their death? And then the investigation plays a very critical role. And then that's not something the medical examiner leads. That's a police-driven activity. We don't have the right as the ME to go question, individuals involved in the event. So all of that has to come together.
And I wanted to also add, we know that the Kansas City police ruled out foul play less than 24 hours after discovering the bodies on January 9th. I also wanted to ask you about the weather that night, because according to the National Weather Service, temperatures ranged from as high as 37 degrees to as low as 18 degrees from Sunday to Tuesday. And, the tenant's original story when police came to his house was that, my buddies froze to death in the backyard. Do you see that as plausible, doctor? And also, how could those cold temperatures impact the reports that we're waiting for?
Yeah, all very good points. So temperatures are critical in this case. Now, it's whether they caused or contributed to their death. I think it's known that the bodies were frozen when found. However, were they alive at the time, or was it like they were passed out, they were deceased outside and then froze? That's a very hard question to answer, and I think it's going to be very critical to sort of put all the puzzle pieces together, including the toxicology. Sometimes there's telltale signs at autopsy, but they're not always present sometimes. So we look for like little ulcers in the stomach that shows the body was under stress. But it's important to remember, just because the body's frozen does not mean that they froze to death. Okay, the temperatures are obviously very cold in the winter, and the exposure, we call it, to cold temperatures is a huge consideration in the entire story.
Well, we're certainly hoping that these reports will be made public soon and give us some definitive answers for the families piece as well, because many of them not believing that this, wasn't something sinister. Dr. Priya Banjeri, thank you so much. Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also, don't forget to
whose baby is it? My nose is like really stuffed right now. Another thing I wanted to look at, I found this kind of intriguing, is there was this guy that got executed by nitrogen gas. You guys heard about that? I think it was in Alabama. Let's take a look at some of that. I don't know if that's some sort of new experimental thing. China funded. Alabama. Let's take a look at some of this, because I wonder, what are the effects? Is it quick? Like, what are the side effects? Where's all the outrage and stuff from these people?
He says, I'm leaving with love, peace, and light. The witnesses saw Smith struggle as the gas began flowing into the mask that covered his entire face, not just over his mouth and nose, it covered his entire face. They say he began writhing and thrashing for approximately 2 to 4 minutes, followed by about 5 minutes of heavy breathing. Okay, that's really unusual. Listen, that's unusual because we were told within seconds he'd be passed out. So the witnesses are saying that didn't happen. They're saying he was writhing and thrashing for approximately 2 to 4 minutes, followed by about 5 minutes of heavy breathing. They said that he'd pass out within a few seconds, and then within a couple minutes he'd be dead. But the witnesses said that that's not what happened. At 8:07, 9:07 Eastern, a corrections officer leaned over the gurney and closely examined Smith's face before walking back to his position against the wall. Smith's time of death was pronounced 8:25 p.m. Central. Smith's wedding ring was visible from where the media was seated. His spiritual advisor, Reverend Hood, continued to bless him throughout the whole execution. Alabama's Governor Kay Ivey confirmed the execution.
What did this guy do?
She says this, quote, on March 18th, 1988, 45-year-old Elizabeth Sennett's life was brutally taken from her by Kenneth Eugene Smith. After more than 30 years and attempt after attempt to game the system, Mr. Smith has answered for his horrendous crimes. The execution was lawfully carried out by nitrogen hypoxia, the method previously requested by Mr. Smith as an alternative to lethal injection.
Wait, he requested it?
At long last, Mr. Smith got what he asked for, and this case can finally be put to rest. I pray that Elizabeth Sennett's family can receive closure after all these years dealing with that great loss. Again, that is the Alabama Governor Kay Ivey confirming the death of Kenneth Smith.
Wow. It says Smith appeared to remain conscious for several minutes after the gas started flowing. For at least 2 minutes, he shook violently and writhed on the gurney, sometimes pulling against the restraints and shaking the gurney with the force of his movements. That was followed by several minutes of heavy breathing until he was no longer perceptible. Holy moly! What the heck? Tonight, Alabama causes humanity to take a step back. Smith, who was paid $1,000 to kill Alabama. Oh, he was paid $1,000 to kill an Alabama woman more than 30 years ago. Said in a final statement, "I'm leaving with love, peace, and light." He made the "I love you" the "I love you" sign with his hands towards the family who were witnesses. "Thank you for supporting me. Love you all," Smith said. Took 30 years. Wow. After more than 30 years and an attempt to, after gaming the system, he answered for his horrendous crimes. So he was supposed to get executed in 2022, but by the lethal injection, but it was called off at last minute because authorities couldn't connect an IV line. Can't stand those nurses don't know how to use the IV. I think they should get kicked out of the profession. The execution came after a last-minute legal battle in which his attorneys contended the state was making him the test subject of an experimental execution method that could violate the constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment. Ironic. Having failed to kill Smith on his first attempt, Alabama has selected him as a guinea pig to test a method of execution never attempted before. The world is watching. Wow. I mean, what do you guys think? Is that messed up? I guess kind of like.
He's a certified death investigator, Professor Emeritus, like Jacksonville State University. You know everything about this stuff. I find it always weird that we're having a conversation after we, the people, kill somebody. Planned it, staged it, set it up, had witnesses, wired it up, let it happen, roll a carcass out. I always find that to be disquieting, and that doesn't
He actually said that he held his breath. That is what caused the first part of his jerking.
Say whether I believe in capital punishment or not. Give me your thoughts now that you've heard it's happened.
Well, now that it's done, Ash, I think that it's really important that we reflect upon the fact that, we have 5 manners of death, that we classify in medical legal world. Homicide, accidental, so forth and so on. This is a homicide, and it should be investigated as such. And the reason I'm saying it that way is that this is the same as an in custody death with a police officer, in the backseat of a car, on a sidewalk, or anywhere else. They need to thoroughly investigate, and the investigation takes place in the autopsy room. And here's why you need to do that. First off, you need to document anything that's on his person. But secondly, you need to talk about this mechanism and how it affected him. And there's a lot of other eyes on this, Ash. We have to keep that in mind. There's 2 other states that have approved this methodology. So they're going to want that data moving forward. And I think that the people of the United States want that data as well. They want to understand this process and try to understand the mechanism and how effective it was. So I suspect that there will be an autopsy performed. It'll be performed by the state medical examiner, and it will be very thorough. And you're not going to find things. I don't think that there are necessarily going to be tissue changes, such as in his lungs and this sort of thing. The trick here is the toxicological examination of the blood and where the blood.
Is Koberger, did it already happen, or is it happening later? Koberger.
Blood originates in the body, because what you're looking at is the processing of the nitrogen through the system. So if you go into the vena cava coming off the heart, testing the lung, how the air is processing through those levels contained therein, that'll give you an indication. But this is an inert gas. This is not like potassium cyanide that was used, say, in the gas chamber back in Cali all those years ago. This is not a toxic substance like that. This is something that is simply oxygen replacement. So it'll be interesting to see how this is measured anatomically.
The Koberger thing is supposed to be later on today, it looks like. Live courtroom feed, WFLA at 3. I think that's happening later today.
And also the reports coming back from the individuals that eyewitnessed this.
I just want to pop something in here. I was not aware of this, and this is weird. So this is some reporting from NPR. I didn't know this. Back in 1996, Kenneth Eugene Smith was actually retried for this. His first conviction had been overturned, okay? And you know how it works. You get a conviction, the jury does the conviction, and then usually in most states, the jury will actually deliberate on death or no death, right? Some states have had some differences in that. But one of the jurors in this retrial voted for the death penalty. And every one of the other jurors voted against it. So all but one juror voted to put him in prison for life. And the trial judge, his name is Pride Tompkins, ignored the jury and imposed a death sentence on his own.
Right.
That's
Damn.
also something that is, it's part of criminal code in many states, not every state, but that is really fascinating. I would wonder how those jurors feel tonight, if they're still around, 1996, not that long ago, knowing that they said, no, we don't want the death penalty, we want life in prison, and one man basically changed the trajectory of his life and death. But so I got to ask you really quickly, Joseph Scott, it's kind of like housekeeping almost, which is weird. When you have an execution like this, do they do an autopsy right then? Like, did they set up an autopsy right then and there? Because I am guessing that nitrogen hypoxia might have some half-lives. Like, if you're going to ship them off to a hospital and set it all up in hours, things will change in the body. And we need to know a lot. Like, we need to know everything that happened in his body. What do you suspect happened?
Well, I've got a big reveal here. I've actually participated in 2 autopsies on capital punishment cases while I was in Georgia many years ago, and assigned to the state medical examiner's office then. And those bodies were taken from many, many miles away and brought to the state medical examiner's office where we conducted the examination. Now, those were both lethal injections. Going into this idea about the half-life of the nitrogen, I think probably you're not going to have that worry here. I don't think that there will be that great of a diminishment. There is a possibility they could do immediate blood draws there at the facility, capture that blood, and then go do the full autopsy at that point in time. If that's one of the concerns, over where I have previously had experience, did you know that there was actually, they would invite the medical examiner for the state to be present to observe the execution as well. And when you think about it, it's kind of logical because you can see the process unfolding and then document it afterwards. I don't know if that's the case in Alabama. A lot of that is going to remain to be seen. I think that's a salient question to ask, though.
Thank you for watching.
Well, that's interesting. Caldo and algae meds. That was interesting. I don't know. They're going to continue doing that kind of thing. They said it was kind of like torture. Smith's legal team, alongside experts and advocates from the U.S. to the United States nations, had voiced concerns, United Nations, sorry, had voiced concerns that nitrogen hypoxia could lead to excessive pain or even torture. He wanted to go out like that. Yeah. All right. Man sentenced to death for 2019 Japan arson that killed 36. Oh, by the way, today's Trump's closing statements on his defamation trial. So maybe sometime later on we'll see what the outcome will be of that. I wonder if he'll lose again. I think he lost the first one against that Jean Carroll lady. That was on News Nation as well, for anybody following that. Closing arguments to begin Friday. I started watching last night Griselda on Netflix. Because I finished watching, I feel so sorry, congested and everything. I don't think I have anything out here now with me. I might have to go to the store. When they start back, maybe I'll leave and go to the store and get something for allergies. But I watched American Nightmare, which is really, really freaking good. I haven't really said too much about it because I don't want to spoil it for people planning on watching it. But it is a really good documentary. It's a real life situation that happened, story And they call that story, they dub it the Gone Girl real life story. So definitely worth a check out if you haven't done so already. If you're looking for something to watch over the weekend, that's a good one to watch. Now, Griselda, I love those type of movies, documentaries, because I used to watch a lot of documentaries on Pablo Escobar. I thought it was just really, really interesting. His come up, I think he came up in poverty. And Griselda, she came up in poverty as well. And she is a gangster, vicious mobster, drug queen, selling whatever, that was in Colombia and ended up coming to Miami. All true, actually. I only watched the first episode last night. Anybody that's followed the stories, you kind of know the story with Griselda. And just like in the show that I was watching, it was said that she killed her husband, and they did it but that guy was a piece of crap. And she did that, and she has her kids, and she kind of came up from nothing. I heard that she was violated when she was a child too, and she came to Miami. And she is a vicious woman. She let me show you real life. She had a hit on somebody in Miami, and I think a baby got killed. This is the real Griselda Blanco. There, that's what she actually looks like. They made her different in the show, but I don't know, maybe when she was younger she looked different. But in one of the hits that she put out, a baby got killed. It was really, really messed up. I don't know if it was intentional or not. It really, really effed up. In prison, she was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder by the state of Florida, including the fatal shooting of one of her former enforcer's 2-year-old son, who was depicted in Griselda, was killed during a failed attempt on the father. So they actually meant to kill the father, but the father survived and the baby was killed. Dangerous woman. And the last guy she was with, she was dating all kinds of guys, but I'd be afraid to date her, man. Like, you mess up, you cheat, or she thinks you're cheating, or you do anything, she will kill you. Ruthless. Even Pablo Escobar was afraid of this woman. That's what I heard. I heard this dude was afraid of her. Black widow who relished killing and had no regard for human life, even for children. Griselda Blanco shot a child in the head when she was 11. Oh, I didn't know about that. And rose to be Miami's drug kingpin as she's immortalized on her Netflix. Her son recalls his fearsome mother. Ruthless, cold-blooded. That's why when I'm watching the documentary, I actually enjoy kind of watching that stuff and like, reading a little bit of like history, the drug kingpin history. And Griselda, who was blamed for 250 murders. Damn, yo, Meg said, I wish men feared me like that. You tripping? She came up in a really, really rough life. I think that's why she kind of turned out somewhat the way she is. Not that everybody that grows up in a rough life has to be like that, but I think she was abused when she was a child. And also her husband had made her sleep with his brother because the brother was like a drug kingpin and they had gotten in some debt. The husband did. And so the brother wanted the wife of the guy. And so he was like, listen, we got to pay off this debt. And so he told his wife, and she was really, really pissed and she didn't want to do it. And she did it and she regretted it. She ended up killing that guy. No, she didn't kill the brother. She ended up and killed her husband. Went through a lot. She's been run over in life a lot. And she got killed here in Florida. But it was a hit. The infamous drug godmother who headed a Colombian drug cartel, bringing a staggering 3,400 pounds of cocaine into the country each month, thought she was meeting a money launderer. On a sunny afternoon, May 1984, Griselda Blanco walked through the lobby of a Marriott hotel in Newport Beach, California, unaware she was being watched by investigators from the United States Drug Enforcement. In fact, she was part of a plan to snare a ruthless Griselda, then 41, in hiding after death threats from competing drug cartels. People wanted her dead. Who was believed to be responsible for up to 250 murders, including the assassinations of all 3 of her husbands. You don't want to F with her. Don't F with this lady. Don't F with this lady. Well, she's dead now, but imagine being married to that one. Woo! The ladies in the chat getting ideas and shit. Yeah. That's for the movie. Well, that's Catherine Zeta-Jones playing her? I don't know. Oh, no, she played Griselda in 2017. Jennifer Lopez got a film about Griselda's life still in the making. Wow. That's Griselda. Ruthless. You would think this little lady like that would be like that. Ruthless. Oh, Griselda goals. All three husbands dead. Yeah, FAFO. So if that's your type of thing or you're interested into, I like to sometimes see the history of that. Griselda's on Netflix right now. It's a mini series. I forget how many episodes. Maybe 3. I don't know. Oh no, it's 6. I think it's 6. That's on Netflix, and it's Netflix dubs it a slow burn, so it's kind of slow. It starts off slow. It starts to pick up, like right where I left. At the end of the first episode, it starts to pick up. So that's another one if you're looking to watch. That seems kind of interesting on Netflix. You might have missed the hoax. Oh my god. I don't know, right? Maybe the thrill. That'd be some scary shit. That'd be scary as hell, man. Yeah, they're on break right now. They're on lunch break. Bro. It's called American. Let's see if I can show you. The documentary is called American. What? I keep wanting to say American Horror. Yeah, I don't remember my password now. I don't remember my Netflix password. Let me go on my phone. Go in the chat, no. American Nightmare. There you go. Yeah. Everything's slipping. I hear this Fool Me Once is good too. I haven't watched it though. But yeah, American Nightmare on Netflix is really good. Right now, look at that. The top 2 right now showing up. So, American Nightmare, that's 3 episodes. That was really good. I recommend that one. That one to me starts a little slow too. I'd give it the full first episode. Cause like halfway through, I was like, oh, I got this figured out. I was like, oh yeah, it's okay. I know who did it. And I get the story. It's already like, this is kind of whatever. But give it the first episode and then you'll start questioning and wondering. And don't spoil it either. Don't go looking it up. Don't go researching it. Just watch the damn show. People can't watch a show. Watch the damn show. Stop trying to look it up in Google and get the outcome. Don't talk to anybody either while you're watching it. Lunch is until 12:45. Maybe I should put it up on the screen somewhere. Let me put it up on, put a little text. Lunch break. Returns 12:45. Just like when I premiere a video. That last video that I did, well, first of all, let me not commit to anything, but I was saying to myself, it would be nice if like every once in a while I do a video like I did with the Frozen couple, kind of like maybe an old story where I edit and put some stuff together. It's at 49,000, which is cool. I think this will probably continue to get more. I should put it somewhere. I should make a playlist of videos I've done like that. I actually have an idea for the next video too. I don't know if maybe over the weekend I'll work on it. Once a week, because it takes a long time to edit. I might do something like this where I edit a video. I forgot where I was going with that. Lost myself. Yeah, I don't remember where I was going with that. But I think I'm going to do that once a week or something like that. Experiment, share some different stories. Let's see. What else is going on? Texas border crisis is trending. Impeach Cardi. Stephen King. Oh, today marks the somber anniversary of the helicopter crash that took out the lives of Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others. Damn. Thanks, Tracy. Oh yeah. Where I was going with that was that even with this video, I had purposely left out what happened until the very end when I edited it, because I wanted people to guess a little bit and question and kind of wonder what was going on. So I intentionally didn't mention what happened. I could have, and I actually did, and I had to edit it out because I wanted to wait till the very end. But of course, people in the live chat, this is what happened, and blah, 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 like spoiling for everybody. You know that person in the movie theater that just has to shout out and tell you everything that's happening as it's happening or right before it happens, and so you're watching and they're spoiling it as it's going? I don't think there's any good movies anymore. I heard Peaky Blinders is good. That one's kind of starts really slow, though, right? You talking about the show? Really, really slow. Ricky, he's in the hallway. I was playing with him earlier. I stepped away. I can't leave him walking around here because he might pee. Today's day 2. We'll see how he does. In a little while, once they come back from the court, at some point I'm going to take him out for a walk. Last night I was kind of running with him outside a bit, like jogging and running. What else do we got? Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, shit. They said Trump storms out during defamation trial. Oh, Lord. Maybe that's not good. She's seeking $10 million. Lord. I'm not going to drag us into politics, but that's like trending right now. So we'll see what happens with it. I guess we'll find out the outcome today. I think she already won her first one. Now she's back for more. Seeking $10 million. All right. What else we got going on? Yeah, he has water. He has water and food. I really wanted to have Taylor for a video. I feel like I could do a video update on Taylor. I mean, I could just record this and post it after, like as a video. We could react to it now and record it as a video. We could do that. We could do that. I could, if you really want me to do it now, because I'm always thinking of content. This stuff in the middle of a trial gets lost. Nobody's gonna see it. Let's see. All right. We have, how much time we got? 35, 45. We got 20 minutes. We could do this in 20 minutes. So what I'll do is, we'll do that. Hold on. Damn, he has 5. Trump. Did you see how many trials Trump has this year? It's like 5. Really? Oh, man. All right. Is it? She didn't want to hurt the other day. Who knows it? You don't need much for a dedicated video. Doesn't need an audience. We've covered Taylor a couple times. I already had in mind what I could have done. I could have done a little snippet of her attacking her lawyer again. All right, I'm gonna record this anyway, and then maybe I could use it for later. But anyway, let me see. Can we get this full screen? All right, maybe that's a little better, right? So let me give you a little of the context. Let me just blow my nose. All right, so let me give you a little context. Taylor Show Business, we watched the trial. This is the woman that was high on the stuff. I'm afraid to say certain words now because YouTube keeps demonetizing me. Was high on, well, whatever, meth. And her and her boyfriend, I think, or whatever, at the time, Shannon, they get high. They're doing this stuff. At some point, she gets some chains, metal chains, I think puts it around his neck or whatever, restrains him. Starts choking him, okay, to the point where he starts like coughing up blood. She says like she could see like his heart beating and stuff like that. And he starts coughing up blood, strangles him, kills him. And she continues to play with his body for like, I don't know, 2 hours or whatever it is. She, performed on him and also used toys on him after he was deceased everywhere, if you get my drift, mouth and everywhere else. Then I believe, and I don't remember the order, but she decapitates him. I think drains his blood into a bucket, cuts his head up, puts it in the bucket, cuts off his what's the phallus? The head in the bucket was found in the phallus. And then she takes, I forgot which body part she takes, and she moves into a vehicle. And she leaves, and she doesn't come back. The mother, because this happened in the mother's basement, the guy's mother's basement. The mother, at some point, she comes downstairs to like see what's going on and check on him, and she runs into the bucket and she finds her son's head and phallus in a bucket. This woman is bat shit crazy. Leg, this in the chat. Leg. Taylor Show Business is her name. Crazy story. We covered it a couple times. We covered the trial. And she was a huge fan of Jeffrey Dahmer. She even took, I don't want to say the name of the toy, Mandy, but yeah, even took like a selfie with him. They showed it in court where she's like smiling with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer. And they wanted to throw that out. She's a huge Jeffrey Dahmer fan. She attacked her lawyer, which was on video. We've seen that as well. She literally like jumped like a psychopath. I could show you that clip. Let me show you now, actually. Let's do it real quick. Hold on. I just want you to grasp how nutty this woman is. And there was no remorse. And in the interviews with police, she was like smiling and joking about it and stuff. I did the criminal complaint too. That video actually didn't do so. 7,000. Here. No, that's not it. Where is it at? Okay, here we go. She attacks her own attorney.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right. Oh, that shit crazy, bro. Wait till I tell you the story about her. Why they so relaxed in there, though? Stop it. Please stop it, you nut job. But keep the cameras rolling. Keep the cameras rolling. Roll it. This is great content.
Rachel, call.
And they're all just chilling. Everybody's just chicks going psycho. What is up, Patika Mel? Welcome back. Bro, that's the short version of that video. There's actually a longer version. Like she's like restraining her and stuff.
Are you able to stay here for a minute, all right?
Yeah. So the people that don't know that, just so you get a little, a little snippet. Anyway, fast forward to the current time. There was an incident report. Flossie sent me this. I haven't read this yet. Incident. This happened October 14, 2023. The location is Tay Cheetah, the hell? Correctional Institution. And core officer, staff name Phyllis Troy, offender name Taylor Business. Okay. On October 14, 2023, at approximately 9:05 p.m., I, Sergeant Feltis, was performing my duties as second shift sergeant. CO Starwater informed me that the inmate, Taylor Business, was requesting toilet paper from staff. I approached the front of the inmate, Taylor Business, approached the cell door. Inmate Business pointed a tube of petroleum jelly outside of her cell on the window ledge. Inmate Business stated, "Can I have some of that?" I asked why she wanted the tube of petroleum jelly, and she immediately turned around, pulled her pants down, and inserted one of her hands into her anus. I informed inmate Business that her actions were highly inappropriate, and I left the blank area. After informing Captain Rodriguez of the incident, inmate Business pressed her emergency call button again, requesting toilet paper. I directed CO guys to take care of the task, as I felt it was not helpful for me to continue to respond to inmate Business's needs. End of report. Wow. Wow. Oh, they just copy and repeat the same thing. Lord almighty. Oh, wait, is it a different incident or the same thing? Let's see. Yeah, she pulled her pants down. Okay. And then there was another thing here. It says October 22nd, 2023, ICO Payton was directed by Captain Rodriguez to assist with a strip search of Taylor Business for potentially inserting a spork. Okay. Sergeant Rodriguez conducted the strip search while I stood in the back to the med shower area. No contraband was found. Business was escorted back to Sergeant Rodriguez and myself back to her cell with no further issues. Wow. So another strip search, no contraband found. Video footage shows the, I think, inmate putting a spork in her pants. It does not show what the inmate does after. Oh, Lord, I can only imagine where that thing went. Inmate states she didn't have the spork anymore. Inmate did not state if she inserted the fork or not. Wow. Inmate Taylor was believed to have the spork in her cell that she had from the metal tray. Strip search was conducted yielding no spork. Camera footage was reviewed as well to unit supervisors for information. October 25th, 2023, I, Officer Geeseland, was working my assigned post as Officer 133 while conducting the 12:30 p.m. formal standing count round. I went to pipe the blank that inmate Business resides in. Upon my completion of piping her cell, Business then turned to face me, used both of her hands to grab the bottom of her shirt, and proceeded to lift her shirt all the way up to her face, exposing both of her breasts to me. At no time did Business have permission or a reason to expose her breasts. Sergeant Notham was notified. I conduct a report, was written, no further incident. Wow. Inmate exposed her breast to staff, proper documentation, and notifications made. I mean, if this live stream wasn't demonetized, it might be now. Officer Giesland was performing her duties and conducting count while working on the inmate. Her business, lifted her shirt, exposing her breast. Okay. She was issued a conduct report. And okay. This is all like kind of not shown. All right. Redacted. All right. So that's the update on Taylor, for those wondering. Lena says she's really showing her business. Bring the asylums back. Yeah. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, let's see what else we got. Well, the nice thing today is Friday. I keep forgetting that today's Friday. And all right, don't stop. We're going for that demonetization lottery. Yeah, I might have needed a heads up on that, but that's okay. 3 for 3 now. No, you know what's weird is like the thing you would think they would demonetize, they don't demonetize. I don't get it. And the thing is like there's nothing there that they do it sometimes. I don't understand. Hopefully that YouTube manager can help me out. I sent the email yesterday because I'm like, I think that's part of what they're help with, you know, stuff like that. So she didn't get back to me though. Good luck. I have a meeting with her next week, I think Thursday. So, that's the other thing. I didn't expect to do this trial. This is kind of like, you know, unexpected. So what I'll do is when I have that meeting, I'll just do it on my laptop. And I'll keep running the trial. Let me see, is it next Thursday? Next Thursday. 10 a.m. Yep. Crime has consequences. I've been watching these asylums they have in the UK, and they're wild, but they work. Yeah, I feel like bring the trial. I mean the asylums. Bring the asylums. I don't have any saline with me right now, saline spray. I have done that in the past. That probably would help out maybe to clear out whatever's in there. I feel like it's starting to clear, but it's still bothering me a little bit. San Francisco tried to build a 1.7 million toilet. It's still not done. What? Oh, how's that even? Let's do this. Some of my shorts. My thing. Let's see how we do shorts. We got 5 minutes. About 5 minutes before they come back. Oh, that's stupid.
It's time to... To a toddler, this dog must have been like something out of their furry Muppet dreams. This is 14-month-old Eli, and he's meeting Duke, the first dog he's ever seen in real life. Maybe he should try being on the same level. Well, that might be too close. What about speaking to each other?
That's cute. That is cute.
What's up, big boy?
Hit it now. Go.
So Chelsea, you just told me something. What'd you say?
Bro chased me in the house. I'm 95 years old.
You're 95
That's
years
right.
old. You look good for 95, man.
That's because I don't run behind big asses and titties.
Oh, God. That video is actually pretty funny, but I'm not going to play that. Yeah, I do get super chats if a video's demonetized, but like a lot of the times, it depends. I'm relying. I mean, I rely on both, but some days are really slow with super chats. So like, you know, the ads kind of help a little bit sometimes, off balance it. You know, it's really a lot of, well, you know, it really depends. But lately, the monetization's been good, but the two last Kansas City streams that I did got demonetized, and then the one from last night still hasn't been approved. It's taking really, really long. I don't know why. For some reason, they started not liking it because the other ones were getting approved really quick. Two of them not approved. I was sent the special link by a friend that you can actually request it again, but still nothing. And then the one from last night is still being reviewed. Taking really, really long. Show business. I should be coming back in a couple minutes. Ooh. What else we got on here? It's kind of funny. This says here, man wears mask into Walmart, not because of COVID, but because it's Walmart. I've always said, I mean, when COVID was around, I always said Walmart is ground zero for COVID. I try to avoid Walmart during COVID. It is really good for groceries, though. Maybe not meats, but other stuff you find there cheap. Plus, I got the Walmart credit card, the Capital One Walmart thing. So you get 5% back. So I shop for some stuff there. You get a little 5% back. The Target card is not bad too. Target's pricey, but I got the Target credit card as well, and they give you 5% off of your whatever you're buying, which is not bad either. And then they have all these little coupon stuff you have to check on the app. Something every little bit counts, I guess. Jojo Bean said, "Oh my God, I got sick from Walmart last week." Walmart is just too crowded for me. There's just too many people in there. Here's the other thing I don't understand. Something else. Why do people like townhouses? I was thinking about this the other day because there's an area by me that's really, really expensive, and the townhouses are like 600,000, I think. And I was thinking, like, why would you want to like buy a home that's connected to another home where it's like you're living in an apartment and somebody can bang on your go? Hey, keep it down. Hey, like, why do people want that? What I don't understand. What's the convenience of the townhouse? Are they just supposed to be cheaper or something, or people don't want to? I don't know. Like, I guess you don't have a backyard or something, right? Why would you want to purchase some shit just to be restricted and somebody still trying to tell you what you can do? I don't understand that shit. If I'm paying some shit, some property, if I'm buying some property, there's nobody gonna tell me what the F to do. Thankfully, this apartment I can yell. I haven't had any problems because nobody lives under me. There's a garage under me. And like above me, there's a weirdo that clearly has some issues. He's always walking around with these shades. Something's wrong with that kid. I could tell there's something wrong with him. Maintenance, low maintenance, so people just lazy? Or a duplex? Is it a duplex? But the townhouses, or maybe I'm thinking of a duplex, these shits are connected. Why would you? And then the thing is the HOA thing too. So people just love like having some, like being on top of each other. I'm convinced that some people, like, you know how people love the inner city? They love that they can't breathe and people on top of you. You can't even like think and shit. And so those same people, do they get, let me see, townhouse, or is it a duplex? Yeah, the townhouses, that's just connected. It's a bunch of homes connected. Who wants to live like that? I mean, I get it if you're like renting a thing or whatever. But why would you purchase this shit? I couldn't imagine having whenever that happens, like, you know, I'm trying to fix a couple of things. I'd love one day to, you know, buy a home. I could not imagine being connected wall to wall as if I'm in an apartment next to somebody. Why? Who wants that shit? The people of Walmart. I don't know. It's just a little weird, funny rant. I was thinking about it last night. Fossey said, when my kid was off to her adult life, I plan to downsize my house and yard size. I think my mother said she's going to do the same thing, downsize or something. I don't know, 2 years or something like that. Low real estate taxes, no maintenance or insurance. They don't have to have insurance? Oh, no insurance needed on the roof. Outside of lawn. It's a lock and go. There are a lot of benefits. I'd rather have my own. Maybe it's just me, or people have different feeling. I'd rather have my own. Whenever the time comes, I just need to be free. When I got out of my mother's house and I was in that little studio shit, the studio I was in, it was a standalone. My friend owned the property, but it wasn't connected to anything. Oh, and I just love the ability to yell. If I want to yell at the top of my lungs, I want to, do whatever I want to do. I don't have to worry about. I've had neighbors, like apartments where there's neighbors and these people banging on the wall, scream, like having, whatever. I just couldn't imagine owning some shit and somebody telling me, "Hey!" and you having to like conform to somebody else when you own some shit. That's wild to me. That's wild as shit to me. Maybe I've just had too many like bad neighbor apartment experiences. Thankfully, in this place, I haven't had. Well, I haven't had any issues. There was just that one lady that looked at me really crazy when I told her to like slow down. She's just driving like a nut job in the apartment complex. I don't know why. All these cars are like hauling ass, and I always think about like the kids, my daughter, or people with like pets and shit. People haul ass. I'm like, why? They need speed bumps and they need slow signs or they need stop signs in here. Maybe that's my age. Oh, they're back now. And eventually, I want to move out as west as possible, or as more north. Not as possible, but the further and further away from the crowded society. I don't want to be on top of these people. These people are nuts. I think the crowd on the roads and stuff. I want to be spacious. I want to be able to breathe. If I have a choice. I know some people don't have a choice. But I don't prefer to be in a crowd of people all the time and you're trying to go to the store, crowded everywhere. You can't even walk around. It's just crazy. That's why I can't stand Miami. I try to stay out of Miami. I avoid Miami at all costs if possible. Crazy and crowded. But some people love it. Some people, especially maybe younger people, they like the inner city life. I guess you could take buses here and there, whatever. Like to commingle. I want the fresh air. I like that a little bit away, like right across the street, not across the street, but a little bit, there's little farmer cows. I like the cows, man. Eventually, I don't know if I'd live on a farm. I'd want kind of like a rural, as long as they have internet. I can't deal with bad internet. It doesn't have to be that rural, but just spacious. There's an area not too far from me that's actually very spacious that I might move towards next. As long as it's within Maddie's school district. It's actually not even far away. It's literally like a couple blocks away. It's just way more spacious, more open lands, big front yards, backyards, trees, vegetation, farms, nurseries and stuff like that, like plant nurseries. That's the type of stuff I like. I don't want a bunch of buildings and people on top of me and the chemical smoke on top, billowing out everywhere. No. I never bought property, so I've never dealt with HOA, right? But my friend he has a house, and he always told me avoid it. But my sister has a place, and she has HOA, and so I guess there's pros and cons. The only thing with her is like sometimes they come up with some shit like, oh, we're doing this project, and so they just add this onto your mortgage, I guess, and you got to pay it, whether it's big or small or whatever. But my friend that has his own place, he has a really big property, and he kind of does whatever. The only thing is, I guess you don't have control over. Some people want their neighborhoods to look a certain way, so I guess that's the benefit of the HOA. I don't know what else. You got to throw your trash away a certain way. You can't do this or that a certain way. You got to get permission and shit. Can I please? I know I bought the property and I own this shit, but can I please do this? No? Okay, thanks. Is it cheaper when you buy HOA at first because they're going to screw you at the end? Or is it still the same price? Oh, okay, you get lower insurance, so there's some type of benefit. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. The only reason I was venting about the townhouse thing is because there's this really beautiful area across the street from me. I was like, damn, I'd like, but I didn't realize they were connected. And then I realized they're connected. I'm like, that kind of sucks. And it depends. Maybe if you're retiring, or if it's like a certain plus age community, like maybe you don't have to worry about it being wild and crazy. I just think for me, I could potentially have problems if I'm in another apartment because I'm loud sometimes. Sometimes I yell or whatever. I could have a problem. And, it's really bad when you have people. There was one place I lived in where I used to have people, and I wasn't doing YouTube like this. I was very, very casual. I had a 40-hour job. I just did this sometimes. But the walls were so thin in that one apartment that I lived in, and I had these people banging, and I had some problems with this guy. And one time I went and knocked on his door, he didn't answer, and then he slipped me a note under my door, and he said, "Hi, Bruno," which was the name of my dog at the time that I had with my ex. So he was listening through the walls and shit. It was weird, man. Like, who wants to live under that weird stress? And he looked just like the weirdo that lives upstairs to me, that he would always walk with like sunglasses on. It could be cloudy as hell. This guy always has sunglasses. Just like the guy. Look like the next Columbine shooter or whatever. You just get that weird vibe. I had that weird vibe from that other tenant and then this guy upstairs. And then there's always like banging or something going on. I don't know what's going on upstairs. Jeffrey up there. My HOA fees are $550 a year. So that sounds pretty good, right, Susan? I guess that's not bad compared to some people. Some people have it way higher, right? It just depends what they're doing. HOA rules aren't always crazy. Depends on the individual HOA. Pros and cons. I appreciated some of the rules. I figure with HOA, maybe some people just don't want to have to deal with their own stuff, so they pay this fee and they do it for you, right? Whatever it is that needs to be done in the neighborhood, it's like everybody collectively pays, I guess, and they do it. It's almost like they kind of take care of the stuff in your house for you too, right? If something breaks in your house, do the HOA people take care of it, or do you take care of it? Maybe that's the benefit too. I don't want to deal with it, type of thing. Unless you don't want to be in the woods in Ocala, you will have an HOA in Florida. I've seen a lot of places that my mother doesn't have HOA, my friend doesn't have HOA, my aunt has HOA, my sister has HOA. Crowdsource says HOA maintains our sidewalks, park, and pool. Oh, they clear this though. So maybe it's for some people. Yeah, maybe I can understand that. Some people don't want to deal with it. Oh, they tell you how. They tell you how. That's what I heard. Well, HOA fees are $500 to $1,000, sometimes more a month. That's what I heard. They can add on a month. So when I heard Susan say $500 for the year, it doesn't sound that bad, I guess.
Thank you.
Oh, the amenities.
I'm going to now direct your attention to Exhibit 119. We spent a
We're
lot
back.
of time. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Just for the record, so the jury knows we have paralegal Nellie Nell at table to help with the exhibits.
Okay. Because once again, he does not trust me with liquor.
This is true. This is true. Sir, we spent some time talking about the background of the Crumbly house. So we're going to talk now about November the 30th, 2021. And you stated that you were able to put together sort of digital footprint from that day.
Correct.
Okay. So Exhibit 119, which has been admitted, this is the Oxford High School surveillance video from when the defendant's son was dropped off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will determine that he was dropped off by James Crumbly at 7:46 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. We will determine the time that Jennifer Crumbly got to her place of employment that day.
A little after 9 in the morning.
Let me up the volume.
1:20.
We have no objection to that.
I'm fixing the volume again.
Sir, this is a screenshot from surveillance footage of her employer from November the 30th, 2021. And that's Jennifer Crumbly on November 30th, 2021, entering that building at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Bump it up more.
Now, shortly after she arrived, did she receive a phone call from the school?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 121.
We have no objection.
121's admitted.
And this is a snippet from her phone log, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so November the 30th, 2021 at 9:24 a.m. was a missed phone call, and that's from Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And she called the school back at 9:27 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And they had a 5-minute and 43-second conversation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she receive a text shortly after that phone call?
Yes.
Right, this is Exhibit 122 and 123.
I have no objection to 122 or 123.
122 and 123.
So 122, this is the text message found on her phone from an individual. It ended up being her son's school counselor at Oxford High.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a picture of what we'll call an altered math worksheet at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
All right. And if you were to click on that link, this would come.
Correct.
Okay. And then she also received an email with the original math worksheet.
That's correct.
All right. This is Exhibit 124.
No objection.
A screenshot of that we could.
In this email, thank you. That was shortly thereafter, and the image in the email was in fact Exhibit 74, which was the math worksheet that her son created on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So she had this information about 9:30 in the morning on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is wild. The thoughts won't stop.
Did Jennifer contact James right after that?
People shot, blood everywhere. That's wild, dude. Imagine your kid sends you that.
No objection.
I've seen this before.
So, this is the Facebook message chat, the one that was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
Was she deleted?
Blue is Jennifer Crumbly, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbly.
That's correct.
Okay. So, at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now, with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again, less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
Okay. And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet, to James?
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James' response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What is it?
WTF, what the fuck? Okay. Excuse me. Then responds, vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already talked about that they were concerned over one of their horse's medical issues.
Correct.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James' response, did Jennifer leave her work and head to the school?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Got the wrong volume. I mean the audio.
Did Jennifer Crumbly also text this picture, Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is Exhibit 126.
You have no objection?
126 is admitted.
Now, she sent this picture, this text, to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with a caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
And did she leave her employment?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is 127.
No objection?
127 is admitted.
Okay, this is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
I want to go back to Exhibit 125 briefly. Skip over it. She wrote, can you call at 9:57? And then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to his school, I'm very concerned.
Okay. So at 10:04, she wrote, heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she sent that picture right here to Mr. Smith.
Correct.
At 10:06, she walked out the door of the building.
Correct.
Okay. Did James and Jennifer Crumbly have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
Okay. This is 128.
No objection?
128 is admitted.
And sir, this is a snippet from the call log found in Jennifer Crumbly's cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
And it's a 40-second call?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was Exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm sorry, you said 121?
It's 121.
121.
Okay, and Your Honor,
Part of the call.
121 is previously admitted.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating essentially all the information as he goes along.
Okay, so I guess it's the objections leading.
Leading.
I'll read it.
All right.
All right, 128.
No objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Well, first, this is part of Exhibit 125. What time is this?
This is at 10:12.
Okay, and then what did she write?
Headed to a school.
Here's Exhibit 128 from James Crumbly's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m., they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumbly arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay. If I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this portion of the case at a previous hearing, and you had indicated they had arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together.
Okay. And when did you come to find out?
That they had drove separately.
Okay. So Exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting with the council. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. People moved them at 129.
Oh, HOA can foreclose their
I
house.
have no objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video that's
Correct.
That's the exhibit. Okay, no objection. Thank you.
129 is admitted.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom. I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m. and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay.
They're going to play it.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom. I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m. and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And let us know, please, when you see either the defendant or her husband.
The one vehicle is already backed in, and then there they are walking up.
Me as the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
In the magnified area?
Correct, yes.
What's this portion of the video depict?
Them coming into the school.
Well, what area of the school?
The front by where the offices are.
Okay. This is 10:39 a.m.?
Correct.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
Now, this time right here, that's
Who's that?
a broken
Crumbly?
clock, correct?
It is correct. It
Matt?
never changes.
Oh, that's not Matt. That's not Crumbly. Okay. I thought it was like James or something. Oh, here they are, I think.
So this is 10:40 a.m.
Correct.
Yeah, they are.
The counseling office.
I'm sorry?
They're in the counseling office. Sorry.
Did you come to learn who this person was? Who greeted them?
Yes.
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins.
Okay. He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
That's correct.
Or one of the counselors?
One of the counselors, yes.
The time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m. What do you see in this portion?
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack?
Correct.
Oh, wow.
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52?
Correct.
Yeah, I thought it was the same day. Right? Or no? I forgot the details. He did the shooting just hours after he drew the disturbing photo. Parents refused to take him home. Yeah. Thank you, listen.
This is 10:53. Who do you see?
That's James and Jennifer Crumbly coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
Now, there was something in his hand here. What is that? You can tell?
I wasn't able to tell what that is.
Okay.
Same day, huh?
Okay. Jennifer Crumbly has a piece of paper in her hand?
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walking into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
Okay. And then right there, she handed that piece of paper to James Crumbly?
Correct.
So this is 10:54 and almost 10:55 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see James and Jennifer Crumbly at the top of the screen walking
Yes.
to the car?
Yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming
Okay.
from school.
Thank you. What are we seeing in this scene right here?
The one of their vehicles is leaving right there, the black one. And then that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
Okay. Okay. This is one of the Crumbly vehicles?
Yes, it is.
All right. And this is 10:57, about 10:58?
Correct.
Okay. So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. Their son left at 10:52.
Correct.
And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the parents.
So how long total, if you know, were they in the counselor's office?
It was about 12 minutes.
What's the first thing that Jennifer Crumbly did on her phone or social media after that meeting?
She sent a message to Kira Bennett.
Okay. And what did she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school, and meet his counselor. Shit day.
Good.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
Oh shit.
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank. His friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is Exhibit 74. the mass drawing that she was sent?
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, or in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour. I have a meeting in Southfield at 3. I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus, the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about her horse, right?
Correct.
So when she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for the meeting.
That's correct.
And what was the response at 1:26 a.m.? I'm sorry, if you can read that.
It's, Kira responded with, OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 131.
No objection.
131 submitted.
131. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay. So we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. I'm going to direct you to the first DoorDash, November 30th, 21 at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct. That's when he checks in.
Okay. So that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot?
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left the parking lot? Okay. Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right. Here's 132.
I'm sorry, Judge Henry. Yes, no objection.
132 is admitted.
Thank you. And this is what?
Her re-entering her place of employment at 11:24 a.m.
Okay. And that's November 30th?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or a social media account?
I don't recall.
Well, that's fine. We have Exhibit 130 already admitted. So 11:26 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So you read the very top line of that OMG needs horse therapy.
Correct.
This is at 11:26 a.m. So she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door at her employment?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that.
It says, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumbly write back?
Jennifer responded with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
Okay. And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responded with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responded with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer Crumbly text her son after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
This is 133.
I'm sorry, sorry. I have no objection, I'm sorry.
133 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, this is the same text thread that we referred to earlier, found on Jennifer Crumbly's phone between, this was on the shooter's phone. I'm sorry, Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
Yes.
The entire text thread.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Green is Jennifer Crumbly, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 30th.
She asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay, and what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.?
At 12:42, he says, IK, or I know, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
No, not immediately, no.
When did she respond to it?
After the shooting started.
After the shooting was made public?
Yes.
How many minutes later, if you know?
Over a half an hour.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the footage, you reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of classroom 258, and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
He emerged at 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
Now, what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 p.m.?
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone. It was high school.
This is 134.
No objection.
134 is admitted.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to James Crumbly's email address at 1:09 p.m.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
Now, when James...
I'm going to pause this for like 5 seconds, let the sync catch up. Okay.
Received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct. Okay. Yes.
This is 113. Oh, sorry, 136.
No objection.
Is this 135 or 137?
136, Judge. We skipped 135.
No
wait.
objection.
I have no objection to 136.
136.
And then, are you going to do it?
No, we're skipping 135.
You're skipping. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
136 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert.
Correct.
November 30th, 2021, and this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 p.m.
That's crazy to think about it.
Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification
it makes
location
sense,
for all
but
parents.
Correct.
Crazy.
Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
But did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
It's exhibit 137.
No objection.
137 is admitted.
This is a portion of the phone call from James Crumbly's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 p.m. He called Jennifer Crumbly.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
Okay. And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in the Meyer. Okay. Now, did you find out that Jennifer Crumbly left her work around that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumbly leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is admitted.
So this is 1:18 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 1:09 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumbly spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:39.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139 we have no objection to.
139 is admitted?
And okay, and both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off of James Crumbly's phone. November 30th, 2021, 1:19 p.m. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, when I say they, it should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay. Could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumbly, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith she sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall.
Did she message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
140 is admitted.
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumbly. This is 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford?
On East Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumbly received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumbly at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot.
Correct.
And he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 p.m. that indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 is admitted.
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 p.m.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph at Square Lake,
okay.
south of here.
This is 142.
No objection?
142 is admitted.
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021 at 1:18 p.m. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too." Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
That was at 1:22 p.m.?
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumbly was at their home, 112 East in Oxford?
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him?
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith?
Yes, she did.
We'll go back to exhibit 126. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
1:23, she texts, "The gun is gone, and so are the bullets."
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, "I'm praying everything is okay." And Jennifer says, "OMG," or "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter."
So that's right a minute after she wrote to her son, "Don't do it."
Correct.
And that's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumbly called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Was that at 1:22 or 1:20, or was it later?
It was later.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
Okay. So in fact, did you find that James Crumbly called 911 at 1:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Exhibit 143.
It's the actual cause. No objection, thank you.
143 is admitted.
So just so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says 911 call. Easier.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm
Okay.
trying.
Oh, that's right.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please. Okay, I'm not going to be able to get anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter I understand that there's a million counts there. I have a missing gun, and my son is at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a test paper, and then I was in town, and I saw so much cops somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital, since I was going to high school, and then someone told me that there was that computer, and then I went home just to find out, and I think my son took the gun. I don't know with him, I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbly, C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y.
I'm going to careful for one second, okay? To talk to Chris McKinney and see if I can do anything for you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumbly?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna give your name and phone number, and I'm gonna have one of the defendants that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
Is on the name Crumbly? Yes. Okay. And what's that phone number for you?
240. 760. 643.
Okay, do you know what your son was doing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and then like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt.
Okay. Alright. Alright, so he's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because of the bill right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that it's possible, okay?
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
I forgot to turn on closed captions. My bad.
Sir, we saw the location data that James Crumbly left the Meyer on Ray Road at 1:17, and he was home by at least 1:20.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the relative distance between the Crumbly household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
I can't give you a time frame because of the bill right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that
I wonder if the audio on the other one's better.
After this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
It's 145. No objection.
But what is this, 144?
144, yes.
Okay, 144 is admitted.
So this is a call log. James Crumbly's phone call. Are you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in Special Investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are, and he made a phone call to James Crumbly?
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumbly both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection. No objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verified. They were in fact at the Sheriff's Office 148, both James and Jennifer Crumbly. Is that right?
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm sorry.
Correct. 150.
Oh, what? Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so they're at the Sheriff's Office at 1:58.
You don't got to
You come to
change
learn
his
when
health.
they went back home.
Like a one-man army.
It was about a half an hour after.
What's this guy on the side of her doing? He's just sitting there. He don't do shit.
Okay, no objection.
So you're able to.
This one and 147.
I'm sorry, 147 and 148.
Okay, they're both in bed. Right.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30.
Right.
On November the 30th. Okay. And same with James.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and then went back home.
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This is 149 and 150.
We have no objection to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are permitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach with 149?
Sure.
So this is, why don't you tell me what that is?
This is a report from Celebrate from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150 indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Yep. Leading.
That's fine.
Assisting.
That's fine. What is that show?
This is there's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning or 6:45 Saturday morning.
And that's December the 4th, 2021.
Damn, it's
Yes,
just
correct.
her?
Okay.
Wow. Should need help, man. Whoa. They got like 13 people.
Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumbly.
Correct.
And you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumbly's phone.
That's correct.
Now, were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbly and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes.
And was that through a Facebook search warrant?
Yes.
Did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
No.
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
That it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover from the server. Okay. Now, going through the evidence that you were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 151.
Is this one? Okay, no objection.
151's admitted.
So this is portion of what you recovered from the Jennifer Crumbly and Brian Malash Facebook chat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent a message.
Okay, and what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to, I'll message you.
And when was this message sent?
You can see it says +0 for UTC. So you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there, from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
That was on December 12th, or December 2nd, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the shooting was November 30th. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st. This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbly?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you unsent a message.
Man,
Also 151.
Hell no.
What time and day is this?
This is, it's 7 p.m. UTC, which is minus 5 hours, so it's 2 p.m. on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And what did she delete from her phone? What message?
She had sent him, we're fucked.
She deleted that?
Yes, she did.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Go back to Exhibit 126.
Self-snitching.
Were you able to tell that Jennifer Crumbly deleted some messages she sent to Andrew Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Because of the screenshots that were obtained from Andrew Smith don't match what was obtained from her device.
It's Exhibit 151?
No objection.
Okay, so before we get to 151, which is the extraction.
151 was already admitted.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Before we show that on the screen, 126 here, these are the screenshots found from Andrew Smith's actual phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so at 10:05 a.m., this is Jennifer writing this and sending this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we just gone through this. At 1:23, she wrote, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
Correct.
Okay. And then, what did she write after that?
I'm praying everything is okay.
That's what Andrew Smith wrote?
That's what Andrew said, yeah. Then she responds, OMG, oh my God, Andy is going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then what?
I need a lawyer at the substation with police. Ethan did it.
Okay. And then what did she write him at 3:39 p.m. the next day? Or later that day?
Later that day. I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And that was just a few hours after the shooting started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he write in response and what time?
At 5:47 p.m., he responded with, I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And then she responded with, they're taking my cell phone.
Taking my cell phone, okay. Here's 151, and the top message is what?
The one where she says, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
Okay, so that's on these screenshots, so we know that wasn't deleted.
Correct.
Okay, now what about this message here?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations.
Okay, and then we also have this final message there, taking my cell phone.
Correct.
Okay, but in the entire Cellbrite extraction from the text message thread between between Jennifer Crumbly and Andrew Smith on her phone, there were no other messages, correct?
Correct.
So that means anything before that message, she deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, that was 3:39 p.m. So the gun is gone and so are the bullets. Has been deleted. OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter. That was deleted. I need a lawyer at substation with police. That was deleted. The picture she sent at 10:05 a.m. was deleted, as was the gun is gone and so are the bullets at 1:23.
That's correct.
So I'm going to turn now to the Facebook messages between Kira Pennick and Jennifer Crumbly, specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found from the Facebook search warrant from that particular chat.
Okay.
All right. 153 and 154.
Did we do something with 152?
We have no objection to admitting.
This was 152, Judge. We added this one.
Okay, you don't have any objection. But 152 is in there.
No objection, right? Okay. And then I'm sorry, what was?
153, 154.
No objection.
Okay.
Sorry.
So to 153 and 154?
Correct.
153 and 154 admitted.
Thank you, Judge. First, I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbly's phone. I'm just going to show you the top portion of what is a Cellbrite extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
We're looking at the participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbly. At the very bottom of the screen, you see conversations to messages of 26.
Okay. And that's not 26 messages that you selected. That's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer. And it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay. So that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbly.
Correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Nothing further to say.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumblies, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And when you were testifying earlier, you testified that at a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day.
Absolutely.
As you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, how it jumped, yes.
Okay, an honest mistake.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that when you didn't have more information, you made an assumption that they had been in the same vehicle together, correct?
Correct. I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct.
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before. I didn't know how many cars they had. I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct.
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
It would have been included in the video, correct.
And so my point is you do the best job you can with the information you have.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
Not every single thing. You could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather, yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are doing that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
Correct.
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11/30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11/30th, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards.
Okay, that came down the road.
Yes.
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly?
That came out, no, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within a week, 2 weeks of that. We would have had to, like I explained, the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while, and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct.
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
Correct.
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge.
Yeah, I knew my job. I don't know what they're, they have to give that up. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. The 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbly was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbly was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, I mean, it took a while to go through it.
And when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbly in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that together, you're doing the best you can to make the timeline and the evidence make sense, correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumblys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not. I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I mean, I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
All right, let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're going to get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You
didn't know them before this.
Okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor or wanted to go see his doctor, tell his parents he was going to, tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbly has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them?
Right.
No, I do not.
You have, so there's text that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbly ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words say, I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow that I want to go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow, you don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions. You already answered the question.
Okay, you don't know whether Mrs. Crumbly saw the text between her son and his friend.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also making the point, Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than I'm saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay. And when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that that you testified about, but there's many, many, many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his friend, or in reference to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbly and Mrs. Crumbly, correct?
Correct. There wasn't much texting between them.
Okay. You also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. He talked about.
Your Honor?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
Okay.
Telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair, and that is improper.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury. Okay. So I don't want any implication that this witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
So don't ask about the messages if you don't want to know. So
okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently. You went through text messages between the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build, we went through the text message to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw text messages like you testified about involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those were things of importance that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off the shelves. And there's no other evidence or that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that problem was remedied, or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on, or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages, and really you don't know these people or what was going on, other than what you see in these texts.
He agrees with that. He didn't know any of them before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating.
You're the trail off.
I would just ask that.
Yeah, he doesn't know them.
You're the trail off, girl.
When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home?
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbly used. Police took those phones, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly, or at least Mrs. Crumbly, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account with just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account, and it tells you, put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password, and then text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up?
Yes.
Correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbly attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know if she was unable to do so. I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbly and Mr. Crumbly went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumblys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbly attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages. You need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know. Do you have something in particular that you're a certain account that you're asking?
There are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbly and Mr. Crumbly were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
Y'all run it.
I know there were text messages people texting them telling them to do that, yes.
Okay, and part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to do that is because after the shooting, there were threats and, there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation, he can testify.
Well, he can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything? Did you see threatening messages to them?
I don't recall seeing any no, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbly sent out, she told Ms. Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. If you have something to show me, I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Come on, kitty cat, bring it on. Bring the heat.
Come
on. Bring the fire.
Did you tell Karen or Andrew something? Yeah, the further down Kara's message, the safety and stuff. The 1:30, people hold Kira for upstairs. Okay, this is for others.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay. So in Okay. I'm going to put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony. Is it?
Ready?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Now, within the text message thread between Jennifer Crumbly and Kira Pennick, this is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This from Kira Pennick's, the screenshot of hers? Is that what this is?
This is in exhibit 130 that's been admitted. These are screenshots with Kira Pennick.
Damn, look at that.
And I am asking you, this is a screenshot
hell no.
showing threats to Jennifer Crumbly that Jennifer Crumbly showed to Kira Pennick.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing. I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
That's a dead question, man. It'll make a difference anyway.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could? Did you say this is in 130?
Your Honor, this is in 130, and I apologize. I am going to have to go in detail through each exhibit. I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to.
Oh, because he playing dumb.
So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit.
He can answer this, though. I mean, she was getting up for this because of what happened. I don't see it.
So much paper that
right.
He can't say if there's a hard copy of the exhibit that could help him, right? Is there?
May I approach?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's fine. All of a sudden, you don't remember. Let's take it through. Take him through all of it. That's fine. Show it all.
Okay. So this was admitted. These were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I see the.
Okay.
I remember.
Does that document refresh your recollection?
Well, this part, the word says met with his counselor. So yeah, that part, I remember that.
Okay. And in the thread, we see what you testified about in terms of Jennifer Crumbly sending over a copy of the math assignment.
Correct. I see that. Yes.
Okay. We see the testimony you gave about Ethan being upset, having lost his friend and going away, and his dog.
Correct.
Okay. Going further down, this is before the shooting started. Okay, so I'm on page 4 of that exhibit, going into page 5. This is all before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this part, Jennifer has told Kira Pennick, as you testified, about the math worksheet.
Yes.
She's told Kira Pennick about I had to go to the counselor's office to have a meeting with them.
Correct.
Kira's talking about what horse Ethan could possibly be with that day that might make him feel better.
Correct.
And as the text thread goes down further, Kira and Jennifer, it's fair to say, remained in contact through the time of the shooting and after the shooting.
Correct.
Okay? And
a few seconds just to catch up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
on November 30th, Kira Pennick is asking, she says, I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Saying, if you need anything, let me know.
Correct.
And after the time of the shooting at 4:42, Jennifer Crumbly is texting with Kira Pennick again.
Correct.
Talking about how she needs to sell her horses.
Correct.
This is when she knows that the shooting has happened and she says, my head is spinning right now, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She's talking to Kira Pennick about selling the house back and forth.
Correct.
Okay. And Kira is talking about how she'll take care of the horses for Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer says, I don't have my cell phone right now. She tells her I'm on this track phone.
Correct.
Because the police have her real phone.
Correct.
Okay. And then Kira tells her about how there's stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on. Correct.
Correct.
And Jennifer indicates, I'm off Facebook. I'm still in shock.
Correct.
Okay. And Kira offers to send Jennifer, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it. Correct?
Yes.
And then Kira goes on to send Jennifer screenshots of something a mutual friend posted that was about the shooting. Correct?
That's correct.
And their discussions are about, it says right in the exhibit, I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. She asks a question about the medication, and Jennifer indicates we're at a hotel in Lapeer and that the news is live at her house. Correct?
Correct.
Kira's response, at least in the text messages, is please stay safe. Correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer sends her over what appears to be a screenshot from a social media app, maybe Facebook, or I'm not exactly sure, but you can see that Jennifer sent a screenshot where she has received nasty messages to her.
So I'm just going to object to the form of the question. Mr. Rogowski can certainly read all of this, but calling it a threat or nasty, that's not for him to answer. That's for the jury to determine.
Well, yeah, they can characterize it.
They can read it.
But definitely they're not nice.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what these messages say? Larry Barton.
I'm sorry, you want to read them?
Sure.
What it says on it? It says rotten jail next to him.
Okay, Brandon Hegwood.
What a shame on you.
Kaylee Camacho.
Fuck your ugly ass kid, I hope.
Adam Tank.
What a fucking coward, Ethan.
Jennifer Crumbly texts to Kira, I can't go home.
Correct.
And Kira texts back that she's concerned for Jennifer's, when she says you guys, I'm concerned for you guys, and is expressing concern, correct?
That, yes, to stay away from the horses. Correct, yes.
Okay. She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form of the question.
I don't understand it.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase if that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbly's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you if there's media there or not.
Okay, it would surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. There were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbly.
From the screen, are you referring to? Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And Jennifer is saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at risk. And that specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or is commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira's saying to her the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying I don't plan to be honest, right?
Didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
It's not in here, no.
Okay, we have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
Okay, so when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no.
Yeah.
But they were taken into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're going to get there. We'll get there. Jennifer Crumbly is representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned, if she's going to be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer is telling her, I'm bawling right now. My son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, he did.
And Kira is writing back to her. She wishes she could help more. She's also in shock, correct?
Objection again, form of question, Judge.
Well, he doesn't know if she's in shock. She texts that.
Okay, I'm sorry. She texted, I am still in shock too.
That's what she texted, correct.
And Kira encourages Jennifer, take it one day at a time, and again, just be honest about everything. It should help you through this.
Correct.
And it offers to take care of the boys, which we would guess is her horses.
The two horses at her farm, correct.
Jennifer is thanking her for not judging her, unlike the whole world, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, meaning that we can assume Jennifer feels the whole world is judging her.
Again, objection to the form of the question.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know. He knows what the text says. He doesn't know how she feels, but that's what she said.
Okay, that's what the text says.
That's what the text says, correct.
Kira says that she's not going to essentially judge Jennifer. It doesn't remotely make her think it's their fault, correct?
That's what Kira texted, yes, correct.
And then Kira says, it sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Correct.
It's unfortunate this happened.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer is texting her back, I wish we had some warnings. Something. That's what Jennifer texted back to her, correct?
Yeah, the hallucinations, back to that, could have been warnings for seeing demons.
Okay. And again, you didn't know these people, you don't know the context, you don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know them before this prior.
Okay, so you've talked about the hallucinations many times, the jury gets it. There's a text about hallucinations. We all agree, those are there, okay? To you, those would have been alarming. You would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbly is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay.
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings.
Correct?
Correct, that's what she put, yes.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbly wrote, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision. And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay.
That's what her crazy ass said, yeah.
Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Oh, yes.
I don't care if you agree with it or not. That's
what's
what Kira says. Hindsight is always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Answer the question. She got
Then
spun.
Kira goes on and says, people at the barn are concerned. I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found out Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
Correct.
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
Correct.
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I hate this up.
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now. And this is after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
Correct.
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't possibly answer that question.
Yeah, I don't know how he can testify to that.
Okay.
There was widespread attention.
There was widespread attention.
Yes, there was, that, of course.
And
Judge gotta give
there
it all
were many news articles.
Correct, yes.
And people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting.
Absolutely.
And people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
Absolutely.
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
That's fair to say.
That's fair to say for you personally.
Absolutely.
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
The shooting, yes, it was, absolutely.
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
Correct.
If they did have a phone call you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, sorry, I missed your call from Kira, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You can't tell from this
Not
thread.
from this, correct.
So they're going back and forth, talking more and more about letting her know later today, things like that. There's talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Correct.
And Jennifer says, we are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything. Correct?
That's correct.
She doesn't say we are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country. She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
Not in this chat thread.
Okay. In this, she says, we're trying to be in a safe place.
Correct.
Which would indicate safety is, of course, a concern to the Crumbly parents.
By saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say that.
Kira says, I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys, correct?
Correct.
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. They'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, she mentions that her messenger is probably being monitored.
She does say that, yes.
Okay, and she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And let's see, they're going through more about whether cash or checks are best.
True.
What
What
page
about
is
the
that?
sun?
It's
I see
on
that, yes, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that after the night of the shooting, the Crumblies went and stayed in a local hotel.
Yeah, correct. They went to a hotel, yes.
Okay, and the next day they went to a different hotel.
Correct.
Okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
Within an hour, yes.
Okay, and so in the days following the shooting, the Crumblies did not return to their home in Oxford.
They did not know.
And as far as you know, since the day of the shooting, the Crumblies have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never been back.
Let me just see if there's anything else. I'm sorry. Okay, and then the rest of this is talking about possible charges being announced, and things. Jennifer is saying she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe. On page 26, yes.
After the shooting.
Yes.
And when she's talking about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges. Well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against herself, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Because again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking. She can have him read the text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yeah, okay, so there's a text.
Okay.
Maybe there, yeah.
So the text says, Jennifer Crumbly wrote, I'm not sure what's happening.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
I almost feel a little bad for the attorney, but she's a little over her head. Just got a lot by herself.
From the text message thread that the prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbly and Brian Maloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbly was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbly is asking Brian Maloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbly Jennifer Crumbly in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious. She is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she was afraid of shutting things down.
If a person has a Facebook account that they deactivate, okay, I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever other securities you're setting, well, yes.
However you have it set up,
yes.
You allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
That's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know.
I'm
They are
not
two
sure.
separate platforms.
I
under
think you can have a
one
deactivated
company,
Facebook, but also
not
have
a
Messenger.
Facebook. But I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
I think.
So with Messenger,
think
if
use
Jennifer
Messenger
Crumbly deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to avoid having people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So for example, Instagram. Jennifer Crumbly had an Instagram account and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
There's a two-factor authentication text message that was found, yes, with Instagram. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbly had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree she had an Instagram account.
There were posts that were admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right, and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbly had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
Correct.
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
That's correct.
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
Correct.
So, as a computer expert, if a person is trying to avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
Correct.
Oh, mic drop. I guess that's her mic drop moment. Boom. I almost feel a little bad for her, man. I don't know. She should have somebody else or hire somebody else. I don't know, man. I don't know.
On that Instagram account, you are able to tell
there's a lot
from
of cops
the data
there, right?
that
Standing.
you received.
The hell is that? The whole department over there? What little town are
Other
they?
accounts that Jennifer Crumbly followed.
Correct.
So, meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbly had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbly, correct?
Correct.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct.
When you are looking through the Instagram records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see, correct?
Correct.
So if the shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbly had not checked Instagram, it's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted it.
Possible.
If he posted it and she looked at Instagram and looked at his account, or looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But in terms of all of the data you have, you don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or did not see.
Correct.
Now, if she made a comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you had seen the picture to put the comment on there, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Instagram photos, there are not comments from Jennifer Crumbly to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter liked guns.
Correct.
And there's no doubt Jennifer posted photos of the gun.
Correct.
And videos.
Correct.
And and even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly, correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
In terms of people communicating, we know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days, we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability, obviously, to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them. Correct?
Correct.
Some people may keep every text they've ever had.
That's correct.
Some phones will delete texts after a certain period of time.
Not unless the user tells it to, no.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
I can't say for certain. I don't know. I haven't tested something like that yet. I don't know.
We can agree that everyone's personal habits in terms of how many texts they keep on their phone or don't are individual to each person.
Correct.
So when you're testifying and telling the jury about posts that you can tell or texts that you can tell are deleted or not deleted, you have never sat down and talked to Jennifer Crumbly about her habits with deleting posts or pictures or texts, correct?
That's correct.
The best you can do is look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this jury your findings.
Correct.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021. You testified pretty extensively about that date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Yeah, if you have copies of it, I would prefer that. Yes, please.
Okay. So on that date, I'll approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm going to go to exhibit number 78. Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure, I can. He has them on the screen.
You said you wanted hard copy.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Oh, okay. Are you okay with the screen? Fine. Or do you want?
I'll have that.
Camera check.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So March 9th is one of the dates that you talked about.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced make it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbly made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn, photos of horses they took.
Correct.
Okay, the jury has seen that the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they're taken on March 9th.
Correct.
Okay, you've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date.
Correct.
Okay, and it's on that date that Ethan Crumbly, the shooter, is sending his parents some texts that were admitted through Exhibit 82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm going to put it up on the screen. This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think counsel misspoke.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. I'm so sorry. Jennifer Crumbly asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
Where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're-
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, "There is someone else in the house, I think," and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
Now, in between the time of 3:17 and 7:50, okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbly and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours.
If we look at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
Okay? If we looked at the call logs and the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbly called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
Well, the number would be different, correct?
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbly's office with Ethan Crumbly.
There were none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at if there were any off the top of my head.
You don't know if there were any?
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that day, on the 8th, you know that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work.
Correct.
Okay. Between the time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, can you get home now? You don't know if Jennifer Crumbly or James Crumbly has physically been with the shooter.
Right? No, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between the shooter and his parents.
Right. From this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right. The best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
Correct. Right now, yes.
We can agree there are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50 there would not be evidence to show you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know if they can even remember the day years ago would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbly and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming are the texts about there is someone in the house, I think, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. I thought it was you, but when I came in, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
In the fact that there's no response in between any of those, yes.
Okay. We can agree there's no response, but you don't know if, okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbly and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbly read those texts.
Correct. You'll be able to tell that it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" And then there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later, and then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbly checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any response to them.
They're correct, there's no response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text?
Yeah.
She could have texted back, you mean, or called?
She could have, well, she didn't text back. We agree with that,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and thought this is garbage or he's joking and just set the phone down, correct?
She could have.
Okay. She could have not seen the texts because she was busy doing something.
Correct.
She could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbly's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn, where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that. No, I do not.
Okay. If her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, it's possible these texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbly is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, that's the time that they were sent, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. That's marked at that time. Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbly actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
If the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone at that time, correct?
It would have been at a later time, at the time that they came in.
Okay, but if the signal wasn't working, she might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area, people can be in an area with their cell phone and the signal is bad and texts are coming into them, but their phone shows nothing. That's a possibility, correct?
Correct.
And then when the person gets to a spot with better cell phone signal, all of a sudden, all the texts they missed over whatever period of time the phone wasn't working will flood into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
And just because they come into the phone at that time, they were still sent possibly hours before.
No, without testing, I can't say for certain.
You don't know.
I can't say for certain without testing, correct.
Okay, so the text messages that were sent about someone being in the house, someone walking into the bathroom, you don't know any of the responses that, or even the thoughts Jennifer Crumbly had when she did in fact read those messages.
I don't know if she would have called back if that was alarming to her. Is that what you're saying? Or
I guess what I'm saying is, okay, and you also don't know, and obviously we've already talked about it. This has already been asked, but you obviously don't know when she's seen each message. There's no documentation like she saw this one at 8 o'clock, this one at 8:05, anything like that.
those are the times that they came into the phone, yes.
Okay. The next message we see is a text message on the following day sent to Ethan by Jennifer Crumbly that says, "Where is your dad?" Correct?
Can you just scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
You know, I feel like maybe I should give the jury a break. You're not close, right?
I'm not even close.
I think the witness could probably use a break as well.
Okay.
Oh, you need a break from dealing with you.
I'm gonna let you step down. You can't discuss your testimony with anyone. Okay, so can we come back at about 5 after 3? Okay? All right.
All right to the jury.
I think they're going until 6 today. Gonna be a long day, long Friday. I'm already dragging a little bit now. Now that we're in the afternoon. I feel like I need to condition myself. Start going to sleep earlier, waking up a little bit earlier.
Some of the questions are becoming repetitive, so that's going to make you lose them.
Okay.
All right. So
y'all heard
5
that?
after 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, she said some of the questions are kind of repetitive.
Recording stopped.
You need to get to it, baby, because you're kind of repetitive. You're losing us. I was looking forward to the cross. I even came back faster from walking the dog. Because I was listening on my phone. And I was a little disappointed. I do almost feel, I don't know what it is. I feel almost a little bad for her, the attorney. Because it seems like she seems like she's stressed out, like she's dealing with a lot, and she looks like she's gonna crack. That's what it kind of looks like to me. She's going to crack at any moment, and she's doing everything she can to kind of keep it together. And I guess the point she's trying to get to is she's trying to give a reason as to why the mother and the father went on the run. They're arguing that they didn't go on the run. I guess they were afraid for their life and safety. So that's why they're showing their death threats. Dietrich Ed said, I feel bad for Jennifer. Maybe the representation. I guess that's what they're trying to get to is that they were in fear for their life. And so I don't know how many burner phones they need. They had how many phones they had? 8 phones or 7 phones or some shit? How many phones do you need? You know, feeling bad for Crazy Woman. I have a soft spot. Yeah, it's definitely kind of odd. It's a little bit odd. You know, I mean, from yesterday to today, I could feel the I don't know, the stress coming through the screen, the way she talks and she's interacting, and she's just really trying to keep it together, like barely holding on, man. Like the water slipping through your finger, your fingers are together trying to hold water, like a little puddle of water in your hand. It's slipping through. And then I don't know why there's so many cops in there. That's just the walls are lined up with cops. If I was her, because I feel like Jennifer might need a Hail Mary. Jennifer might need a Hail Mary. This attorney needs a Hail Mary. Just fuck it. Just turn around and be like, you know, make the case. Why do you think all these security and cops are here? There you go. That's why she needed to go on the run. Why do you think they're all here? For her safety, because they think somebody's going to come and kill her. Do some crazy. You might as well just turn around and do some crazy shit. I present you all the cops in here and all security. It's just lined up. Why is that? In the other trials, we don't have that. Do something crazy. Might as well. So, yeah, I think today, I guess we're going till 6. And feel a little. The trial is pretty good so far. I'm disappointed that Ethan is not going to testify, apparently. I'm disappointed about that. Buy one, get one. ADD. The sale popped up. But the mother's going to testify. That should be interesting. I'm sure the prosecution's salivating at the opportunity to cross-examine her. I'm just looking at the news. Netflix fans can't sleep without binge watching new gritty crime series as they hail the best thing on TV right now. Which one? Griselda, baby. I'm telling you guys. I only watched the first episode. On the last break, I was talking about it. I was intrigued. Now, people that aren't into this whole, like, for example, like, maybe you don't like a Scarface or Cocaine Cowboys. Like, maybe you're not into that. Cocaine Cowboys is really good. I thought it was really interesting. 1 and 2. I almost want to rewatch it. If you're not into that stuff, then maybe you might not find interest in this whole drug lord thing. But everybody's talking about Griselda. I just started watching it last night. Done with episode 1. Griselda Blanco, a notorious Colombian drug lord who operated a cocaine empire in Miami. Griselda. That's what she really looks like. They got this lady doing the acting, but that's really what Griselda looks like. I was like, oh, that's nice. They got a nice actor to do it. That's nice. But this was when she was older. You know. Griselda. I can't sleep because of Griselda. I need to finish it. Episode 1 and I'm already obsessed. Started watching Griselda, my new personality for the week. She's badass. She's badass. For the ladies out there, you're looking for a little motivation to kill somebody or beat somebody that's bothering you and shit. Watch Griselda. Smash 6 hours of Griselda. Griselda on Netflix is good, but I feel like they're being too safe in a bit to humanize her. Griselda Blanco was ruthless. She really was. She started killing when she was 11. Yeah, they didn't go back that back far as 11. But they might, because in the show they go back a little bit. They didn't go into her childhood. I read a little bit about her childhood. She killed somebody when she was 11, and she killed all of her husbands, 3 of them. Griselda. Oh, Blanco. So her son, Michael Corleone, has reportedly filed a lawsuit on the grounds of the show's alleged unauthorized use of their family's likeness. Oh, so they're trying to get that cash, baby. Pay out. Gotta pay. Griselda. How dare you use my mother's legacy and likeness, even though you don't have her last name. How dare you? My parents died when I was 10, and I inherited a small fortune. I was adopted by a couple who spent my parents' money on cars, furniture, and spoiling their real children. Ooh. I was trapped until I was 18, but I always had planned to get them back. On my 18th birthday, I woke to my adopted parents screaming. When I went downstairs, they showed me a piece of paper they received. Oh, is this just an ad? That sounded so interesting. I wanted another story. Man. Oh, small acts of revenge. Parents, let's see something. Parents. Oh, man, that looked like a good story. I got revenge and took them out. Never again. These kids are crazy too, man. That's why, when these kids start getting older, you better sleep with the door locked. No matter how loving and sweet they are, you never know what's going on in these kids' head. What videos they're watching, what drugs they're taking and shit. I lock the door. In my own house, I lock the door. Maybe when I get old, I'll put a keypad on the shit or something. Because you're not catching me off guard while I'm sleeping. You know how many of these kids, you don't have to go to the park or let them go to a sleepover or something. They come in there and stab you. Yeah, I'm locking that shit. In case you have a lapse of judgment. Let's see. Let's look up some stories. Mm-hmm. Let's see. If we get into an argument with my significant other, yeah, you sleeping on the couch or something, or I'm sleeping in one of the room. I'm locking myself in the room. You're not coming in.
Goes on uninterrupted.
Mm-mm. I want to show this video, but I guess we got a commercial. 14-year-old boy who told police an intruder attacked his family has been arrested on killing his parents and severely wounding his 11-year-old sister. What happened? They didn't play video games or something? Let's see.
Bay Area. This is the Morning Edition.
Continues. A new year means new laws will go into effect here in California. We passable through these ones you see pounded the coastline.
I guess not. Oh, news conference. Can we watch the news conference? There we go. Where is this from? I gotta read it. Oh, it's nothing about the
position as an autopsy tech here, and then
that's not it. Oh. Oh well. Some DJ got why can't I decapitated? What's wrong with me? In Nashville. I haven't heard of that. Oh, I do need that. A life alert. Yeah, I want that. That thing detects if your heart starts beating, right? I want to get one of those. I should get that. I'm 38. I'll get that. I'm down for that, actually. Just so the other person knows, you know what I'm saying? Don't F with me. Because there's going to be an alert that goes out. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what else we got. School shooter. Kansas City. Maybe there'll be another update. You'll have to check out later. Side. Nitrogen hypoxia.
Kenneth Smith made a lengthy final statement. It began with, "Tonight, Alabama caused humanity to take a step
Is that a
backward."
press conference?
He continued saying, "I'm leaving with love, peace, and light. Thank you for supporting me. Love all of you."
Some of the last words of a condemned man were read out loud after his execution. The state of Alabama executed Kenneth Smith for the 1988 murder of a pastor's wife. It was the first time nitrogen hypoxia was used as a method of execution. Witnesses and supporters of Smith called it inhumane.
What we saw was minutes of someone struggling for their life. We saw minutes of someone heaving back and forth. We saw spit. We saw all sorts of stuff from his mouth develop on the mask. We saw this mask tied to the gurney and him ripping his head forward over and over and over again.
But the children of the victim tell local media they were for the execution and
Yo, how isn't that so crazy? We gotta find that press conference. Let's do it live later. Let's come back later after 8 hours of streaming. Let's come back. Somebody find me that press conference. What's his name? Salvo Kenneth Smith. Damn. So people are. I mean, it is sounds pretty gruesome. You know, I don't know about like torturing somebody like that, but everybody's, you know, they're. I mean, who would want to watch that anyway? I don't know. It's really gruesome to see. But his own parents came out and said, I mean, his kids came out and said, "Yeah, we'll give a fuck. Good, kill him." Damn.
At 7:53 Central.
Alabama, that's how they get down, huh? The victims of the family speak out. We could do a whole stream on this. Kenneth Smith, spiritual advisor. He got a spiritual advisor that came out and spoke.
In November of 2022, sending
The hell
him
the press
back to
conference?
his throw away the key.
I know that Commissioner Ham, I know that ADOC is going to come out here and say, well, this is what we thought was going to happen. Look at their court filings.
hoped it would bring them the closure they've been seeking for more than 30 years.
I mean, I feel so sorry for the Stinnett family tonight. That this is how the state decided they were going to honor Elizabeth Stinnett's memory.
This was the state's second attempt at executing Smith after an unsuccessful lethal injection in 2020.
Was it the guy's kids or the victim's kids who said they don't care?
22. For Inside Edition.
They have more empathy for the killer than the victims. Damn, somebody said that in the comment. Is somebody taking care of his dog? He had a Shih Tzu. I'm really concerned about it, and I think it's not fair. Damn. I'm just kidding. But the dog. Oh, my God. Yeah, I mean, let's see if YouTube finally approved or denied my stuff from yesterday. Let's see. Still, what a waste of time. I'm going to talk to this person about that next week when it won't matter. Chris Farr said, how can I have a Shih Tzu in prison? Yeah, the family was like, yeah, we good. I was like, damn. This is an outrage. Shut up. His kid's like, nah, well, yeah, it's cool. He needs to go. I couldn't imagine what that was like, though, for them to see that. How do you sign up for that? I mean, I know the victims go to that, but how do the other people? Are they just randomly selected? Is there like a form or something you sign and fill out? Thunderman preteen killer. What?
It was a case that shocked the nation and made headlines around the world. In 2014, two preteens lured their classmate into a forest during a game of hide and seek, then stabbed her more than a dozen times,
I feel like I heard
all
of
to
this.
appease an online boogeyman
Wow.
called Slender Man. Nearly 10 years later, one of those girls, who is now 21 years old, is asking to be released from a mental institution.
So, we have to hope that through age and, through treatment that she's been able to deal with that, and they've been able to kind of figure out what the source of that was, and they've been able to get her right. Otherwise, they'll keep her in there, which if she's not right, she needs to be in there. We can't have her running around, but I don't know those answers, and we'll have to wait and see what the doctors say. And we have to assume that the judge will be prudent and make the right decision.
The 2014 stabbing took place in a local park in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Prosecutors say Morgan Geyser and Anissa Wire pinned down their classmate Peyton Lautner. Then Morgan stabbed Peyton 19 times while Anissa urged her on. Peyton thankfully was able to drag herself to a nearby road and found a cyclist who called 911. Her so-called friends Morgan and Anissa were found by authorities within hours. During their interview with police, the two reportedly showed no remorse and claimed they attacked Peyton to appease Slender Man, a tall, thin, faceless, and fictional character. In 2018, Morgan Geyser was committed to the Wisconsin Department of Health Services for 40 years after being found guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, but found not guilty by reason of mental disease. Now, through a new petition, she's seeking to be released from the state mental hospital, but with conditions.
When I was a kid, we always had like Bloody Mary, that if you said Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times.
That used to scare me. The Bloody Mary and Candyman. Candyman. They're back. Candyman. Candyman. Don't say Candyman 5 times. He's coming to get you. I used to be scared of that when I was a kid, man. Don't look in the mirror and say it. I'll come for you. Sorry, I forgot. Let me get this real quick. Let me get these super chats before they start. Tamara, thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate that. Says I predicted defense attorney is going to cause a mistrial. So glad you're covering this trial. Thank you. Chrissy from earlier, thank you for the 5. Sorry I'm on delay, but living for the Superman Mel with the coverage of this case and KC case. Thanks for being a real one. Save for the community. Thank you so much. Chrissy and Evolve Lady, thank you for the membership. DGT, thank you for the 5 earlier. Says this attorney is like Daryl Brooks of attorneys. We all need a drink to listen to her. And L, thank you for the 5. Says Mel, can you cover the 6 people shot to death near LA? It happened right by me at Adelanto Highway 395. I've mentioned it twice so far during the live stream, but we'll see if we do a live on it at some point. I mean, last I checked, there wasn't much information. Looks like Cartel hit to me. If there's like a press conference too, for sure we'll cover it. All aboard! Make sure you guys subscribe to the second channel as well, because while I'm doing the trial, I might have less notifications. So some things I might have to do in the second channel. So Ikid Mel, ICKDMEL, CC. CC, space between Ikid Mel and CC.
Recording in progress.
Oh.
You were still under. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you.
Yeah, just check the question repetitive. Let's get this going.
Okay. Okay, may
I
I
know what's
continue?
going, girl.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've been sitting here going over March 9th, 2021. There was also some messages from March 8th, so the day before that you testified about. Do you recall those messages?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall, do you need to see those messages, or are you able to answer questions without seeing
I'd like
them?
to see them, not, yes, please.
Okay, so these are going to be, let's see here. This is Exhibit 84. What should I do with it? Oh, let me pop it up here. Okay, Exhibit 84. Can you see it up on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, these are texts that are between James and Jennifer Crumbly, correct?
Correct.
Now, these texts are confirming that Jennifer is saying she's swamped at work and is going to have to not go to the barn that night, correct?
I'm sorry, do you have a copy I can, like, scroll?
I don't know what I did with my copy. Let me just.
I don't have that.
Here it is. It's right
You're
here.
just scrolling too fast. Okay.
Here you go.
Somebody
Sorry.
help her.
No, it's fine.
This is 84.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take these, or do you want to keep those?
Unless you're gonna refer to them, I don't need them.
I'm not sure if I will, so we'll find out. Okay. So on Exhibit 84, these are the texts from the day before. March 9th are the texts where Ethan is sending those things saying there's somebody slamming the door, things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. These are from the day before on March 8th. Yes?
Correct.
And you testified about these texts from March 8th on direct, and those were admitted through the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay. On March 8th, the parents are talking about Ethan at the beginning of the text messages. Is that a fair statement?
At 3:09, Jennifer asks, is Ethan going bowling?
Okay, so on page 386, she starts off with, is Ethan going bowling? He says, IDK, which is I don't know. We can agree on that. Okay, what do you mean, I don't know? Okay, goes down further, and Jennifer Crumbly on the 8th is asking at 3:12 in the afternoon, why isn't he home yet, correct?
That's correct.
At 3:12 and 51 seconds, she says he should be home by now, correct?
That's correct.
When she's saying he, we know that she's talking about Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on at 3:12 and 56 seconds, she says freaking out, correct?
Correct.
And James responds to her at 3:13, so not even a minute later. He doesn't get home until 3:16, correct?
Correct. That's what he says, yes.
So these parents are communicating about when their son gets home down to the minute of when he can be expected, yes?
Correct.
Jennifer's text back to him is, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it, correct?
Correct.
That's Jennifer saying that to James.
Correct.
On this date in March of 2021, Jennifer is working at Princeton at her job that's out in West Bloomfield, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, James at that time is a DoorDash driver working out in the Oxford area.
Correct.
And at that time, James was in between jobs. And if you don't know, please tell me, in between jobs and door dashing on the side as he was waiting for another job to come along, correct?
I do recall a text message about trying to be in interviews or something like that between them, yes.
Okay, and in all fairness, if I ask you something you don't know, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed it up a little. Okay, so Jennifer's yelling at James, I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. When she says that, it's fair to say you don't know what she means by I don't want him to do anything stupid, correct?
I have no idea, correct.
Okay, and James's response is, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's texting back again, not even a minute later, does he have his phone? Yes?
Yes.
And James texts back right away, he won't answer while he's walking, I'll let you know the minute he walks in, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer, within a minute of that, is sending another text. I'm serious, freaking out. Is he home yet? Those are the next two texts in succession, correct?
Correct.
It would appear from these text messages that Jennifer is voicing concern over Ethan.
In this one thread, yes.
Okay,
correct.
And again, we're guessing if she's concerned about it, correct?
In this one thread.
The language makes her like she's excited. I would say yes.
Okay, so
Out of all the threads.
the next day, when she's not responding to Ethan's text, again, we've gone over this ad nauseum. We don't know why she's not responding or what's going on in her head or if she's getting the messages, correct?
I don't know, yes.
You would agree with me in the text messages between Jennifer and James, and I'm sorry, they communicate way more by Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and if I were to say that this is the printed out stack of Facebook messages between James and Jennifer, would that surprise you?
I don't. There were a lot of them. I can tell you that. I don't know what it look at printed out yet. If you say that, I believe you.
Okay, approximately how many messages do you recall reviewing between them? Thousands?
Yes, thousands.
Okay, and in the messages, you read every one of these messages, correct?
Correct.
And when you were putting together information for the prosecution and for this investigation, you went through and found the evidence that's obviously brought into this trial.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The evidence that's been admitted, these texts are texts you found when you read the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay, and obviously, if there were texts between Jennifer and James that said something like, I think Ethan's psychotic, you would have brought that in to this court, correct?
Just like the text we had where she said she was worried he was depressed, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm going to get to the text about him being depressed later, but if you saw something in these text messages, like, I think our son is a serious threat, you would have brought that in here to show this jury.
I don't understand the question.
You don't understand.
I mean, this chat was brought in because for an unknown reason, she's very excited or doesn't want to do anything stupid. I don't know what he would do that's stupid.
Right, okay, so you don't know what he would do that's stupid. Aside from that,
You're
though,
gonna pull something out? Come on.
my point is,
Bring something out.
we're not going to have this jury read all of the text and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly, right?
Correct.
And in prepping for a trial, you bring in the ones that show the point you're trying to make, correct?
Correct.
So to do that, you read through all of them.
Correct.
And you pick out the ones that you think are important.
Correct.
And the ones that you've shown the jury are the most important ones you found.
Correct.
And we can agree that the balance of the messages, there's a lot more information that this jury is not going to see because it's not important to proving this case.
I'm sorry. What was give me the question again?
I'll ask a different question. It's fair to say throughout these texts, there are numerous conversations between James Crumbly and Jennifer Crumbly about their son.
Numerous?
Yes.
I wouldn't say numerous.
Okay, there's many conversations about is he home yet from school?
There's some, yes.
Okay, there are conversations about him having to go to take headache medication.
I don't recall it might be that I recall headache medication. I remember him having a headache.
Okay, there are texts in here about what they're going to eat for dinner with their son.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, there's texts about all kinds of things that a mom and a dad would talk about that are not important in terms of proving this case. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the most important information you found are the papers that have been admitted through the prosecutor.
Correct.
Okay, and in the rest of the text messages, my point is, if you saw something that was more serious, like, I think Ethan's going to shoot people, you would have brought that into court.
Just like the one, yes.
Okay.
You would have.
So when we're looking at the
Yeah, I
evidence.
just need to object to the form of the question. She's characterizing that he brings it into court. He doesn't bring it into court.
He's the investigator. The prosecutor decides what they're asking to be admitted. So
She's insinuating that he's taking certain things out and not telling anybody else. Everything's been turned over. I mean, it's the same
I'm not
argument.
insinuating that.
I'm starting to think it might be shorter to ask the jury to read that whole stack, right? Would that be shorter? Yeah.
Okay.
Bang! Ow!
My point and my question is,
Punch to the gut.
James and Jennifer discuss Ethan in other text messages.
Yes, they do.
And if there were text messages that showed evidence that either one of them believed Ethan was sick, mentally ill, anything along those lines, you would be pointing them out for this
Leave her
jury.
alone, man. Leave her alone.
More than what we have, correct, yes.
Okay. What you have is the best evidence you could find after going through all of them.
That, like was said, that I turned over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay. And that's true, too, of the messages between Ethan and his friend, correct? In terms of the evidence you brought in, is the most important evidence you thought that was relevant to this case, correct?
Not entirely.
The same objection. It's the witness doesn't bring in evidence what he thinks is relevant. He's already testified. His job is to take the data, he extracts it from devices, and he passes along all the information.
And the prosecutor decides.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, it's the technicality. They work together, but the prosecutor is the one who decides what might be relevant and what might be admissible.
Okay. When you went through the cell phone reports, you read all of the messages between the shooter and his friend, the friends that the prosecution has not named, but the one friend that's been an issue in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You read through, there were over 25,000 messages exchanged between the shooter and his friend that came off of the phones.
Correct.
If I told you that this was the amount of text messages all printed out, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
Okay. And when you went through and pulled out, we can agree that there's lots of different topics discussed among these text messages.
Correct.
And the text messages that were brought in and entered as evidence were from this large stack of text as a whole.
What was presented, I'm sorry.
They're in these,
Yes.
They're from here.
Yes, there was more information that was turned over, but
Right. Okay. So my point is, though, the pieces, the materials that have been admitted and that you've been testifying about are a part of all of the messages between the shooter and his friend.
correct.
Judge, if counsel wants to continue with this, that's admissible. And she has asked it for
I
not to
think
be.
we need to be really careful, okay? See, this is the conversation we had when we were picking the jury, that we are not trying the case of the shooter. So we've all endeavored to give you the things that are important to this case that are not specific to the shooter's case. So, you know, I don't want the jury to think that they are not allowed to see something. All right. So I don't want the jury to think that either side is hiding something, because they're not. There have been evidentiary rulings made over the last year and a half in this case, and those are rulings that I've made after extensive research and briefing and all those different things with the prosecutor and defense counsel. So I don't want you to think anything's being hidden. That's not a fair, characterization. So
I see why she's frazzled. That's
just
a
I
lot
asked
of
the court to instruct counsel that you can't request certain things and then make this line of questioning without opening the door.
Well, I do not want to try the shooter's case. Okay, so let's not do that, right? Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we've talked about March 8th, and we've talked about text from March 9th, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also testified about text messages that were sent on March 17th. Do you recall that?
I recall the date, yes.
And the overall point of those messages, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on that date, the parents were at the barn together with their horses.
Those are the pictures, yeah. I don't remember if you have a copy of the text messages that were that day.
I can show you them if you need.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Could you disassemble the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Oh, sure.
Honestly, it looked like it was. Yeah. I would hate you to have to reconstruct that.
Bro, that thing falls. It's a wrap. She'll break down. She'll have a mental breakdown in the courtroom.
And then you have to try to re-put it together, and that would take.
Timestamp all these clips.
I'm hoping you're going to be drinking a glass of wine in your sweatpants this weekend instead of reassembling that file. So
5 bottles.
I just it looked like it was
5 bottles at this point.
No, thank you.
All right.
All right. We talked about 3/8. We talked about 3/9. I'm going to 3/17. You asked me what text messages I'm talking about, and these are the exhibits that are around exhibits 83 through 86. Would you like me to bring you the text messages so that you can see those?
If you could, please, yes.
I think the March 17th starts with exhibit 85.
Okay. Now, on 85, we amended it, so there are texts that were,
yes,
okay. And then I'm also going to hand you right now what's on 86, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the overall point of these text messages
So the attorney's face, she's just like,
was to show that both of the parents were at the barn on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, while they were at the barn on March 17th, the shooter was trying to get a hold of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and on that date, we have cell phone evidence that was admitted in Exhibit 83 that shows, and tell me if I need to slow down, I can break this down more. An hour after the shooter was texting Jennifer Crumbly, she called him and had a phone conversation within an hour, correct?
Correct.
And that phone conversation lasted less than a minute.
Correct.
And you have no idea what was said during that phone conversation.
No, I do not.
You have no idea what happened after Jennifer left the barn that day, or James left the barn?
No, I do not.
You have no knowledge that the family, whether they were together that night or not, correct?
Correct.
You've done the best you can do to put together the information with materials you have.
Correct.
Jennifer does look concerned. Right? Some in the chat say that.
Okay, so we've talked about March 17th.
Jeremy.
Now I want to talk about March 20th.
She looks like, almost like what?
I'm sorry, the 19th and the 20th. On March 19th, there were text messages that were introduced, and tell me if you need them. They're exhibits 95 through 100, where there's a discussion about Ethan waking up and seeming hungover. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Would you like me to give you those?
I just like having a copy in
Yeah,
my hand or on the screen either way. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's exhibit, this is 95.
I mean,
And I'm going to put 95 up on the screen.
trying
So
to
now
keep it
we're
together,
talking
but-
about March. Can you,
Oh,
Sean, can you
I gotta
fix
clip this stuff. This is clip content. I could just clip this later after the trial.
You just plug it back in. It just came.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at exhibit 95, okay, which has been admitted. And this is from March 18th, correct?
1995?
Yeah. Okay. Exhibit 95 is from March
Oh, they're gonna do something.
18th.
They're gonna show us something.
You know what? It goes over multiple days. Okay, may I please approach with 96 also?
Sure.
Okay, there's two that are in order and they both contain multiple days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this is a little bit confusing because we've got two different dates on two different exhibits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to 96 first. These texts actually come before 95. On this date, these are the texts where Ethan says, I just finished picking up the room. I cleaned until shelves or clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I am totally off. I am so sorry. March 17th. I need to be on exhibit 85.
85 is, it says is the thread from March 17th, 2021.
Yes, and 85 is one that I cannot display because it's been redacted. So I'm asking if the prosecution can please put 85 up on the screen.
Can you put redacted 85 on the screen?
I can. I just need a minute, Doug.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what her deal is. I mean, it's a lot though. This guy apparently is not even with her. She's on her own, from what somebody in the chat said earlier. I feel like she should have had somebody kind of like, I don't know if she has an office. I know she has a partner. It's in the other lady, but I guess I don't know who's representing the father. Is the other lady or is this lady representing the father? But like, should be somebody, even just like a paralegal or something, to come organize those papers. And this guy, if you're not a part of the team, get off the desk. Why are you taking on my desk space? I'd kick him out. What is he doing there? What's his purpose over there?
Okay. So on 85, this is on March 17th. This is the text where it started off, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Jennifer Crumbly sent that at 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Keese, can you please scroll down? Okay, Jennifer Crumbly's indicating that afternoon, I hate my job. Can you bring Outlast, please? And I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what she's referring to.
I don't either. Okay, can you go down, please? Okay, Jennifer Crumbly indicates at 4:02 that she's left work. Yes?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm maybe going too fast.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, and then if we can go down more, please. That jumped exhibits.
Oh, that's the PowerPoint.
That's the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 85, can you go to the end of 85? Because it jumped to 86. Okay, so on 402, at 402, Jennifer Crumbly said that she left work.
Correct.
Okay, and the important thing about the 17th is showing that on that date, she was at the barn.
Correct.
And the next day is on the 18th, when we have the text messages about I'm sorry, March 19th, Exhibit 95. Do you have 95 in your hand?
I think he does.
I do not. I have.
It would be easier probably just to admit the whole thing and go page numbers, but obviously we're not going to do that. I'm just having a difficult time with these pages. Do you have Exhibit 95?
I do not.
She's like a paralegal or somebody
96.
that kind of help her just to organize this stuff. It is a lot as one person, I guess, to do all that. I don't know.
Okay.
So the screen keeps blacking out and buffering.
I am so sorry that this is a mess. Okay.
I feel a little
On
bad.
March 19th, I got it up on the screen.
On TV.
This is when Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly are talking about Ethan acting like or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am going to kill myself. Okay. Okay.
She's frustrated. I'm telling you, I can
So
sense the
he woke
shit.
up acting like
She's
he had
like-
way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. That's what James said back to Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And, okay, Your Honor, I need like a minute, and I'm so sorry. Now I've got exhibits that are doubled on the page, and I'm
Okay.
having a really tough time with the exhibits. I apologize to the jury. Can
Okay.
I please have a minute?
Okay, well, I'm probably not going to excuse them because, are
Can
you
you
able to
help
do
me
it?
get this
Are you
back?
able to do it while they're here? 'Cause-
Yeah, I'm trying to just
'cause
get it
next
back.
time I excuse them, I'm going to send them home. I was hoping to finish this witness. I have this task completion thing. So I like to.
You know what, we can just leave it 2 pages on the screen. So right now it's got on 440, page 441's on the left, 442's on the right. Okay, so starting with 441.
Bro, I've never seen this happen before, bro.
This is
I've never
where-
seen this happen. I mean, we've watched a few trials. So I'm not like the trial
The
expert.
text says,
but-
well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. This is after they're talking about him waking up, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer Crumbly texts, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back, correct?
Correct.
And James ends up saying that Ethan asked, why was I in your room last night?
Correct.
And Jennifer ultimately says she gave him a melatonin pill or a melatonin tablet.
Correct.
And James says to her, I thought you gave him a Xanax last night.
Correct.
And it's evident from this that Ethan, or the shooter, their son, slept in their bed that night.
Correct.
That's a good question.
And
Yeah,
it
look at me.
appears that on March 19th, as the parents are talking, there was some kind of argument or something happened with their son the night before.
Correct.
And we don't know anything about what happened the night before on March 18th that preceded this whole conversation.
Correct.
It appears from the conversation on the 19th that something was taken away from him because it implies he can get his stuff back.
Judge, objection on the form of the question. He can't testify what it implies or what it appears, only what's on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'll restate that. The text explicitly says if he does these things, he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, so the judge appointed the male attorney, BL? Is that what's going on?
All right.
But she don't want to let him
now
help?
I'm
She
going to
wants-
skip
he-
ahead to
Can you explain that?
the
Yeah, me.
20th of March in 2021. On the 20th, we admitted exhibits 97 through 100.
The 96 are text messages dated March 20th. And the 97 starts with some pictures.
Okay. So 96 are the text messages that are up on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it's on the 20th that the shooter is saying things like, I cleaned up and clothes started flying off the shelf. He's making other claims that something is happening that's not normal, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, he's making claims that things happen when he's home alone and trying to make his mother think things are flying off the shelf.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you don't see any response from Jennifer Crumbly that day.
Correct.
And you showed the jury, we introduced and admitted all of the exhibits to show on that day she was at the barn again, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what they talked about before or after she got home from the barn?
Correct.
All we know are that we have these couple of text messages making it sound like something is flying around in the house from
Again,
her
Judge,
son.
I don't know how often I can say this. Objection in the form of the question. He could testify to what he found on the device.
Yeah, he doesn't know beyond that, right?
Okay, I apologize.
He wasn't there. Yeah.
Okay, and so on the 20th, Mrs. Crumbly is obviously at the barn. So we've talked now about March 8th, March 9th, the 17th, 19th, and 20th, correct?
Correct.
So we can agree that from the 8th through the 20th, we're talking about a period in time that's about 12 days long.
Correct.
And we've seen bits of the 8th, the 9th, 17th, 19th, and 20th.
Correct.
Okay. In April 4th are the dates of the texts between the shooter and his friend, correct?
There was a lot of text messages. I believe they texted on that date.
Okay. And I believe it is Exhibit 101. Okay. I have 101 on the screen. Do you recall these?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, these texts on April 4th are between, we agree that they are between the shooter and his friend.
That's correct.
This is not a group chat where Mrs. Crumbly is on it.
That's correct.
There is no evidence that these texts were ever forwarded to Jennifer Crumbly.
Correct.
There is no evidence to show that Jennifer Crumbly ever saw these text messages.
Correct.
For example, there isn't a text like, oh my gosh, you should see what our son sent to his friend today. There's nothing along those lines, correct?
Well, not in this group. Are you talking about this chat still?
I'm just saying in general, if you found evidence that Jennifer Crumbly saw these texts, that would be important.
If she saw, I would say yes.
Okay, and we don't have anything to show she saw them.
Not that was on the phone, no.
So on this text thread between the shooter and his friend, he talks about how he hears people talking and he sees someone in the distance, correct?
That's correct.
There's no response from his friend.
Correct.
We don't know if his friend saw those texts and didn't respond, or if his friend didn't see those texts and the shooter just kept texting, right?
They came in rapid order, so yeah, they were one after another, correct.
Okay, so this is around, 11:56, and then we go down 11:57, says, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. Okay, that's one of the texts that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
There are not any texts where the shooter is saying anything to his mom and dad about, I want to go to the doctor.
Correct.
While the shooter is saying this to his friend, we don't have any evidence that it's true whether the shooter really wanted to go to a doctor or not, correct?
I mean, he said it a couple times. They talked about everything.
And all the times that he talked about it, this jury is seeing. You've brought that in. Well, you haven't brought that in. I'm sorry. I keep misstating that. The evidence
He's
in
about to
this
go off.
case is showing the jury what you gleaned from your investigation.
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
God, dude, this is just
In
bad.
the investigation,
This
there's
is
not.
bad, dude.
You don't
Maybe
have
I
any
shouldn't.
text
Maybe
messages.
why do I even feel bad? I don't know.
Where the shooter is saying to his mother,
I guess because I know what it's
anything
like to be like
about
anxious
going
and
to the
pressure,
doctor for hallucinations or anything along those lines.
but crazy.
That's correct.
Okay, if that did exist, the jury would be seeing that.
That would have been turned over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay, so in this case, when the shooter
I don't know why you give that
says,
kid Xanax.
it's
What
at
he's
the
a
point
nut.
I'm asking to go to the
Crazy and
doctor, my mom left when I told her. Again, you have no idea if Mrs. Crumbly ever saw these texts between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
And we can agree we don't have any more context than just this text thread that exists between these two.
Judge, again, counsel is getting very close to running afoul of the motion that she filed to preclude evidence, Judge. There is a lot of context, but counsel
Your
requested
Honor,
motions.
this is making it sound like there's evidence being hidden, and there's not.
Okay, well, I've said there's no evidence being hidden. There's no evidence being hidden. But, okay, so ask the next question.
Okay.
You're not aware of any communication between the shooter and his mother?
No.
Asking for.
Correct.
Okay. And when the shooter texts his friend, I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital and text, I need help. There are no 911 calls, correct?
Correct.
There are no text messages to Mr. or Mrs. Crumbly saying those same types of things.
Correct.
And
I guess
when
we picked the
he
right
says,
child.
I am going to ask my parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday again, we obviously don't know if that's true.
Correct.
And when he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices, okay, that's the next text, right?
Yes.
Okay. In his words, he did not send that information to his mom and dad as far as you can see from his messages with them.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole text thread, where at the end he says, like, I am mentally and physically dying, you also don't have any evidence that the friend who received these showed them to the shooter's mom, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that his friend did anything with these text messages beyond the fact that they exist.
Correct.
We don't know if...
Judge, we just need to clarify. There's thousands and thousands of text messages. She needs to be more specific. Is she asking to comment on the 20-page text thread? Is she asking to comment on certain days? It isn't fair to the witness who reviewed all this information.
Okay, well, is there any evidence that the friend shared anything with the parents?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, on April 29th, okay, so we've talked now about April 4th and 5th, the text between the shooter and his friend. Okay, we just finished that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to go to April 29th, and this is exhibit number 104. You testified about a text thread that went between Jennifer Crumbly and the shooter's friend's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this text thread, the moms are, you would agree with me, talking about the difficulties of online school and how it's wreaked havoc essentially on their kids.
Correct.
Okay, and they start off by talking because Jennifer is telling the friend's mother that Ethan is not going to bowling, correct?
Correct.
And she says he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't say anything in here like he's seeing things, he's hallucinating, I'm noticing that he's paranoid, correct?
Correct.
She uses the word, he appears to be somewhat depressed. Depressed is the word she uses.
Correct.
In terms of the word depressed, that could have meanings.
Objection, speculation.
He's not going to explain what being depressed means.
Well, that was actually my exact question, was just, you can't explain what it means. That was my question.
It means different things to different people, different professions. Right?
You answered my question. That was my question. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. May I continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then they're talking about how the shooter and his friend are happy when they're together, and Mrs. Crumbly was concerned, based on these text messages, that there had been something going on between the shooter and his friend, but it's clear that's not an issue, correct?
Correct.
So these text messages, Mrs. Crumbly is, you would agree with me that overall, she is indicating an interest in figuring out what's wrong with her son.
She's pointing out things that she's aware of.
Okay? And this text thread, there are more texts between Jennifer Crumbly and the friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
And there's one other set that we're going to talk about, but this evidence about, there's not any further explanation of what the word depressed means in the messages or not, correct?
Correct.
All we have is what's in these text messages. I'm sorry, scratch that. Okay, so this is on 4/29. We can agree that obviously on that date, Mrs. Crumbly made representations using the word depressed.
Correct.
Okay. The next set of text messages with the shooter's friend's mother were admitted as Exhibit 105. And we can agree these are months and months later, in October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So this jury is seeing texts from April 29th and then October 31st.
That's correct.
On October 31st, there is discussion between Jennifer and the shooter's friend's mother about the decision they had to make to send the friend away, correct?
There wasn't discussion. She didn't reply back to the 4th of November, but Jennifer texted her or sent a message to her.
Okay, send a message to her asking how they're doing, saying they're thinking about them.
Correct.
Okay, and the friend's mom writes back talking about how hard it is. I appreciate you checking on our family, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
And in these texts, Jennifer mentions, I know Ethan misses him, meaning his friend, correct?
Correct.
And she's asking just how things are going for the friend who's away.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the end of these text messages, there's a few texts from December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Now, those text messages are not about anything related to the shooter being sad or depressed, correct? Those text messages are after the shooting has taken place, correct?
Correct.
And those text messages, there's not many. We're only talking about a couple. The friend's mother asks if Ethan is safe on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So on the day of the shooting, when the friend's mother asks at 3:47, is Ethan home safe? It would be fair, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me, it would be fair to assume she's asking, is he safe from the shooting?
He can't answer that question, and these are Facebook messages, not text.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. So Jennifer Crumbly says, I'm sure you've seen the news, and ultimately says, I'm sick to my stomach, correct?
Correct.
And she mentions to the friend's mother that they're getting threats all over social media, which is something we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And she also says that they're staying in a hotel because the news is camped out at their house.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is what just happened. I'm gonna try to work on some clips later after today. Lutfi's gonna grab that one clip because people on Twitter are asking me what's going on. I'm gonna clip from the short clip.
During your testimony,
but I'll work on a compilation.
we admitted you admitted some GPS location information.
Yes.
And if you need to see the exhibits, let me know, but I think these will be simple questions. When you provided the jury evidence that James was at the gun store on the 26th, we can agree Jennifer was not at the store when the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
And when that day, there was a video on the 26th that the shooter made of him holding the gun. It's a short video that was admitted as Exhibit 417. Do you recall that little video?
Yes, I do.
And in that little video, we can't see who else is around while the shooter is filming himself with holding the Sig Sauer gun.
In the video, correct.
And we don't know, obviously, who was present in the home or in the room even with him.
Correct.
That was the day the gun was bought.
Correct.
And the shooter took that video himself, as far as we can tell.
It was on his phone, yes.
And he, and it was a video that he sent to, it was I'm sorry, let me back up. There were also photographs taken that day of the gun.
Correct.
The day they purchased it.
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbly actually posted a photo that was taken of the gun.
After they went to the gun range?
No, the day before, on Friday, the day the gun was bought. And if you don't recall, you can just, I believe it came in through the witness before you, and so if you don't know, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So the gun was purchased on the 26th, and the next day is Saturday the 27th, correct?
Correct.
On the 27th, we know that James Crumbly was door dashing that day.
Correct.
That's the day that the shooter and his mother went to the gun range.
Correct.
That is the day where there was posts about a mother-son experience at the range, at the in terms of shooting the gun, going to shoot the gun.
I remember those, yes.
Okay. Now, there is not any information about where the gun was stored or placed in the Crumbly's home overnight between the 26th and the 27th.
Judge, I'm going to object. These exhibits weren't introduced to this witness. It's inappropriate to ask this witness of those questions. Agent Brandon testified yesterday. It's the same questions that she asked him at cross-examination. He doesn't have the foundation to give that sort of testimony.
Well, I guess I don't understand the question. Are you asking, is there any communication on that, on a text or a Facebook or a picture about whether the guns were stored, where they were stored, or whether they were locked? Okay, so did you
On the phones, no, I did not find.
Also, the very minimum, we should be given the opportunity to review the exhibit before he's asked the question.
I don't know if she specifically asked him about exhibit.
She was asking about Instagram posts.
Oh, the Instagram post. Okay. All right. There's no Instagram posts about storage or being locked up or anything like that.
Not that I saw, no, ma'am.
Okay.
You don't see any locked guns on Instagram?
Locked guns, no.
And the evidence that you showed us from the 27th, there's not any information about who put the gun in the vehicle that drove the gun to the target, to the shooting range, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
We don't know anything about who did anything aside from the fact that we know when Mrs. Crumbly and her son went over to the shooting range.
I don't know anything about the transportation of the gun, no.
Okay. We know when they got to the range that Mrs. Crumbly and her son went in and they shot some targets, correct?
Correct.
Well, the ATF guy testified to that. Do you know that? Video?
I do know the video, yes.
Oh, okay.
The gun range video?
All right.
I have seen it.
Okay.
Okay. And in terms of the text messages and all the evidence that you have reviewed, from the night of the 27th to the 28th, there are not any text messages or Facebook messages about where the gun was that night, where it was in the home, where it was in general, correct?
Correct, I don't know anything about that.
Oh.
In these same days that Mr. Crumbly bought the gun and Mom and the shooter went to the shooting range, from the evidence that you talked about in front of the jury, it's clear one of their horses has some kind of an issue, a health issue going on, correct?
Correct.
So as the evidence is unfolding about what's happening on those days in terms of what the parents were doing, there's also talk about medication for the horse and things along those lines.
Correct.
When you testified about the search on Mrs. Crumbly's phone about clinical depression, you don't know anything other than what was typed in when she searched for information about clinical depression, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if that was her looking up information for herself?
Correct.
You don't know if that's looking for information about the shooter?
Correct.
Or if it's looking up information about some other person?
That's correct.
On the 29th, that was a Monday. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of November, you mean?
Of November.
Yes.
I'm sorry, of November.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the day that the voicemail was left that was played as evidence as Exhibit 115 from Miss Fine. Do you know what voicemail I'm talking about?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. So going a little bit backwards, that day, on that Monday, the voicemail indicates that Ethan was caught looking at bullets on his phone, correct?
That's correct.
The voicemail, we saw lots of evidence, was left on Jennifer's cell phone.
Correct.
We know Jennifer Crumbly listened to the voicemail.
That's correct.
We all heard the voicemail.
Correct.
And the voicemail did not ask Jennifer Crumbly to call back, to return the phone call, correct?
I don't believe so.
That message indicated that Ethan was not in any trouble, but the teacher Miss Fine wanted to make Mrs. Crumbly aware that they
Judge,
had
the
a
exhibit
discussion.
speaks for itself. He can't interpret the exhibit.
Yeah, that's the best evidence of what was said, right?
Okay.
You can have all the exhibits so you can listen to it again. Yeah.
The conversation, in that conversation, there is talk about I can play the exhibit. I'm just going to ask about one quote, and if I need to play the exhibit, then I'll play it.
Okay, let's hear the question.
At the end of the voicemail, Miss Fine says that it's perfectly normal and healthy.
I can't remember what she was referring to when she said that, but I do remember those words.
Okay. The tone of that conversation was not one that, well, I'm sorry. The content of that conversation did not ask Mrs. Crumbly to come over to the school or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And then we did see evidence that you testified about showing that Mrs. Crumbly asked her son about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And her text to him was evidence we saw as Exhibit 117, where she writes to her son, seriously, bullets, correct?
Correct.
And we saw the exchange in Exhibit 117. The shooter writes back to her, I'm in no trouble.
Correct.
Judge, counsel has to show the witness the exhibits.
I can do that. I'm sorry.
In the entire exhibit.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing.
Call back.
Let's see.
All right, so this is Exhibit 117. And as I asked, and I think you already answered, it starts off seriously, looking up bullets in school.
Correct.
And the Jennifer's son responds, I already went to the office for that. He admits he was. We can agree that's the content of this conversation, correct?
Was that he went to the office for that? That's the last thing you said.
He says that I already went to the office for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm moving down and he's explaining, or at least texting, what he was looking up and saying it's because he was curious.
Correct.
In his words, on page 199, he says completely harmless.
Correct.
And based on the voicemail that we heard from Miss Fine, it sounded like.
Objection, sounded like.
Okay, I apologize.
Uh-oh.
I'll move on. Jennifer told her son the school left me a voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And asked her son, did you show them your new gun?
Correct.
And obviously he says, no, he did not. And he says, I did not show them the pic, my God.
Correct.
Okay. Again, says it was a harmless act.
Correct.
Gives more explanation to her.
Correct.
And ultimately At the end of the conversation, he asks if he can hear the voicemail later, and she says she saved it.
Correct.
Oh, the Lord.
After that, there's conversation that was admitted in Exhibit 118. I've put it on the screen.
Judge, if counsel's just going to read exhibits, it's not a cross-examination. And I want to get to my redirect. I want to finish this witness
Let me
today.
finish this witness.
Your Honor, I find that when I'm asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by step
You
by
have to
step
follow
by
the rules
step.
of evidence. You can't ask the witness to guess.
There are some questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step
Okay,
when
let's
it's
do
not
it.
happening.
Let's do it. Well, yeah, but they're sort of hearing the same. Indirect, so.
The evidence that was admitted as Exhibit 118 shows there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbly about the issue with the bullets at school.
Correct.
Seriously, I'd prefer to get this witness over done today. It's kind of, she's literally taking, I mean, he was kind of like not answering stuff before. And kind of, but the way she's asking things too, it's like. So do you feel bad for 39% say yes, 61% say no, 853 votes?
We went through the timeline from November 30th, 2021 in great detail earlier. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And obviously, you've collected all of the information you could from the 30th off the cell phones of James Crumbly, Jennifer Crumbly, and the shooter to look at in your investigation.
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did not seek a search warrant for people at the school who dealt with the shooter that day.
Hold on. To clarify the form of the question, seek a search warrant for the people at the school. That's not even an investigative method.
Okay.
A search warrant for who?
For the people, right, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
All right, sorry, I'll back up.
And for what?
Okay, you're aware that Jennifer and James Crumbly went to the school. We saw the video of them walking in for the appointment, correct?
Correct.
You're aware they met with Sean Hopkins.
Correct.
You're aware there was conversation in a meeting.
Correct.
You did not at any time seek the messages off of the devices of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
That's not for me to decide. That's the officer in charge of the case to decide what to collect and bring to me to get data for them.
Okay, so that's not something you did. That's my only question.
It's not something that we would do in computer crime, correct?
Now, when the text was sent at 9:31, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbly, that we can tell she received that morning that was of alarm, was the altered math sheet that the shooter had written on, correct?
Can you pull it up real quick just so I can see?
Sure. So that was Exhibit 123.
Correct, okay.
Okay. So Exhibit 123, now when we say altered math sheet, the shooter initially wrote things on a math paper that was introduced as a different exhibit. It was introduced as Exhibit 74. And I'll open that up. So I've got Exhibit 74 on the right, and we can agree that was initially what the shooter wrote on his math paper.
Correct.
And after writing all the writings on Exhibit 74, he added to the math paper and added the things that we see on Exhibit 123.
Correct.
Now, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbly receives is Exhibit 123, which is the altered drawing, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of what's on the drawing, it speaks for itself, but it has things like, I love my life so much, harmless act, we're all friends here. It has a bunch of writings like that on there. The jury can see what's on there. It speaks for itself, fair to say?
It does, yes.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbly got that, we know that she immediately, because we have the timestamps, sent Mr. Crumbly a message to let him know that something was going on.
Correct.
And in the text messages, or Facebook messages, which were admitted as Exhibit 125, and I'll put it up. It's specifically, Mrs. Crumbly specifically sent photos over to, I'm sorry, scratch that. Jennifer's first message at 9:33 says, call now, now being in capital letters, correct?
Correct.
And emergency.
Correct.
And her next text right after says emergency again.
Correct.
And then we know that Mr. Crumbly texts back.
Correct.
And that's in a separate, it's further down in the thread. And his response is, my God, WTF, which stands for what the fuck, correct?
Correct.
So the parents, we can agree that as soon as the math paper is received by Jennifer Crumbly, there's conversation between the parents.
Correct.
In addition to the messages, there's also phone conversation.
Correct.
And at 10:04, we know that Jennifer Crumbly is heading to the school, physically going to the school, correct?
Correct.
And
There's no questions, right? It's like going through
at
all
10:05,
the exhibits, like they said. It doesn't feel like
we
a
can
cross-examination
see
almost.
she's sending texts saying, I'm very concerned.
Correct.
I get what she's trying to do, to highlight all of the stuff that Jen said to say like she was concerned and like worried or whatever.
We
But it
know,
almost doesn't feel like
obviously,
a cross.
they get to the school and have a meeting with the counselor.
Correct.
And we know that that meeting only lasted 12 minutes long. That was your testimony.
Correct.
We don't have any kind of record or recording of that meeting in the counselor's office.
Not that I've made aware of, no. Correct.
After leaving the counselor's office, we have the text messages that Jennifer Crumbly sent Kira Pennick.
Correct.
Okay. We have text messages that Jennifer Crumbly sent Andy Smith, which were introduced and admitted.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbly is telling at least those people about what's going on with her son, or that she's dealing with something.
Correct.
Now, we know Jennifer Crumbly goes back to work. We saw the exhibit showing her re-entering back at her office.
Correct.
Okay. And we know that at some point there's obviously a notice out that was admitted. The Oxford High School has there's an alarm of an active shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Upon hearing that, we saw the evidence about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly heading back to the school, correct?
Correct.
And all of that evidence speaks for itself in terms of the timeline of events that happened. And you went through those times on the record already, so we don't need to do that again.
Correct.
In those messages, there was not anything from Jennifer Crumbly saying anything along the lines of, I think Ethan might shoot people today.
Object to the form of the question, anything along the lines.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Jennifer Crumbly, the text messages that we have are the extent of the text messages. You've provided everything from November 30th. Everything we've gone through, there's not more text messages that this jury's not seen. Is that a fair statement?
Well,
on November 30th.
November 30th.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
And
look at her face. Yo.
we can see the messages that Jennifer sent over to her son at the time. You introduced those when you testified.
Correct.
And there's various exchanges, obviously between them that speak for themselves, and the jury can read those.
There were changes, yes.
Okay. And there is a message that says, ultimately for Mrs. Crumbly, and if you need to see it, you can let me know, Ethan, don't do it.
After he was in custody, yes. She said that message was sent.
And at the time that message was sent, we don't know what Jennifer Crumbly knew in her head.
Correct.
All we can do is look at the evidence and read what's before us and what's been admitted in the testimony.
In the text messages?
Yes.
Correct.
You testified about alarm images in exhibits 149 and 150. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put up 149 and 150. Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This was an alarm clock on the track phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So this is an alarm clock set for 6:30 in the morning and 6:45 in the morning that would have been for Saturday, December 4th.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so these alarms, from what you can tell, were set on the day before, on the 3rd.
Correct.
Yo, that turn.
Okay.
Stretching her leg.
And then again, there was some testimony, and I believe we've mostly covered this. Ultimately, when you looked at the cell phone between Jennifer Crumbly and Kira Pennick, you testified, I believe, that there were 26 messages still on the phone.
Correct.
And from the data, you could see there was actually 4,047 that existed at one time between them.
Correct.
So obviously, many messages had been deleted between Kira and Jennifer Crumbly by Jennifer Crumbly on her phone.
That's correct.
And again, there's not any texts or anything that say that have explanations about deleting things. All we know is that they were deleted.
Correct, you said yes.
May I have one moment, please?
Oh, he finally tapped in. Sure, we're giggling.
So there's also, I just have one point of clarification and then I'm done, I promise. There are some messages that say that they are unsent. What's the difference between unsent or deleted?
Deleted would tell me that it's just not there anymore. You would delete the message that says it was unsent even.
Okay, so the unsent messages, it's possible for someone to send a message to someone else, but before it's received to unsend it and recall it back. Is that a fair statement?
I believe also if it was received, that you can unsend it, you can pull it back, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and throughout some of the evidence we've seen, it appears that messages were unsent at times.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Yo, the look on Jen's face is like,
How long do you need for redraft?
I'll finish today.
I'll be done. Trust me.
Give me a few minutes.
All right.
Okay. Now, let's talk first about the deleted messages on the message between Jennifer and Brian Maloche. So when you looked at the return, it didn't just say unsent, it had the red X insignia next to it. What does that signify to you?
That it is deleted.
Okay, so clearly Jennifer Crumbly knew how to delete those messages.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, she deleted ones that said, we're on the run again.
That's correct.
And we're fucked.
Correct.
Okay, and I want to talk to you just really quickly about this word right here. It was a harmless act. That signify anything to you?
Yes, it does.
How so?
It was also written on the modified math paperwork.
Harmless act, right there. Okay, that's Exhibit 123. And Jennifer was sent that.
Correct.
And she was sent that on November the 30th before the shooting.
That's correct.
She was also sent this, People 74. And People 74, the shooter wrote, help me.
Correct.
She was sent that, and she saw that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then she communicated about that with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked lots and lots and lots of questions about, is there any evidence of, did you find any evidence of certain topics? So, specifically with deleted content, you can't tell if there's something that was deleted but unable to be recovered by search warrant.
That's correct.
And we've already established that Jennifer Crumbly knew how to delete. In fact, she did delete certain messages.
Correct.
All right. And one message in particular she deleted from Takira Pennock was that picture of this drawing.
Correct.
Okay. And speaking of that exhibit between Jennifer Crumbly and Kira Pennock, that's People's 130. In those exhibits, they're in front of you if you want to look at them. There's about 28 pictures. They're screenshots. So there are many communications regarding her horses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the first things she does after the meeting is say, I can't, or after the shooting rather, is I won't be able to make it there tonight. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can look it up.
Take a look. And tell us the time that came in too.
I gotta show them this.
Yeah, I don't see it real quick.
That's right. I'll pull it up for you.
I wonder if they're done at 5. I hope they finish at 5 today, but we'll see. I heard him say something about 6.
2:36 p.m. Kira, I won't be there tonight.
I gotta eat the whole thing, man.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay.
That's part of Exhibit 130. And that is The shooting ended at 1 p.m., so that's an hour and 36 minutes after he was taken into custody.
Correct, I see it now, yes.
That's 6 minutes after she arrived home from the substation, after she was brought there.
Correct.
And that's the last time she saw her son.
Correct.
6 minutes after. Okay. So you were asked about a lot of questions about this Facebook chat here, including a particular message where Jennifer says, "I wish there had been some kind of warnings."
Correct.
Okay.
Remember that.
But she sent this to Kira, and this is the picture where he said, "Help me," with a picture of, or he wrote, "Help me," with a picture of the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And she deleted that, though. She later on deleted that particular text that she sent to Kira.
Correct.
But you were asked a lot of questions about this big stack of these messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly. Do you remember those questions from counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if there were certain messages about any messages that Jennifer had about my son's going to shoot up the school, things like that.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. You have had a chance to review some of those messages, or all of those messages.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in the messages indicating they were going to take him to see a therapist?
No, there was not.
Anything in there indicating they were worried and they wanted to take him to see a psychiatrist?
No, there was not.
Was there any time they tried to set up any mental health counseling?
No.
In the phone logs or text messages from the period after the school meeting till the shooting, were there any indications that they researched any mental health professionals?
No, there was not.
Did they call any counseling offices?
No, they were.
Did they call any psychiatrists?
No.
I'd like you just referring to that message, and Judge, for the record, again, I'd like to omit the entire thread as Exhibit 423. That's the entire Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbly. I'd like to have that available for the jury if they want to look at that.
Your Honor, I would have no objection to that as long as we redact the things that this court's already deemed inadmissible.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay, I don't recall specifically what those are, but if there's already been a ruling and things have been redacted, then I would like those taken out.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. Sir, if you could, referring to what would be Exhibit 423, contrast for the jury, please, the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly regarding their horses with their messages regarding their son.
Your Honor, I would object. There needs to be a foundation that he can even determine this or has data to support this.
Sure.
Did you look at the messages?
I looked at the messages, yes.
Okay. Are you able to contrast the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly regarding the horses versus
Your Honor,
their son?
I would object. This is misleading and speculative, and there's been lots of talk about things that have been deleted, that we don't have all the messages. So I would object, Your Honor.
Judge, for the record, the point is that counsel asked, is there any evidence of when this witness has already testified to things are deleted, and he's going to testify what's actually on thread.
Okay, I'm eating your dust a little bit here. Okay, first of all, you want 423 text messages between
Facebook messages.
Facebook messages between Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly admitted in a redacted form. I'm going to ask that the redacted form be verified by Ms. Smith, and then I'll admit 423 because you do not object.
Thank you.
Okay, you want him to ask him. He's going to be estimating, obviously.
I'm asking for an estimation.
And Your Honor, I was not allowed to ask his interpretation of topics or words that were in there. And so for the prosecutor to ask this question, that's asking him to interpret how often they're talking about various topics. That's the same kind of question I was asking, and I was prohibited from asking.
Well,
so
you asked him to interpret something that someone said or what they thought, which you can't do.
I also asked questions about, in those text messages, there was nothing about I believe our son could be a shooter. And that was objected to, and he wasn't able to.
He answered.
There were other questions along the same lines where I was not able to talk about.
No, he answered that there were no communications like that. He answered that. I mean, if you had another example, he reviewed all of these the text messages. He also said some were deleted. He looked at the Facebook, right?
423 is going to be admitted, so it can be argued later. I will withdraw my objection.
Could you contrast for us the amount of messages between James and Jennifer Crumbly regarding their horses with the messages regarding their son?
I would say there was a vast majority of just discussing their horses and putting ointments on their legs and getting the vets to see them. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be upwards of 75, 80% of the conversation.
Over what period of time, if you know?
With that volume right there.
Oh, okay. When does that start and when does it end?
It's early of 2021.
Early 2021. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Now, what about the percentage of time expressing concern over their spouse?
Your Honor, I object. This is speculation, and there's no way he doesn't have data on this.
Do you have data on this?
Just the conversation after the pictures were sent, they drew them on the math paper, and there's a couple other conversations about him having a headache and that, but other than that, I can't remember any more conversations.
So I have some data.
You're going to make us listen to data?
No, well, this is just the one question.
I guess
does this sound right to you?
Your Honor, I object to leading this witness into this. If he has data, he can testify about it. If he doesn't have data, this is inappropriate.
People are entitled to
ask a non-leading question.
Okay.
Let's go. Fight. Let's go.
If you were to put a name search, because it's a PDF, right? So you can do a name search.
Correct.
And if you were to do a name search of their son, you could find how many times their son was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you were to do a name search of either their horses' names or horses, you could find how many times that was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is going so far beyond the scope of.
No, it's not. This is you asked about this. You asked about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's thousands and thousands and thousands different?
It would not at all.
Thank you. Now,
what's he saying? They don't ever really talk about Ethan. They don't mention his name. Is that what they said?
We're asked a lot of questions about March 9th, March 8th, March 17th, March 19th, and March 20th. It's that area spring of 2021 that we talked about, where the defendant's son was text messaging his mother and where James and Jennifer were at.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember, yes.
So you were asked specifically, are you able to tell if Jennifer Crumbly saw those messages come in? You remember those questions?
Yes, I remember those questions.
Okay. I want to make clear that all of that information, all that evidence that was admitted on those days came from Jennifer Crumbly's original phone.
Correct.
Okay. So if she wouldn't have received it because either her phone was off or no service, it wouldn't have had the same timestamps that we see.
I love that.
Correct.
Okay. So the timestamp of 6:03 on her phone, the exhibit, that means that's the time it actually got to her phone.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you something, sir. I don't think you need to be an expert to identify this, but when you take a picture, do you have to open your phone?
I mean, you have to take the picture, yes.
Right. You have to look at your phone?
Not necessarily, you just push the button on the side.
You have to hold it up and push a button.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we have pictures on Jennifer's phone from the exact same time that her son is sending her text messages, what does that tell you?
That she would have seen them.
Right. Now, you were asked about the alarm sent on December the 4th of 2021. And it was up on the screen. That's an exhibit.
I remember that.
It was set for 6:30 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. on December the 4th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And it said when it was set. It said from 7 hours and 30 minutes from now.
Correct.
So then we can tell that she actually set that alarm at around 11 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you aware that Detroit police were actually on scene at that date and time, at that specific time, at the location where she was found?
Your Honor, I object in terms.
If he knows.
I would.
What is the objection?
Well, the objection is lack of foundation about whether he knows.
Well, you can tell us.
Well, he could tell us if he knows. I don't know.
I was not aware when Detroit police was.
Okay. You were aware that they were on scene that evening?
Yes, I was. Okay. Yes, I am.
You were also asked about what counsel referred to as threats and Jennifer Crumbly, receiving threats. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't just review the Facebook messages between Jennifer Crumbly and Kira Pennock. You also reviewed other Facebook messages, other chats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And including the chat where she was communicating with a neighbor of hers on East Street, and James and Jennifer Crumbly met her at the Red Naps in Oxford the night of the shooting to exchange pet food.
I remember that.
Okay. Now, how close is the Red Naps to her home?
It's just down the road.
It's right in downtown Oxford, right?
Correct.
Like a block away.
Correct.
Well, what a day it's been. What a day.
So you were asked specifically about Exhibit 130 here. If Jennifer Crumbly expressed some sort of concern over what her son did, right here, it's, I'm bawling right now, Kira, my son ruined so many lives today.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, that was substantially after she was asking to sell her horses for cash.
Correct.
Asking cash stats. I think it was stats.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any text messages at all in this exhibit expressing any sort of sympathy over the victims after this?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the conversation continues about liquidating her assets.
Correct.
And it continues about her not being able to see her horses.
That's correct.
And expressing how upset she is that she can't see her horses.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down. You're excused. Are you spoken hearing in Oakland County? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards.
Yeah, a glass of wine
For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
able to cross-examine them.
I'll try to line it up a
News
little bit.
reports do not have to meet these standards. They can be incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. You must not go on social media. You must not post. You must not do research.
What a
you must
day.
not discuss the case with anyone. We're moving quickly. Please follow my instruction. It's so important. I don't want to have to put you in the local holiday inn. All right? I can still do it. Okay? So follow my instructions so that we don't have to do that. Okay? I'm going to have you return 8:30 on Monday. Don't look at anything over the weekend. I should have served you some vitamins with your lunch. Please stay healthy and go on.
All right for the jury?
What a day. What a day. I'm just going to use a default thumbnail for Monday, but I'll update over the weekend and new thumbnails, new faces. Face pictures.
Your Honor, I want to make the court aware
Monday, though.
because I know the court. Are we still on the record?
Yes.
Okay. I know the court does not like objections in the midst of testimony. There is an officer that is going to be testifying. I have numerous objections to many of his exhibits that are proposed.
Who is it?
Stoyak. I'm not sure I'm saying Stoyak. I'm not Stoyak.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I just want to make the record clear. I received all of the materials in this case in over 30 discovery sets of discovery given to me. Okay. I went through all the discovery obviously as it came in.
Okay.
I did not get the exhibits that were being used in this trial. They weren't identified. I didn't get them until after day one of jury selection. So I have done my best.
Wait a minute. There's a scheduling order in this case.
Judge, all of the exhibits come from the discovery. This digital evidence was turned over 2 years ago.
Well, she doesn't say she didn't have the evidence.
I'm not saying I didn't have the evidence. I'm saying that it wasn't identified until after day one of jury selection. So I just want the court to know I'm doing my best to object and to handle the evidence.
I don't envy your job, Ms. Smith, at all. I don't. It's a lot. I don't envy their job either. It's sad. It's voluminous. I know it's very difficult. But so tell me what you're asking.
Okay, so the issue is I have numerous objections to exhibits they intend to admit. I know the court does not like to have objections, but
no, that's not true. I didn't want to rule on I didn't want a surprise ruling on a motion this morning. I would have been more prepared and also would have told the jury to come later. I don't like the jury waiting for us.
Judge,
there's nothing wrong with objecting to an exhibit as someone attempts to introduce it.
Judge, we handed over the exhibit list with very precise pages, and we did that. We weren't required to at a certain time, but we did that. I think the first day we were here, Ms. Smith told Mr. Keese she would be providing her exhibit list to us that night. We did not receive it. So I'm not sure what the purpose of providing an exhibit list is if she's not going to actually go through it and say, these are the ones I want to object to, these are the ones I have an issue with, and we can talk about it, and then the court knows that there's something to argue about before we bring the jury in.
Your Honor.
Okay, well, I think that's what she's trying to tell me now.
I'm trying to tell you that now, and also, every time we've been off the record, I've had conversations with Mr. Keese during this next witness. I'm not objecting to any of these exhibits.
Well, touch me,
Mr.
girl.
Keese, I plan to object to a lot of the photos with
Okay.
Stoic. I haven't talked to Ms. McDonald, but that doesn't mean I haven't communicated to them when I have objections.
Okay.
That is just misleading, and I'm tired of it.
I'm saying,
The jury
I just want to know
period.
what the objections are so we don't have it. It'd be great if we could know that before.
Can they? How long are we going to be here? Because the jury, I got to release. The jury's waiting.
Let them go home. Let's
So
continue the fight, but let them go home.
I'm pushing my luck with the deputies here.
We have a few more things. We're just asking. Let's hear what the objections are about the exhibits.
I'm going to release the jury.
Okay.
For one thing, these walls are not paper thin, and the deputies are. I'm going to owe the deputies donuts every week for the rest of my career.
This is normal to stay after.
Let's let the jury go, okay?
Let the jury go. You got 100 officers there. Send half.
A suggestion. I think there's going to be evidentiary issues with some of these exhibits.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if maybe the jury should come back at 9:30 on Monday or something.
Ashley, can you tell the jury to come back at 9?
Oh,
tell the jury to come back at 9. Okay.
Okay,
Just so we have time. I know the court doesn't want to waste their time.
Well, you do handle one exhibit at a time. There's nothing wrong with that. People do that in trials all the time. But obviously, if we can streamline it in any way and not do it while the jury's here and have them not moving in and out since there's 17 of them, that would be good. I guess I don't know who the first witness is going to be on Monday. There's an Officer Stoyak who is with what department?
Sheriff's Office, Judge. We don't know if he'll be first witness.
No, and she's let us know she has some issues with some of those pictures, and we'll figure if she just tells us which ones, then we'll decide if we want to stipulate. If not, then we can handle it before the jury's.
Oh, I can already tell you they're not going to stipulate. I can tell you we're going to need time on the record.
I think that
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
I think that the prosecutor was saying that you might stipulate to the admission of some of them, right? And you have a right to object to something being admitted, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm looking at the list.
There's many photos from inside the home that I believe are contrary to the orders this court has already given. Like the messiness, there are irrelevant photos. There are photos of the stairway to the basement, completely irrelevant to this case.
Why do we care about the stairway to the basement?
Judge, counsel and I, she indicated she was going to create a list of which exhibit numbers, they're numbered already, and just tell us which ones she's object to. We'll review that. If we agree, then we'll strike them from our exhibit list.
Okay, and then be prepared to talk about it at 8:30 on Monday morning, because maybe we can.
We could get a list before that, then we might not have to argue about it.
Your Honor, part of the problem is they won't tell me who they're calling. They gave me the exhibits after the trial, the list of exhibits after the trial started. There's one of me. I have co-counsel that has not been with me this whole ride.
Let's go.
And so I'm doing the best I can, and I have to sleep at night. And I've been here for 8 hours a day this whole
We've all
week.
been here. I've
snap
spent
it, dude.
many hours on this case, and so
I
as a
know.
prosecution, I know there's only one of you, but you're also retained counsel,
I
right?
understand that,
Yeah.
but I need, and this weekend, thankfully, I'll have time.
Okay.
I will get them the list of objections.
Okay.
But
All right,
when
that helps.
when I don't even know which witnesses are being called the next day.
Okay, I don't know of a rule that obligates them to do that.
Judge, you asked us to communicate.
And you did.
We did.
You did. Okay.
She knew Wags,
Wiegarowski.
Wiegarowski was good. I mean, we did tell her.
Okay, all right. So over the weekend, hopefully they're going to do the same. Over the weekend, will you tell them the witnesses you're going to call Monday? Will you do that?
We tell her every single day when she
No,
asks.
they
These are our
tell me
lists.
at
But we do.
9:30 at night.
If I could just finish.
Okay,
If I
I'm
could
sure
just
they
finish.
don't know yet.
Exactly.
We,
Get in the ring.
we already changed that today. I mean,
Okay.
that does change. But we,
When are you going to tell her by?
When we can confirm childcare for our witnesses.
Okay.
And confirm, we have one person with COVID right now. We have one person out of the state.
Oh,
We're
cool.
rearranging witnesses in real time.
Okay. What objection? Non-responsive. Can you tell her Sunday by noon?
I hope to have those answers by then.
Sure.
And communicate as soon as I have the
All right.
answers.
I don't think they're obligated to do that. On the other hand, it is a courtesy, and it is something that helps the trial move quicker. Right?
I think it should just be fair.
It
For
would
instance,
also-
we don't
want this to be fair.
We don't have an exhibit
Judges.
list from the defense. She said she provided it the same time we did that night. We don't have it. We
I didn't
just
say
want
I
to be
would
treated.
provide it that night, and
Okay.
I didn't know what exhibits I would need until I saw your list, and I haven't had time this week because we've been in court.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm obligated to be fair to both sides, right? This exhibit list, regardless of when you got it, to me has been very helpful. It's descriptive of
Thank you.
where and when, and because some of it,
You can
some
thank
of them
Natalie
overlap.
for that.
Some of them
For sitting
overlap,
Your
right?
Honor,
It's fine.
I don't disagree, but also some of mine don't match what's been put up on the screen. Like it's not as simple and as clear cut. I have this weekend, which is going to give me time.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay. They're going to communicate with you, and if you tell them which ones you object to, I don't know if I've seen some of these. Some of these are in the House. Some of them might be relevant. Some of them might not be.
I don't think you've seen any of them, Judge.
What's that?
I don't think you've seen any of them.
Judge, listen, if she just make her list, we'll be happy to review it with her, so you don't have to.
Okay, so you're going to be here at 8:30 on Monday morning. We'll talk about as many exhibits as possible. In general, they can go question and answer and all that, but if we can agree on some beforehand, I'm just going to pray that by Monday morning there are no issues. Can I do that? Can I go to the river in Egypt?
Judge, regarding Exhibit 423, counsel indicated that there are certain messages she wants redacted. Counsel can indicate what messages they are. We'll be happy to redact them before the actual exhibits turned over to the jury.
Thank you. I think that it was based on messages that were already excluded via previous motions.
I don't recall any specific messages previously excluded by this court from Exhibit 423.
There were
Counsel can- hang on.
topics. It would be
Counsel-
hard for me to compare this right now to my orders.
Right, that's why if counsel's requesting for it to be redacted, I just ask counsel to tell us what to be redacted so we can do it.
Okay.
Your Honor, then I need them to send me this proposed exhibit.
You have it. You already have it.
423.
Yep. You had it in January of 22.
Messages between.
Wait a second.
That is
Wait,
for
you guys
years.
have it all- someone said they want all the.
It's
You
the Facebook
said
messages.
you want all the Instagram messages between the defendants admitted. That's what you said.
Facebook.
And that's,
Facebook.
Your Honor, that's totally fine. All we have to do is make them compliant with the other orders of the court that have already excluded evidence.
Okay, that's fine. You're
Yeah,
the one
I'll
who asked for
redact
it to come in.
But I'm asking them to give me the original file of 423 because I don't have 423, and I will go through and redact it. I'll do it tonight.
Judge,
Okay, but
they have it.
You can't just redact it. They have to know
Well,
what they're requesting to be.
I'll mark off what needs to be
The
redacted.
truth should matter. She has 423. It's the entire Facebook message string between Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly. It's the thing that she piles up. She has that string. So
The court would like we can produce a proof of service first thing Monday morning.
No, and I'm not saying I do have it in the evidence. I don't have it. They're talking about it as if they've given me a 423. They haven't. It's buried in the stacks of evidence.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll dig it out.
That's
I
your
will go through it
responsibility.
tonight. I will let them know what I want redacted.
Okay.
All I
You can send
want
an
is
email.
redactions.
We provided a digital
It's a
copy.
thumb drive.
I don't understand.
There's a thumb drive that has 420.
Yeah.
Yeah, they handed it to me today while we've been in court for 8 hours. So
Okay, but you're the one who asked for it to be admitted, right? You're the one that asked for it to be admitted. So, which I'm happy to do if everybody agrees. So, all right.
We have just a couple more things right now.
Uh-oh, here comes the cavalry. What else?
Just one thing I think is important. I asked this court to instruct counsel to show the appropriate decorum in this particular case. The jokes indicating I'm going to kill myself in a joking manner. I'm drinking 5 bottles of wine.
It's just
We
there
have-
are parents
That's
who
my fault.
had their children
That's my
murdered in this courtroom, and we are the people who communicate with them after we leave
I
here.
said something about wine because I was looking at her exhibit and it was teetering.
Get the judge too.
I was trying to nicely suggest that I would like you.
But making a joke about killing yourself in this courtroom at this time, I understand.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean it like
yelling
that.
I don't
I
wanna
did
be
not
that
mean
way.
it like that, and they know I didn't mean it like that.
Okay.
We're responding to literally just sitting here, the amount of messages we get from victims in the community, and I just think just to be at a abundance of respect and caution, if we could just not say things like that. I'm not accusing anyone of any malice or any bad intent. I'm just asking that we just not engage in that, because this is hard enough for the people who are sitting here now and who will be sitting here next week.
I understand. It's very hard.
Your Honor, I am not joking around about anything.
Okay, I think it was a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue, right? Emotions are running high. We also, a lot of people are saying Ethan instead of the shooter, but
Your Honor, I
that's
do want to
hard
make a
too.
point. I'm not making an objection because my emotions are running high. In fact, I'm not having an emotional response here. I am simply asking that we be respectful to victims. That's it.
Your Honor, I am being respectful. So that is implying I'm being disrespectful. Me saying I'm going to kill myself, I didn't mean in any way to offend
I know you didn't.
these families.
I know you didn't. It was a slip of the tongue. She's just.
It was absolutely not related to them.
I know.
This
Okay.
shooting is awful. It's the prosecution that's parading all of this up here and putting the victims through
The
this.
shooting is the result of the defendant's gross negligence. That is the case.
They are the ones putting the victims
Everybody
through,
needs to.
re-seeing all of
Everybody
this
needs to
over
go
and
home.
over
Your
and
Honor.
over.
Whoa! Everybody needs to go home. Everybody needs to go home. All right.
I understand, but we're not putting victims through anything. I'm sorry, but that just because everybody's disagreeing doesn't mean everyone is inappropriate. We aren't putting victims through everything. We're prosecuting our case, and we're trying to do it in the most efficient way
And
possible.
she's defending her case. I think that was a slip of the tongue. Everybody needs to take a deep breath and go home. Everybody go home.
Go home.
I'm going home.
All right.
She walking out. I'm done. Oh my God! Imagine dating that woman. Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Oh my God! Yo, they just cut the shit too. Oh, what the hell happened today? No, I don't want to. No, I refuse. No. Ah. I'm wrong. Just get out of here. Fuck it. I'm done with you. I'm wrong. I did it all. I did everything. Get out of here now. I don't care what you say about me. I'm wrong in everything. Just get out. Wow. No, like this is wild. I've never seen shit like this before. She's crying. I knew this chick was gonna have a breakdown. She's crying. She's crying. I don't even know if she can continue. This is day 2. Day 2 of the trial. She's crying. I told you I could sense something in her. She's gonna have like a breakdown. It's wild to see this. I even said I feel bad for the lady because I can sense like she's having like some type of mental whatever. And if I'm Jennifer and I'm seeing this, she's sitting right next to her, I'm rethinking my. So apparently she had hired this attorney. She was hired by Jennifer. Her partner is a defense attorney. Her partner is the defense attorney for the father. The male attorney at the desk was appointed by the judge. He's there to assist her. I haven't seen that guy do anything. That guy, but supposedly she wants to do it on her own. That guy sitting there next to her, apparently appointed. Let's take a look at the article that BO sent me. I'd never seen no ish like this. How many hours have been on today? 8 hours. Facebook missed it because Facebook, the metaverse can't handle 8+ hours. It cuts off at 8 hours. Cuts into the metadata or whatever. Let's see if I can look at this article. I never seen no ish like this during a trial. And I could sense and feel almost through the screen the anxiety and shit. I think if it wasn't for me doing my jogs and stuff lately, because sometimes I feel like anxious too. Sometimes I get anxious. Like I don't know what it is. Lately, I've been I gained a lot of weight, but I've been doing my jogs in the morning, trying to get some type of sleep. I've been taking ashwagandha again. So like, some things happen and I'm just kind of chill. So if it wasn't for that, I'd probably feel anxious just watching her, but I don't feel anxious because I've been kind of trying to take care of myself a little bit better. But I can see it because I know like an anxiety and like that just, I don't know. And then having to push through it, I can see it. She's like about to crack. About to crack, man. And I think that I was thinking that the judge, when she asked for that break, I understand the judge is, she's she don't want to. She don't want to, whatever, keep the jury waiting or whatever. But if I see the person about to crash like that, crash out, let her take a 5-minute, 10-minute thing. So she was kind of dragging it. So the parents of Ethan Crumbly are getting court-appointed lawyers to guard against potential conflicts of interest as a pair of retained attorneys continue to represent them. So there's a pair. There's two ladies. I guess they split them because the other lady's not there, but there's a court-appointed one with them. So that's the guy sitting on the side that to me looks like he's not doing anything. He could be. Maybe he's ordering, like doing stuff in the background. Maybe he's organizing some of the paperwork. But at the same time, she almost looks like somebody that doesn't want none of her stuff touched. Okay, we're going to do that next then. Can you send me this toxicology report? It came out toxicology report in on guys found in the backyard. Send it to me. We'll do it in your stream. This is our article. I'll have to try to find it. I don't see anything yet. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if she could cause a mistrial. Maybe some of the actual attorneys can weigh on this later on. I don't know. Or somebody can ask one of these attorneys. I haven't spoken to my friend in a while to ask her. Oh, March or May, Coburg. Oh, 2025. Okay. Wow, man. What a day. So basically the judge is unprofessional. Yeah, these outbursts. I don't see anything about a toxicology. I mean, I'll look for it. I'll ask some people. Today was a hell of a day. I can definitely clip it. Clip. There's a lot of clips that I can do. Watch Me says, I think the judge is unprofessional. She definitely DJT's verdict? Is that Donald Trump? I don't think I would do a stream on it. I mean, I'd mention it or whatever. I don't know what the verdict's gonna be. Is it over yet? Oh shit. This is freaking wild. Check this shit out. What the Trump ordered to pay. Oh, she's smiling too. Trump ordered to pay 83.3 million in defamation damages trial. 83.3. Is it? I don't know. Is he even going to pay it up? Bro. Wow. 83.3. The judge has been kind of cracking jokes too. I mean, I think it was lighthearted. It wasn't that bad, but some people thought it was a little too much. $83.3. The reason I think it might be that high. See, Donald Trump made about her as a president in 2019 remarks attacking her character. Blah blah blah. Most of the award involved 65 million in punitive damages after jurors concluded that Trump acted spitefully. So here's the thing: a lot of people don't understand either. Jurors also awarded a combined 18.3 million. So when you keep, I think he had already lost a thing against her before already, some shit. And so he continued on and on and on TV. And that type of stuff shows, like, I think, I'm not an expert, but malice and all this kind of shit. And so you continue on. Oh, it's just going to stack up, especially when you have that kind of reach. That's crazy. That is, woo. Woo. Jurors also awarded a combined 18.3 million in compensatory damages. Wow. I gotta call mama and tell her about that. Love, I'm gonna work on making a clip maybe tonight. I'm gonna work on editing some clips for the trial. I have some timestamps I already wrote out. Lutfi did 2 things, I think, already. 2. So that might save me some time. I'm going to go back to yesterday's too and just grab the whole Taylor Swift thing that she made, I think, in the opening statements. So I'm going to clip something together. I don't want to go back right now and start listening to everything. I will clip a nice short video together for people that missed it. No, not the jurors. They just made some different. That would be dope, right? Imagine the jurors like, you know what? We're going to give ourselves an award too. No, the jurors also awarded a combined 18.3 million in compensatory damages. Like they awarded Jean Carroll, not awarded themselves. Thanks, Sandwich. Woo! Damn. Eso es mucho dinero, mucho. 83.3 million. Whew. Jesus. Sometimes you just gotta be quiet. My gosh. Oh, this was really funny too. Jeannie, one of my subscribers, posted this. I've never seen the biggest multitasker I've ever seen. When I put 2 headphones on, a crazy looking picture of me. Oh man. Wow. That's true. Toy says she won't see any of the money for years and years, and there'll be many appeals. That's what I heard too. I spoke to an attorney about that whole money thing. Sometimes I could take. That's the other hard part, is actually collecting the money. At least Stormy Daniels got paid. Wow. That's crazy, man. She's smiling, bro. Ooh. She has had some weird remarks. I won't even repeat it here, but she's made some really, really weird remarks about people that are essayed and stuff like that, or just essay in general, kind of. All right. Let me see if I missed anything. Thank you guys so much for riding with me today. I appreciate it. Let me get the super chat. Train Monkey, thank you for the 10. Says thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging in there for us. No, thank you. Today was interesting. I mean, at some point towards the end, I started kind of dragging because that cross was just really bad. But then once she started kind of like losing it, I woke up. I was like, oh, Lord. Ivan, thank you for the membership. Linda Lee, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the 5. Says she could get a new trial if she doesn't have the right representation. The state has the dream team and the defense is a wreck. At Ralph. Yeah. Mandy, thank you for the 14 months. As the prosecution is laughing at her. I know. Oh, I got to show you the clip. Lily posted this. She's starting to make Elaine look like a smart attorney. That's funny. Let me show you this. Miss Pussycat. Where is, let me see, mentions. Here goes Lily. I think Lily did it. There we go. Oh, she got
it. In this particular case, the jokes indicating.
Lily, I'm going to use this clip too. Thank you. You actually saved me some time. I think I'm going to use.
I think it's important. I asked this court to instruct counsel to show the appropriate decorum. In this particular case, the jokes indicate.
We saw this already though, but I'll definitely. Let me retweet it. I'll retweet it. There was another one though. She did. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Oh, I'm going. Oh, she got good clips. I'm looking for the one where she. Oh yeah, the prosecutor's face. Here we go.
Okay.
Well, look at her face. Yo.
Okay.
Bro, I never seen no shit like this. Never. I don't know. So this lady has the weekend to get her life together. Check my DM. Okay. Oh, you sent me another one too. Okay, let's see.
Okay. To her ultimate
finish this one.
Your Honor, I find that when I'm asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by step by step by step.
You can't follow the rules of evidence. You can't ask the witness to guess.
There are some questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step when it's not happening.
That shit was a mess. All right, I'll take a look at this. I'm going to put something together for everybody, like an actual video. I'll download this, Lovey, for sure. I'm going to download this. I'm just going to use a default thumbnail for Monday, but I'll update for the weekend and new thumbnails, new faces. Facebook.
Your Honor, I want to make the court aware.
Monday, though.
Because I have.
Oh, cool. You put like a whole thing together for me? Oh, beautiful. All right, I'm going to skim this after. Oh, shoot. Okay, 16 minutes. Oh, beautiful. All right, I'll give you a mention too, even though I know you don't care about. If I'm Jennifer and I'm seeing this, she's sitting right next to her. I'm rethinking my. So apparently, she had hired this attorney. That's beautiful. You might have done everything. I'm gonna skim it though. I'm gonna see if there's other things I can grab to put together. But I'll put a little nice, funny video. Plus, what Lutfi did, he actually probably made it a lot easier for me. The Taylor Swift shit in her opening statements, right? That's what I'm gonna look for today too. I gotta add that to the video. Do you think the judge should be tougher? I feel like she's very lenient. I feel like she's trying to. I feel like she's really, really trying to. Hold on a second. Hey, man, I'll call you right back. I'm streaming. I'm about to get up. You want to say hi to? Just say hi to everybody. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, say hi.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi.
I'll call you back. Happy what?
Happy Friday. Happy Friday.
All right. I'll call you back.
Okay.
Bye. Oh yeah, I feel like I think the judge is being like way too a little bit very lenient. I also think actually she doesn't want. I feel like the judge is almost walking on eggshells, and so is the prosecution in a way, kind of. Maybe they're not because they're kind of slipping back, but like they just want to get this case through. Like they don't. I feel like they don't want this one to get like appealed or like to be a mistrial or something. So I feel like she's just trying, but she's not really assertive enough. I don't think. I mean, they are respecting her, but I feel like she's also kind of not assertive enough. And you know, imagine if Judge Newman was doing this shit, right? He would not take this. He would cut this shit. You think Judge Newman is gonna like, oh yeah, oh no, Jake whining over the weekend with sweatpants? Nah, man, Newman would have cut it. Newman would have. I think she's very kind of. I'm like that myself, somewhat in a way, like non-confrontational stuff. But in certain instances, you can't be like that because these people, especially this chick, this little one with potentially with issues. I don't know. She's gonna try to pull all kinds of stunts, but at least she won't be able to say that the judge didn't give her like a chance or a fair try. But she was even trying to say like, oh, I know this courtroom doesn't like objections. That's a whole part. That's the part of the process. So I'm gonna leave it or whatever. So the judge was trying to clear, like, no, that's not true. Yeah, I'm getting the text. Judge ordered to pay. Hey, Julie, I don't know if you're watching. How's Dr. Moskowitz? I guess we'll have to talk sometime. I got to talk to a lot of people today. I don't know what's going on with the lady, the attorney. I don't know if she's dealing with stuff in her life. You know, maybe she's dealing with stuff going through a crisis. Maybe she got some, you know, I don't know. I could sense. That's why I guess I somewhat feel bad sometimes because I can maybe relate to like anxiety and all that kind of stuff. But she had a lot of time. She had a lot of ample time, and she's kind of putting off like she just got this thing on jury day, the jury selection day. She's just kind of like, you can tell she's like just flustered, like with her thoughts. And it's like you keep digging yourself into a hole, you know, the more flustered and like just you get. She's this week, she totally needs this weekend. She's lucky this thing started in the middle of the week. Had this thing started on a Monday, and she got to say correct like sled. Correct? We'll have to figure out her voice. Had this thing been started on a Monday, she would have had to drag on through the week. Oh, it would have been rough. She might literally go grab a drink tonight. Though I don't know. I'd almost argue maybe she should be sober the entire time because I don't know. Wow. Thank you, Mo. Feel free to check this out. It's pure insanity. She makes Thomas Binger from Rittenhouse trial look competent. Also, her profile is wide open. Really? Shannon Smith is posting in another group asking how she's doing. No. Is that really her? Oh, let me show you guys. Oxford, Michigan. I wonder if that's really her or like a troll account. Shannon Smith posting in another group asking how she's doing. I'm curious to hear any thoughts. The good, the bad, and ugly. Although I can't respond because of the gag order. Thanks. Private messages are also appreciated. No. Let me look this account up. I don't believe that shit. There's no way. That's got to be a sock account, right? Shannon Marie Smith. Oh God. Oh shit. I think that's her. Oh shit. No. Well, at the very least, it's the same name and same picture. Jesus. That boy looked like he afraid. Like he's being held against his will or something. I don't want to make too much fun of her, but Jesus Christ. She's a dog person. It looks like it could be her account. That's the attorney. Could be true. So the thing is, like I said, the name and the thumbnail avatar picture matches, but I don't know if somebody just made another account, and made it look like it to post like her. I'd have to actually see the actual link to verify and click the profile, but it looks like it. It looks like it. I couldn't see somebody like an attorney doing that. It just seems really stupid. And to say I can't respond because it's a gag order. Thanks. Private messages are also appreciated. Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and just hope that's not her. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, you guys killing me. Is she actually married? I don't know if she is. I mean, it looked like she was taking a picture of somebody, but I don't know if she married. Oh, she's married. Oh, shit. Oh, that's the guy. Oh, okay. That's the guy she's married to. I didn't realize. Okay, I thought maybe she was like with a colleague or something. All right. Trophy wife. Oh, wow. To Randy Smith. Super mom to Olivia Lexi Lily. Okay. Super badass defense attorney. Oh, God. And her profile's open? Oh, Jesus. Hope your trial was off to a good start today. Well, I don't know. It seemed like to me she had a rough day today. Rough day. Hopefully she takes the weekend and gets herself together, Lord almighty. No, I'm not disappointed. Come on. Me see. Oh man. Yo, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what she's gonna do. I mean, the one thing is like, I feel like she should have some type of help. She should accept help for I don't know, that whole court-appointed attorney. Help from him or I don't know, pay somebody a little something, I would think, to kind of take a little stress off of you. I mean, at this point in the game, that might be kind of tough because she probably has maybe an organized chaos, her own type of way of doing things. So to have somebody else, but even to have somebody there and just kind of organize the papers or help take some notes for you or just something, or just get somebody. I would think just because she got a lot on her plate, and on the other side they have a 12-man team or something. I don't know. Open profile. Yeah. She posted on Facebook, but that was the post that we can actually verify on her actual profile. That was before the trial started. Oh no, actually she did. January 24th. Oh, because the guy the husband drove her to court or something. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well. Yeah, whatever she got going on, I hope that she gets that resolved because I feel like there's just more than just the court stuff or whatever. I mean, it could be just the court stuff, I guess. It could be that. The tower. That shit was so funny. The leaning tower. That's true, Bill. All right, I'm gonna get off for now, and I'm gonna catch up with mom and friends, whatever. But I would like tonight at some point to clip together the compilation. Luffy, thank you so much for putting that together. I'm gonna go through it and then compare with my timestamps that I made, just to see if I want to add anything to it. I might add a little something to it, but I appreciate that. That saves me a lot of time. And maybe tonight or tomorrow, depends if it gets approved or not. I'll post it. By the way, Monday's stream is set up. I'm going to work on a new thumbnail over the weekend, but Monday's stream is set up for 9. since they're gonna start later. If they start early Monday, because let's say they're gonna argue and stuff like that, they might actually start at 8:30. If they start early and start arguing, I'll just launch it early, just a heads up, because I'm sure we're gonna want to catch that. And I'll put a little compilation because maybe the compilation will draw in some more people because they're gonna be like, "Damn, what the hell is going on? I'm missing out." So, all right, guys, peace. And if there's a chase, of course, I'll come back. If there's a chase, I don't know if I'll do it on the main channel. Maybe the main channel. And I'm gonna check for updates too with the Kansas City stuff. All right, take care, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye.